Well, a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl, where day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Somerset is just 5 minutes away from getting underway. So we have lost half an hour this morning due to overnight rain and the ground staff getting the playing conditions ready. We did lose quite a bit of yesterday, 2 sessions, the afternoon and evening session, so already quite a bit of time has been taken out of this game. Somerset will resume their first innings on 94 for 6 after just under 28 overs of play only was possible yesterday morning. Our commentary team today, slightly different, not much. A little later you'll hear from Amelia Clark, she's still with us, who's on an apprenticeship scheme with BBC Radio Solent, former cricketer. We've also got Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's cricketer. But right now it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Somerset and Bristol, it's Anthony Gibson. Anthony, a very good morning.
And a very good morning to you, Kev, as well. And a good morning it is. The early rain has cleared. There's some blue sky overhead as well as the clouds. And I think the forecast is pretty good for the day, which will come as a bit of a mixed blessing, I suspect, to Somerset supporters listening, who were not unhappy when the players couldn't come out after lunch yesterday, with Somerset reeling on 94 for 6. Very, very disappointing batting performance after a pretty good start. 69 for 1 they were, with Lammonby and Vaughan going well, and then a clatter of wickets left them in real trouble at lunchtime.
Yeah, it was an important toss to win. I think whoever bowled yesterday morning, they were going to put the batting sides under pressure. For me, it was quite a surprise when Somerset got to 69 for 1, because the wicket was, it was good bowling conditions, no doubt about it.
Yeah, but Hampshire had 4 men out on the boundary at that stage. They appeared to be bowling more in hope than expectation. I said at the time, they're trying to lull the batsmen to a false sense of security in the hope that they'll play a loose shot because they think it's just a bit too easy. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened, with Vaughan chasing a delivery he didn't really need to play. It was a good one. It left him from Brad Wheel. And then Tom Lammonby going after a wide one and nicking off when he was looking in the form of his life. And then, Tom Banton was brilliantly caught by Nick Gubbins. You couldn't really blame the batsman for that. And then Hampshire were right on top, and Kyle Abbott, Somerset's arch destroyer, came back into the attack and picked up 2 wickets just before lunch. And, well, there we are.
Yeah, so 94 for 6 then. Somerset will resume with Tom Abel resuming his innings on 10 not out. The 2 umpires have led the Hampshire team and the 2 batters out there, Mike Burns and David Milnes. And the times for the breaks are set today. They are 1:30 lunch, so we're going to get 2 hours in this morning. And was it 4:10 tea, Anthony?
Yeah, 4:10. Everything is sort of half an hour later.
And then through until the close. So there's no 32 overs, and then after tea it's just 4:10 tea. Craig Overton is the new batter for Somerset. A couple of wickets for Kyle Abbott, a couple of wickets for Brad Wheel, and a couple of wickets for James Fuller. Those are the Hampshire bowlers. And it's early season, but we've got some players both with the bat and the ball who are doing well at the start of the championship. Kyle Abbott and Brad Wheel, along with Fergus O'Neill, up at Notts, are top wicket takers so far on 11. Jack Leach with 10, he's not far behind. Tom Banton, of course, courtesy of that triple hundred. He's the top run scorer in Division 1 as well. Here we go then in the sunshine. Here's Brad Wheel, bowls, and that's just nipped back a fraction. And that completes yesterday's over just before lunch. And Brad Wheel has now bowled 9 overs, 2 for 18. Somerset remained on 94 for 6. And I would say, with the covers having been on for most of yesterday and overnight, and with a bit of rain overnight and into the early hours of the morning, I would say this wicket will still give the bowlers a bit of help.
Yeah, I asked Shane Berger, the Somerset batting coach, what he thought par score on this pitch was. And he said around about 250, 300. So, it's not a bad pitch. Somerset just did not bat very well, apart from that 55-run second wicket partnership between Lammonby and Vaughan, and they made batting look pretty straightforward, but anything but subsequently. Here comes Kyle Abbott in to bowl to Tom Abel. Abbott, who has dismissed Tom Abel on 8 occasions in county championship cricket, and has now taken 71 Somerset wickets in his games against them in the championship at a cost of just over 16 runs apiece, which is pretty good going. He's the second most economical wicket taker here at the Utilita Bowl, as well as he's in bowls to Abel down the leg side, taken by Ben Brown. He has taken here at the Rose Bowl now 209 wickets with the 2 yesterday at just under 20 per wicket. Mohammed Abbas, however, took 99 at 17.24, which just shows how valuable Mo Abbas was to Hampshire when he was here, and how effective he was on these pitches here.
Yeah, very. We'll miss him.
Here's Abbott. He's in bowls outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump. He wasn't quite at his best first up yesterday morning, I didn't think, Kyle Abbott, but came back well just before lunch.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, he has. Well, his figures suggest that you've just read out. He's a very consistent performer. But yeah, just every now and then. But when he drops on that line and length, whew, especially on pitches like this.
Shane was saying it was quite dry and quite hard, quite firm pitch. Abbott in bowls outside the off stump again. No need for Abel to play a shot at that.
Yeah, it's well, we can see there's a bit of green on it. It was interesting chatting to 1 or 2 people yesterday morning. The pitch that was here for Yorkshire in the first game of the season, which Hampshire won in 3 days, they were saying that there's more grass cover on this one, but the grass is actually shorter than the pitch of Yorkshire. I think the one against Yorkshire got a bit slow towards the end. That tends to happen here, and I think, you know, if the sun does come out at times here, we'll find the same here as well.
Abbott to Abel, this time down the leg side. It's half stopped by Ben Brown. They'll come back for a second. I think that will be signalled as a bye, or will it? Yes, it is. 2 byes signalled by Mike Burns, who's umpiring at this end. David Milnes at square leg. Score moves on 296 for 6 with those 2 byes. I've had an email from Steve Pittard.
Oh, your mate at the pub.
At the pub at Eli's in Herish Episcopi, which I'll come to after this delivery from Abbott, which is outside the off stump. No shot from Abel. It concerns James Rue as Somerset's youngest captain, and I'll preface this with something I heard last night on good authority, which is that James, it's a one-off. This Craig Overton is still the official vice captain, but they decided to give James Rue a chance of captaining, good for his experience.
Oh, that's good.
And Craig is perfectly happy with that. But he is the youngest by about 200 days, 221 days. Next youngest was Mandy Mitchell-Innes, who was 21 years, 328 days in the game against Gloucestershire back in 1936.
Wheel bowls, wrapped on the pad there, Overton.
Rue is 21 years, 97 days. Mandy Mitchell-Innes was... he played 1 test for England, aged 20.
That's a bit unfair, isn't it? 20 years old. Obviously they considered him good enough and then decided he must have had a bad test.
He was quite a character by all accounts.
Oh, really? Wheel runs towards us, 3 slips wait. Overton just nudges that square on the offside, no run.
Important innings is for Craig Overton. Somerset pinning their hopes on partnerships with Tom Abel. Craig Overton, Miguel Pretorius and Jack Leach, of course, can do great things down towards the tail, with Alfie Ogborn bringing up the rear.
Yeah, you don't want to fold too early in this game, do you? Otherwise, even though a lot of time's gone, puts you under pressure for the rest of the day. He's always playing a miss, and always about his edge through to Ben Brown. That's a bit of a leg cutter there from Brad Wheel, and Overton just looks at the wicket as he walks past the spot where the ball bounced. That looked a serious delivery. 96 for 7, and Overton goes for no score.
Yeah, Big Nick could hear it from up here, and well, so much for the Abel Overton partnership, which is worth 2 runs. But,
which is just why it was interesting. You were saying, who was the guy that said 250?
Shane Berger.
Also, yeah,
he's the batting coach.
Yeah.
Used to coach Scotland, if you remember.
Oh right, yes, I do know the name now. I'm just a little surprised, and I don't know in what context he's saying that, because for me, there was no way. I thought there was a moment or moments yesterday where I don't think Hampshire bowled that well, and if they bowled tighter, I think there could have been easily a couple of more wickets for maybe 70. I know that sounds silly, and I think this morning that this wicket will play probably similar, and I think that ball proves that. To get to 250, yes, a couple of people have to dig in, and then with the sunshine out, I can see after lunch why 250 might come in range, but you've actually got to negotiate these couple of hours till lunch to get to that point. For me, the wicket is still doing plenty.
That doesn't look like Miguel Pretorius to me. What does it look like to you, walking out?
It looks like Jack Leach.
It does.
And I don't even follow Somerset as closely as you, but you knew it was. And he's changed on the board. There we are. Can I just say this email, because I think it's for both of us, Anthony, before you disappear for a moment. It was one that came through yesterday, and from Phil Vaughan, solentcricket@gmail.com, but he did message again to say, I'm still listening this morning, so happy to read this out and to make some comments. We're just waiting for Jack Leach to take his guard. Phil says, yes, I'll be listening tomorrow as well. I'd love to hear all your views on 3-day county cricket and 4-day tests. I think you've said something in the past about...
Yeah, I'm all in favour of
3-day cricket. Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, I haven't heard that, so that'll be interesting. We'll come to that in a moment. As Wheel bowls, Leach gets wrapped on the thigh pad as it goes out on the leg side. So the original email, where are we? Here we go. I believe the 4-day game offers the best preparation for test matches. This is Phil saying this, but I can see that 3-day matches would help ease what appears to be a fairly congested calendar. He heard Michael Vaughan recently say, he's no relation by the way, say that he thought 4-day tests would be a good idea. So he's asking you about your views of why 3-day cricket would be good. That's nudged late past a diving third slip. It's along the ground. It's going quickly to the third man boundary for 4. So Leach is off the mark. Second ball he faces, and Somerset bring up their 100.
I think 3 days there would be greater urgency. A lot of 4-day games of cricket tend to drift. The one Somerset playing Sussex at Hove last week, good case in point, when Sussex took all day going along and around about 2.5 runs and over to build their lead. There was no sense of urgency at all. It didn't make for very good cricket. The other thing is, I'd like to see all 18 counties in with a chance of winning the county championship. And if they all played each other once, that's 17 games of cricket. 3 days a game, that's 51 days. At the moment, you've got 14 days of 4-day cricket, 14 games of 4-day cricket, which is 54
His
days.
Wheel to Leach. Leach just works that just in behind square on the offside. Up comes Fletcher Middleton from third man, keeps it down to a single. Leach will keep the strike. 101 for 7.
So it would take fewer days out of the calendar, and everybody will play everybody else, and everyone will be in with a chance of winning the championship. Whereas at the moment, you've got this ridiculous situation in the First Division, where some counties only play other counties once, as opposed to twice. I mean, Somerset, for example, this season, we've only got to play Yorkshire once at home. We don't have to go up to Headingley. Now, you know, that's quite a big deal in the context of Division 1 of the county championship. But And 4-day test matches, well, most of them finish inside 4 days these days in any case. I'm not sure it would make a huge amount of difference, the way test cricket is played. But I think the other thing you need to remember is county cricket isn't just about preparing players to play for England. It's a very valuable form of the game in its own right, which is cherished by very large numbers of people. Here's Abbott into Leach, who gets one that doesn't really bounce very much. I don't think it just got an inside edge or onto the pad and bounced through to Ben Brown. Just looking at the replay. No, just kept low, I think. 101 for 7. Somerset have limped into 3 figures, losing Craig Overton this morning. Caught behind off Brad Wheel without scoring. Abbott round the wicket to Leach and drifts that one into the left-hander and then gets it to seam away.
Well, there is talk, isn't there, about the championship going down to 12 games?
There is. But and there's talk of it going back to the conference system that we had in 2021. 3 conferences of 6. But if they're going to do that, they need to tell the counties pretty soon so that they know what they're playing for in this season's county championship. If there isn't going to be relegation, as Abbott is in and bowls and turned into the onside, there won't be a run. But as previously, presumably the top 12 sides, i.e. all of the first division and the top 6 in the top 2 rather in the second division would make up the 2 top conferences, with the rest of the second division forming the third. But that's presumably, I mean, we don't know. Abbott in and bowls, and Leach plays this square of the wicket, picked up at a backward point. They could make it the top 8 in the first division plus the top 4 in the second, and so that the 2 bottom in the first division are effectively relegated into the third conference, because only the top 2 conferences would have a chance of winning the championship.
My definition of conference is that you're all equal in each division, aren't you?
Well, I don't think that's the idea.
All right.
This is played again square of the wicket by Jack Leach. There would be 2 top conferences, and at the end of the season, the top 2 in Conference A would play. One would play 2, and 2 would play 1, and then the winners of those 2 semi-finals, if you like, would play off for the county championship.
Right.
So you would get 10 games plus 2 games, 10 games against your fellow conferencees, and then 2 games at the end of the season to make up the 12. Abbott in and bowls, full length, turned away into the onside for a single by Jack Leach. End of that over. 102 for 7. Leach keeps the strike. Normally a night watchman. I suppose he's a bit of a morning watchman this morning, is Jack Leach.
Yeah. I'm interested to know what the other counties do then, if you're not playing off anything.
Well, you could have them playing off as well. For third, for 5th, 6th, 7th. Prize money goes down to 6th, I think, at the moment, doesn't it? Something like that.
All right, okay.
But yeah, you could have playoffs all the way through at the end of the season, just to make up the 12 games.
Yeah.
You don't sound enthused.
Oh no, listen. I think most Hampshire fans know where I stand on it. I'd have divisions 1, 2, 3. You play 10 games, 5 against the other, and the bottom side in the first 2 divisions, that's played out on the offside square by Leach. No run, start of a new over from Wheel. The top team in Division 1 wins the championship. The bottom team goes down to Division 2. The top team from Division 2 goes up to Division 1, and then the bottom of Division 2 goes into Division 3. But as has often been said, that the counties in Division 3 wouldn't like that.
No, they wouldn't. So, and a lot of county cricket fans wouldn't like the fact of going down to 10 championship games either.
Well, that's it. But you could make it 10 games of 5 days.
Oh no, please, God, no.
That's extra work, Anthony. Keep the ball from the door. Here's Wheel in the sunshine still. That's short. Oh, that's bounced through to Ben Brown, who's taken that around neck height.
Well, that'd be all right if we got paid for by the day, but we don't, unfortunately. So I think we'd probably be paid the same to do 5 days rather than 4. Which doesn't sound terribly appealing.
Well, that's the beauty about cricket. Everybody has lots of different views, and somewhere along the line...
It's a mess at the moment, though, isn't it?
Well, yes and no. I still thought it was great when it was 9 and 9.
Yeah,
2 up, 2 down.
Yeah.
How you have more teams in one division than the other is ridiculous. But
Bonkers, isn't it?
and the sorry, that's outside off stump. Just that one dies on Ben Brown. Yeah, it's bonkers because it was perfectly good when it was 9 and 9. And makes some exciting cricket.
And you could do it the other way around. You could have 8 in the first division, and then everybody could then play each other.
Yeah. Well, didn't that happen
twice
for a little while? And then they said, no, we need more teams in Division 1 because we need more counties to be happy and less to be unhappy. I think that's what happened, wasn't it? Well, no, that wasn't the official version, obviously. Leach gets one that bounces this time, keeps it down well. The ball works its way out to point where Gubbins fields no run.
But I mean, the one-day cuff is the other big problem. What are they going to do with that? Are they going to move it back to the start of the season? Which I mean, again, that seemed to work perfectly well in 2019. It's not that long ago that Somerset won it in 2019. The final was on May the 25th, and we played a full season's championship cricket as well.
Well, you'd like to think somebody will come up with something. Well, that's the trouble. Oh, Will just stops in his run up there. I don't know if it was a gust of wind. Oh, it looks like the sight screen's come away a little bit at the far end.
It has, yeah.
Looks like a gap between the fixed sight screen and the sheeting.
It's quite distracting for the batsman, I thought.
Yeah. It's all right when the wind doesn't blow like now, but I think as Brad Wheel was running in, that sheeting just blew across a bit, revealed some concrete. As Leach plays that again to point, length ball, and there's no run.
Didn't Leach get some runs here in that game in 2021 when Somerset bowled Hampshire out for 79? And he came in as a night watchman at the end of the first day, I think, and then went on and got about 40 the next morning, something like that. And played quite an important part in what turned out to be Somerset's last win here at the Utilita Bowl.
Okay. Wheel in again, down the leg side. Good stop from Ben Brown. Well, I'll have a look at that.
I'll leave that with you, and
sure.
I'll hand over to Amelia.
Amelia Clark's with us again, starting out on a commentary journey. It's only her third day. In fact, the first day was not even a full day, so still very early days. Maiden over there from Brad Wheel, 3 for 23. And Somerset currently have 102 for 7. So there are plenty of ways that you can listen and watch this game on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website, which is going back to the Somerset Cricket website. Also on the BBC Cricket website and app. Always playing and missing outside the off stump. Good start to a new over from Kyle Abbott, bowling to Tom Abel, who's still on his overnight total of 10. We've been playing nearly 20 minutes. And most smart speakers just say, ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire versus Somerset, day 2. Hello, Amelia. Hello. You've got to switch yourself on. That's
Hello.
Hello.
That always helps.
You are here. I'm just looking this up for Anthony, as he says that Jack Leach scored some runs in this fixture in 2019. That's pay and miss, I think, there from Tom Abel. I was just looking at my computer there, which was, again, very unprofessional. Which isn't unheard of for me. Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, swing and a miss there, carried through straight to Ben Brown at the wicket keep.
Yeah. Gemma Green has brought some nice chocolates in this morning, as it's Easter. So no prizes for guessing what shape chocolate it is. They're small ones.
Abbott in again from the hotel end. Bowls. Fuller this time. Leach defends. Out to the leg side.
So, right, here we go. So I've got Hampshire won by 136. This is 2019 here in the Championship. This was Kyle Abbott's game, wasn't it? Yeah, 9 for 40 in the first innings. He's got the wrong year because I don't think Jack Leach actually played in that game, unless he's talking about the one at... No, he didn't play in that one here.
Abbott, and again, running a little bit faster today towards the pavilion end. Fuller this time, and Leach just pushes that off to the leg side.
And in the game at... No, it can't have been the one at Taunton either, because Leach got 5 and didn't bat in the second inning. So it wasn't here in 2019 and it wasn't at Taunton, but we'll look again later. Have you had any of those chocolates this morning?
I have. I had a couple of the little egg-shaped Cadbury ones, let's say, the mini eggs. Abbott in again, coming over the wicket this time, and a swing and a miss. Well, a bit of a leave from Leach, carried through to Ben Brown. Again, it's not really carrying through very much this morning.
No, it's not, is it? A couple died. One or two have gone through, but yeah, a little bit too paced. Other chocolate makes available, of course.
Of course.
Just in case any BBC bosses are listening.
I didn't know how else to explain it. I was really trying to think of another way to explain it, and I was like, do you know what? No, I'm just going to say it. Abbott in from the hotel end, round over the wicket. And again, just a left from Jack Leach there, carrying through to Ben Brown.
So just to repeat, we had a half an hour delay this morning due to overnight rain. Well, it was all yesterday afternoon and overnight, and wet conditions when we arrived here this morning, but fortunately no rain for a little while actually, and the sunshine is trying its hardest to shine through some lowish cloud, but not particularly threatening. So slowly but surely the conditions are drying out there, but of course the covers have been on for quite a while, so expect the ball to still be helping the bowlers more than probably helping the batters. 103 for 7 then. One wicket has fallen this morning outside the off stump from Brad Wheel, and Abel leaves that one alone. After 5 minutes, Craig Overton was caught behind to a delivery from the bowler we're watching now. Ball that just pitched and straightened, and Overton got a nick through to the keeper. Overton didn't trouble the scorers. Phil Vaughan's back on the emails, soloncricket@gmail.com, and he says, I was listening and Anti's analysis was very clear, so now I understand the structure much better. His Wheel again, runs towards us and bowls down the leg side this time. Trying to flick it away, Tom Abel, as the ball went down through to Ben Brown. Everyone having an equal chance of winning would be good for everyone. And as well as test preparation, I definitely love the championship for its own value. Enjoy the rest of the match, says Phil. Yeah, there's just one thing I would say about that. At the expense of me repeating myself, is that you have to remember that in football, Abel drives, gets an inside edge onto his pad, ball squirts out square on the leg side. They'll get a single, 104 for 7. I don't know what you think about this, Amelia, but when you start a new football season, and I don't like talking about football all the time when there's cricket on, so I don't, but all 92 Football League clubs don't start the season with a chance of winning the Premier League.
No,
so
not.
why do we need that in cricket?
Yeah, there's always that sort of, you know, you've got to play for a promotion. You've got to earn your space in the top.
Correct.
You've got to play to keep yourself out of relegation, as a few of our local teams have found or not found.
Right.
Absolutely, you kind of, you know, that's what the competition's all about, isn't it? I suppose if you kind of give everyone a fair chance, does it become less competitive? Does it become less interesting? Who knows?
Couldn't agree more. You'll be doing more of this, Amelia. Wheel bowls, he's round the wicket this time to Leach, who just pushes that out again square on the offside. Anthony's just showing me that Leach made 34. Court Dawson bowled Keith Barker in Somerset's first innings of 3-3-6 all out. And what year was that?
2021.
2021, thank you very much. Was that here or
Yeah, here.
It was here. Thank you. Well, we know he can stick around. He's 6 not out, having faced 18 balls so far. Jack Leach, and he's facing the next one from Wheel. Cuts that away past the point, past Dawson, that's going for 4. It's a nice looking shot. Nice looking cut shot, kept on top of it, get the ball down. Ball raced past Dawson's left-hand side, and Leach moves into double figures, and it's 108 for 7.
Well, I actually, dare I say, I think the sun has come out.
I think you're right. It's getting a little stronger.
It is. The clouds breaking up a little bit more. I think there's some blue sky out to our left, just past the Colin Ingleby stand.
His wheel. That's cut away again, and that's gone again past Dawson's left-hand side, although Dawson did make a half attempt to it, but it was always well away from his body, and 2 cut shots to end that over. 2 short balls outside the off stump. Leach moves on to 14, 112 for 7. Email here from Stephen Clark, our friend Steve.
Oh, yes.
I know you're reading it, and I've read it as well. sonacricket@gmail.com, as I say. Steve up in the Shane Warne stand, as he always is. Great to be underway again. Great to meet Amelia and Anthony yesterday. Sorry to have interrupted you in full flow about Shane Warne. That's right, we were talking about the old...
You were, yes.
The late Shane Warne. The Shane Warne Wrinklies are somewhat depleted today. They call themselves that because they sit in the Shane Warne stand. Just Neil and me here, he says today.
Abbott comes in from the hotel end up to Abel. A little bit fuller this time. Abel just pushes it off into the offside.
He says Chris has failed to appear, apparently a touch of lurgy. The worry is that we were with him yesterday. Oh dear. But seriously, please send him warm wishes and get well soon from all of us up here. Fortunately, Steve wasn't too close to us when he was speaking to us.
No, he was the other side of a table, so he should be okay.
Yeah, there was a bit of social distancing going on, wasn't there? We're okay. I don't think we need to worry yet.
Abbott over the wicket this time, in, bowls. Again, same line. I think Abel went to block, missed, and it just carried through to Ben Brown.
He says, is it the bowling, batting or the pitch? The worrying thing is that if too many wickets fall, we're back under scrutiny following the points deduction a little while back. If memory serves, we aren't long out of the suspension period for that episode. I think we're just out the back end of that. Let's hope we score a few, if only for that reason. Well, I think you'll find that because of the weather leading up to this game and the weather during the game so far, and the fact there's been a lot of covering of the pitch, I think we're okay at the moment.
Abbott in again. Same line, a little bit, it just swung in just a little bit more, but Abel managed to just push that off, and they will go for 1.
Yeah, so yeah, there's always a worry when a lot of wickets fall quite quickly, but I think there was a couple of iffy shots.
Yeah.
And as I say, the pitch is helping the bowlers, but that's all. Nothing different. I think once the sun gets out here, if it stays out, if there's prolonged sunny spells, I think you'll find this pitch will change nature.
How about this time around the wicket from the hotel end, in, bowls, a little bit fuller, same line, square of the wicket. Leach pushes that off too, and the short fine leg just picks it up as they run for 1.
Coming up to 12 o'clock, coming up to half an hour's play this morning. Somerset have added 18 runs for the loss of Craig Overton. You turned up in a t-shirt this morning.
I did. I was optimistic.
I thought, gosh.
But over the wicket this time. Same line, right, and Abel just pushes that off to mid-wicket, and it's going, and it will go for a slow fall. It's just dribbled over the boundary there.
Nice time. Nice piece of timing.
That was. It was lovely.
Tom Abel.
Struck that right in the middle of the bat.
I think a lot rests with the former Somerset captain here. Important innings for the 31-year-old. Made 96 in the last game against Sussex at Hove.
Abbott again over the wicket, and Abel just gets out of the way of this as it dips under his arms on the outside stump. Carry through to Ben Brown, and that will be the end of the over as we change over. I think Wheel is coming in now.
Should we get Gemma in?
Yep.
So Amelia Clark will stay on, and Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's player, who's of course been part of our commentary team for the last few years, coming in for the first time this season.
Hello, Gemma. How are you?
Hi Amelia, I'm good, thank you.
Good. Lovely.
I was listening to you yesterday and the weather seems a lot better today.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think you've definitely come on a good day.
So we've got Brad Wheel coming in from pavilion end. He's round the wicket. Leach, who cuts that to short point for no run. Yeah, as Kev said, you turned up in a t-shirt and
Yes.
layers are going on now.
They are, yeah. I decided I was not freezing cold, so I would try and keep the jumper off as long as possible for hope the sun came out, and then I got really cold, so the jumper went on. The very thick jumper I hasten to add as well.
What I thought was lovely though yesterday was as you were freezing up here and you kept mentioning it, that lots of people were emailing in with places they were listening in from.
It was beautiful. That we had Australia, we had New Zealand, everywhere.
Wheel in again round the wicket, and that's full and straight and just push back to him for no run. Yeah, I think it was Melbourne, Nelson, somewhere in
the Cook Islands.
The Cook Islands, Penzance,
Yes.
a little bit closer, but Barbados. It's very nice when they
It
call
was
in
lovely.
to say.
It felt like we had a real
to say
worldwide
they're
community.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. We're having a great time while you're in the rain. Absolutely.
Got 2 slips in now. We've had 3 all morning. It used to be Dawson and Vince in those slip positions. We've now got Preston Albert this season. Fuller's dropped out of the slip cordon as he's in again, and that's driven nicely on the offside. He'll pick up a single. Brings Tom Abel on strike. Just adjusting the field for the right-hander. Umpire's walking across. The score is on 119 for 7. Started this morning on 94 for 6. Lost the wicket of Craig Overton, caught behind off Brad Wheel. And we've got Abel and Leach at the crease now. Wheel goes over the wicket, in, and that's full and driven again on the offside. There's no sweeper out there, so that will dribble just over the boundary rope for 4. First 4 this morning, I think. Am I right? No, there was one down here earlier. Sorry, second 4. Score moves on to 1-2-3.
We have had an email in from Rodney to silentcricket@gmail.com. Good morning all. You know how to rub it in, don't you? You have sunshine and Easter eggs, and we're on the ropes. It's overcast and miserable here in Penzance, and my wife has left me a list of chores to do, which is going to be ignored. Hope Abel and Jack can put some runs together. Well, happy Easter to you, Rodney.
I'll tell you after this delivery my favourite email in yesterday that
Absolutely.
you mentioned. As again, Wheel into Abel, and that's left alone outside the off stump. It sort of carries to Ben Brown. He's had a bit of a morning of it. It's been a little bit variable bounce, and that one just fumbled in front of him, but no run.
We did seem to find that yesterday, actually. In the morning, it really wasn't carrying through to him, and then just as before lunch came, and actually when a few wickets came, you could just tell that the bounce had just become a little bit more, because they were really carrying through to him a lot more.
Yeah, tough job for a keeper in these conditions, definitely. Final ball of the over. Wheel in past the umpire, and once again left alone outside the off stump. That one goes cleanly into Ben Brown's gloves, and that's the end of the over. 1-2-3 for 7. Yeah, my favourite email in yesterday was from Lynn Jenks, who was wanting to have a shout out for her husband, which is a lovely thing to do. But at the same time, she dobbed him in as a fair weather supporter. And I just wondered, is today good enough for him to come to the ground?
Well, I hope so. I mean, it's quite a nice day for cricket. It's a little bit breezy, but nowhere near as breezy as yesterday. It's warmish. It's warm adjacent. Yeah. No,
he might have been wanting to, have some kind of genuine
bake in the sun,
or a genuine reason he wasn't here. Something sort of, much more important than
absolutely
fair weather.
Abbott in round the wicket this time. Fuller and just pushed off into the leg side there. They'll run for 1.
Yeah, Dawson this year in the 2.5 games we've had so far, we've seen him fielding. Sort of not in the slip cordon where we're used to seeing him the last few years. It's at the minute he's making his way out to the leg side boundary.
Yeah, they've definitely taken that third slip out today, so there's obviously plans in place to try and maybe sort of patch a hole elsewhere in the fielding.
So yeah, Abbott's got 2 fielders on the leg side now on the boundary to Abel. One just in front of square and one backward of square.
It looks like Ben Brown's just receiving a helmet, so maybe he's going to come in a little bit shorter. Abbott's now gone over the wicket as he begins his run up from the hotel end towards the pavilion. And he bowls, a little bit further, and it's just clipped off towards the back boundary on the leg side, and that will go for 4. Is it bye as well?
Yeah, he's given byes. You don't need that as a keeper. You've just come up to your seamer.
Yes.
And he fires one down the leg side. Nothing you can do about that.
And the helmet is quickly removed.
He's come back. Short-lived experiment.
Absolutely. He's decided that's not going to work. And we'll stay where we were. Abbott just adjusting his field ever so slightly. That cover's just moved out to extra cover. And Abbott begins again over the wicket, in from the hotel end. Bowls a little bit straight to that line, carry through to Ben Brown. Not touched by Abel, who's on 21 for off 43 deliveries. So he's on about 50% scoring off of his each ball he faces.
He's added 11 to his overnight score of 10.
Yeah, I think these conditions, Hampshire will really be looking to sort of remove one of these two to stop quite a successful partnership forming.
Yeah, important toss to win yesterday.
Absolutely. Abbott in again over the wicket towards the pavilion end, towards Abel. Just bowls past the offside and carries through to Ben Brown.
I have to say though, yesterday's morning session, I mean, you obviously watched it firsthand. I was listening and watched some of the replays, but it was it sounds like, you know, Hampshire's session 94 for 6 at the end, but it was a bit of a mixed bag, because that partnership between Lammonby and Vaughan looked really good.
Yeah.
And then both of those batsmen were out to very loose shots. And then obviously they're only 3 down with 10 minutes to go till lunch.
Yes.
And then they were 6 down 9 minutes later.
Yeah.
So
it's
it was,
definitely
sort
a
of
window
back
of
and forth.
opportunity that they cashed in on. Abbott in again over the wicket. Bowls straighter this time. And there's a half a shout for LBW, but no one seems that interested. So Abbott walks back to his crease as the ball's just picked up the square of the wicket. Yeah, I think there was sort of a period in the middle where Somerset really sort of the momentum shifted in their favour, and they definitely sort of got some scores on the board. But maybe as the rain was sort of threatening to come in, the wicket changed slightly. Our bowlers sort of, you know, they maybe just got their eye in a little bit more, and yeah, 3 wickets fell in 9 minutes. It was amazing. Abbott in again, last ball of the over the wicket. Ooh. And it's just sort of, I don't really know what happened there.
Went to leave that, I think it nipped back in.
Yes.
Hit the top of his fly pad and...
Did it hit the pad, yeah.
Yep, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, I thought, I say yesterday, Tom Lammonby's dismissal after looking glorious in his innings of 36. It was very wide, very full, almost Yorker length. And most top order batsmen worth their weight in salt, which he absolutely is, would leave that on the first session. Just he had a go at it to his demise. And Archie Vaughan's shot again. It was a very sort of loose prod, very out of character for the partnership that the two of them had built. And then it was just sort of created the downfall.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Archie was quite disappointed with that, because he was really starting to sort of get into a rhythm, really sort of create some traction within the sort of runs ability, and yeah, I think he just sort of made a silly mistake, as one would say.
Right, we've got a change of bowling from the pavilion end. James Fuller, 2 for 19 off his 5 overs yesterday. He's going to come in over the wicket to the left-handed Leach. Still 2 slips in play. In and bowls, and that's just back of a length, and Leach works that behind square on the offside for no run.
Yeah, it did seem that we've got a few sort of shifting fielders going. We had a point move out to deep point sort of as the bowler was coming in. I think they were sort of anticipating that Leach might welly that one well into his leg side, but not this time.
Yeah, Fuller was good yesterday. I know he has a tendency to spray it around sometimes, but good control yesterday as he comes in for his second ball. And again, that's back of a length, just on off stump. This time Leach works that into the offside, gets on top of the bounce and picks up a single. Score moves on to 129 for 7. Got a bit of change in the field. Dawson's still out on the boundary. A sweeper either side to Tom Abel, who's now on strike. There's a lot of cloud in the sky, but between that you can see a lot of blue sky.
Yes, absolutely, sort of patchy.
Bit patchy as Fuller's in. That's pitched up, and there's a big appeal for LBW, and it's given. That was pitched up full and off stump. Huge appeal. Umpire gave it very quickly. We'll have a look on the replay. He didn't need any more time to come to his decision.
And that was Abel.
But that's Tom Abel gone LBW to Fuller for 21, second wicket of the morning. We're just looking at it on the replay now, and oh yeah, it's just pitched on off and middle and straightened up nicely. And Abel departs. Somerset 129 for 8.
Well, actually, weirdly, the email I was about to read out there, which just said, "Hi, Gemma, Amelia, Kevin, Anthony. Interested to see who the first change of the bowler will be this morning. Do they risk Hampton?" That was from Ralph Brooker. Thank you. If you do have any more emails, send them into solentcricket@gmail.com. Well, Ralph, I think you had your answer. It was Fuller, and the right decision was made there, clearly.
Yeah, if he wants to pass any more changes on, we'll hand them to Ben Brown.
Absolutely. Yes.
So Ben Brown had a great day yesterday as skipper, didn't he, with his bowling changes? It was.
Yeah. Made the right decisions at the right times.
He did, and that's another one there. That's the end of the recognised batters. Now 129 for 8. And we've got Miguel Pretorius coming out to join Jack Leach. So there I was saying he sometimes sprays it, and that one was alleged to be clashing into the stumps.
Yes, exactly where he needed it to be, and that will. Add a nice little bit of fuel to the Hampshire fire, keep them going, keep them just in a nice area. 129 for 8 of Somerset, and they'll be thinking that's nice and easy to chase, hopefully, in this afternoon's.
For me, that's why Fuller is an exciting player, whether he's playing white ball or red ball. I know he can score runs as well, but as a bowler, because you sort of don't know what you're going to get, but you do get these pockets of brilliance, sort of 3 wickets and over, and quick turnarounds, quick partnerships broken, etc. And you need someone like that in your side. And Fuller's in this game for Sonny Baker, as he's in again. And that one's short and wide outside the off stump. It's cut, but Dawson's out there patrolling that boundary. So Miguel Pretorius gets off the mark with a single. Yeah, you do need those sort of players, because it's great having players that you know what you're going to get. You know, with the brilliance of Kyle Abbott, and we had Mo Abbas last year. You know what you're going to get. It's brilliant, but you know what you're going to get, and it's nice to have those players that sort of you don't know if it's going to be which one's going to turn up. If
Absolutely.
You like. Fuller in again. So Leach works that behind square on the offside. There's a diving stop from Nick Gubbins, and there's no run. 1 ball left in this over, just the 2 runs and the big wicket of Tom Abel from Fuller's first over of the day.
Yeah, 12:15 today. I think we're taking lunch about half an hour later, so we've still got a fair bit of time before lunch this morning for Somerset to keep going before they're all out. Hampshire need to keep their eye in.
Yeah, it was a full 2-hour session, 11:30 till 1:30 as he's in and bowls. And that's pushed on the offside and taken a very cheeky single there as 3 fielders converged to pick that up, but they get home safely. A well taken single in the end, and that completes the over. Somerset 131 for 8. Looks like we're sticking with Abbott at this end, so no double change as he takes off his jersey, hands it to the umpire.
And he'll be looking for his 3rd, I think, today. Now he's seen Fuller get 3, he's like, right, well, I know what I want.
Game within a game.
Absolutely.
I do like the old style jumpers that Somerset wear.
Yeah, they're very cool, aren't they?
I'm a bit of a traditionalist, but yeah, I do like those.
So Abbott's going to come around the wicket this time from the hotel end, and he's in. And he will bowl slightly just outside the off stump there, carrying through to one of his slips, and well left alone by Leach. who wanders out square of the wicket and taps the ground. So it's just to keep his feet moving, keep just a bit warm.
I'm just looking at the two flags. Obviously, they fly over the home and away dressing room.
Yes.
And I know the Somerset one was sewn by the scorer, Polly Rhodes,
Wow.
a couple of years ago, and it's a fine, huge flag. Hampshire's looks a little teeny in comparison.
Absolutely. Abbott in, round the wicket again. A lot straighter that time. Leach just works it out into the offside. And they think about going for one, but there was a fielder there to stop that decision very quickly.
Yeah, it's a much more dominant flag. Hampshire need to upsize.
Yes, but
think.
I have to admit, they're flying a lot lower today. They're not quite getting as whipped up as they were yesterday. I mean, that Somerset flag yesterday was really, it was full prowess, waving in the wind. It was like the bow of a ship. Abbott again, round the wicket, trying it again as he runs in from the hotel end. And a ball again, straighter again. And Leach just pushes that off into the leg side. And then run for one.
So yeah, in the context of this innings, Jack Leach going on very nicely. He's 20 off 32 and hasn't looked as troubled as the top and middle order.
Not at all. Not at all. He looks quite comfortable out there. And he's scored 20 off 32, which compared to his other sort of batters is actually quite a really good average per ball. So Abbott's had a change. He's now going to come over the wicket from the hotel end towards Pretorius. He's in. Bowls straight towards the wicket. There's a big gasp from co-commentator Kevin James. As it really did look like it was going to clip the top of the wicket there, but unfortunately just carries through to Ben Brown.
This morning it makes a change for Kev to be watching and not eating the mini eggs.
Absolutely. Seeing as he opened all 3 packets.
Yep.
He's ignoring us now.
Maybe they're empty.
Yes. We've turned our
no
back.
more chocolate, I'll watch the cricket.
Abbott in again, over the wicket. He's going to try it once more towards Pretorius. He's in, bowls. Good line again, straight towards the wicket, but Pretorius has managed to work that off to the leg side, and that's going to go down for 4 as it scurries past mid-wicket, and it does go for 4. He struck that really quite nicely.
I find the rope quite hard to see here, the boundary rope in certain patches.
Yes, I know what you mean. It's quite thin. There's no markers around the, like the triangle. Yes, the Toblerones.
Yeah, we don't have that for, that's obviously a sponsorship type thing, but the rope, I don't know if it's just a little bit grubby, but in some places it's very hard to pick up.
Over by the Colin Mackenzie stand, I'm actually struggling to sort of pick it out at times. Abbott in again, over the wicket towards Pretorius. Oh, there's a shout for LBW, but only from one slip, as it just seemed to slip off towards the leg side, but the umpire's not interested, and that's the end of the over as Abbott collects his things once again, and the batters converge to have a little chat in the middle. And we're going to have a commentary change. I'm going to slip out and let Anthony come and take my place.
Thank you, Amelia. So it's Somerset 136 for 8, Leach on 20, Pretorius on 5. Fuller will come on for his second over of the morning, having picked up a wicket with his first. That was the wicket of Tom Abel, LBW. Slips are just getting in place. We've still got that sweeper either side. Jack Leach on strike. Fuller in off a medium-sized run-up, I would say. And that's full and well dug out by Leach. It's dot ball.
Yeah, Andy Cleve on Twitter, @AntGive if you want to contact us on Twitter or X, saying it's a bit off the wall, but how about Jack Leach opening the innings for Somerset? Well, he is left-handed, and Somerset could do with a left-hand, right-hand opening batsman combination, and he couldn't do much worse than one of the present incumbents. No names, no petrol.
Fuller in, bowled, and that's full and played outside off stump, goes through to the keeper for no runs. Wouldn't be county cricket, would it, Anthony, if fans weren't already demoralised?
Well, I know. I mean, on the Somerset official Facebook group, they will say, "Oh, Somerset are going down at the end of this season. We've been bound to be relegated." It's just piling on. Here's a fairly typical one.
A quick
saying,
shift in.
I'd reverse the whole batting lineup. Wouldn't have. We've not had a top order for years. Well,
Fuller in, past the umpire bowls, and that's Fuller left alone outside the off stump. A quick change was that in sort of feeling after the 371 and
Yeah, quite, yeah.
how fickle we
And
are.
it's worth remembering that Somerset have been in the First Division for longer than any other county. We came up in 2007 and have been in the First Division ever since, and we've been second 6 times since 2010. So it's not a bad record. Okay, we haven't won the championship, but we've won the One Day Cup, we've won the Blast, and well, the championship sadly has eluded Somerset.
Fuller in again, bowls, and that's down the leg side. Jack Leach had a little flick at it, but it's played and missed into the gloves of Ben Brown.
I mean, that's not to disguise the weaknesses. The opening partnership has been a real problem for years, and the top order batting doesn't fire consistently. You know, there's a lot of talent there in Tom Lammonby, Tom Abel, Tom Banton, and James Rue, but you know, they haven't got the big runs consistently that would have made Somerset's performance in the county championship even better.
Fuller in again, over the wicket to the left-handed Leach, and that's pushed into the offside. They think about a run again, but dot ball it is. As you brought up the 3 and 4 toms that you have had, it'd be no surprise, obviously, to you and all Somerset fans how many runs they have scored toms for Somerset, but I did work it out over the last 3 full county championships. Toms have scored over 35% of Somerset's runs.
Well, that's a very good stat. Well done. I have to tell Steve Pittard about that, eh? That's very good. I shall remember that one.
Fuller in, bowls, and that's a full and straight. There's a big appeal for LB and given. Leach looks round a little bit unsure, but that looked full and straight to me, Anthony. I don't know what.
I mean,
your thoughts
unless he
were.
got an inside edge on it, and then he was pretty much dead and buried. I think. Haven't seen the replay yet, but didn't seem to be much wrong with it on first viewing. Yeah, just brought it back in from outside the off stump. Good piece of bowling.
Really good ball from Fuller. So that's the end of Jack Leach, and a wicket maiden for Fuller. Leach goes back to the pavilion.
And here comes Somerset's last man, young Alfie Ogborn, who isn't known, I think it would be fair to say, for his batting. This is his 3rd first-class game, and both of the other 2 were against Hampshire. Home and away. And he's scored 31 runs in 7 innings in first-class cricket, with the highest score of 12. And 3 of those games for Somerset. The other one was for Worcestershire against Kent last season when he went to New Road on loan.
But if he scores a quick 10 here, Somerset fans will be wanting him to open.
Well, I think what he needs to do, I mean, Miguel Pretorius is an uncomplicated batsman, but he's got a very good eye, and he's got first-class centuries to his name, so he can certainly bat, and he can score quickly as well. So if Alfie Ogborn can hold up one end, 27.8 he averages in first-class cricket as Pretorius, with 1 century and 15 50s, best of 109 not out. So, you know, he's a not inconsiderable batsman. But as you will see, he doesn't move his feet very much and relies on it. Yeah, he relies on his eye. He's facing Brett Hampton, New Zealander, and he cuts this away down to wide 3rd man. The field spread to allow him the single, so that Hampton can bowl at Somerset's number 11, Alfie Ogborn. 137 for 9.
But Marcus Draskothic never moved his feet that much, did he?
He didn't. No, you're quite right.
So maybe he's modelling himself on that technique, which isn't a bad role model.
Yes, good old Marcus. And he's with the England setup now, of course. Batting coach for England, and doing a very good job by all accounts. So here's Hampton right arm medium pace, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Ogbourne. Bowls left arm, bats right-handed. He's only, how old is he, Alfie Ogbourne? 21, I think. Yeah, 21, born in Yeovil. Comes from South Somerset. Played for North Perrott on the Dorset-Somerset border. Lovely cricket ground and a very successful cricket club. Hampton's bowling wide outside the off stump to Ogbourne, who has nothing to do with it.
So yeah, Hampton very much the weaker link in the seamer chain yesterday.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was chatting to Kevin just now, and if Sonny Baker comes back into the side, in the two previous games, it was James Fuller who missed out, but arguably Fuller has bowled a lot better than Hampton in this game. So perhaps it would be the overseas who misses out. This is defended by Ogbourne from the crease, better ball from Hampton.
We know from cricket stats and figures don't always tell the whole story. He was wicketless yesterday, the only bowler to be wicketless, and he went for 26 off 4 overs.
He didn't bowl very well yesterday.
And, no, that's what I heard. I was trying to be polite. But
Well, it was that second week of partnership, 55. Batting was looking really easy, and the field was set back, and bowling wasn't very good, and then it all changed. A couple of loose shots. That's outside the off stump. No shot from Ogbourne. A couple of loose shots and a brilliant catch, because Tom Banton is in the form of his life, and he middled a sort of flick through mid-wicket, and Gubbins launched himself at it, and somehow or another it stuck.
But I was saying to Amelia that it was a bit of a mixed bag, because you had some great deliveries from Hampshire, you had some weak shots from Somerset, and then that's that wicket you're talking about is sort of out of the blue.
It was, but it all adds up to 137 for 9, which is very disappointing. Somerset are not going to take any batting points from this game again. It didn't against Sussex either. Hampton's in and bowls, and this comes off Ogbourne's pads out into the onside. End of that over. Hampton's 5th over, none for 27. Just the 1 run from that over. James Fuller, who has 4 for 22, will bowl the next over.
So yeah, James Fuller bowling to his name today. Very full, 2 LBWs, Tom Abel and Jack Leach, who were putting on something of a partnership in the context of this Somerset innings. But we've now got the 2 tailenders at the crease.
Colin Smith on Twitter says, reopeners, what's Chris Taveray doing these days? Well, Chris Taveray was actually at the county ground a couple of weeks ago.
Fuller into Pretorius, that's short and wide and cut through the offside. There's 2 fielders, not quite on the rope, but set back, saving 2 runs as they come through for a single. They've obviously some plan there, because that was short and wide, and
give him the single, I think, just get him off strike.
Set back, save the 2.
Doesn't over-attack Ben Brown, does he? We had 4 slips first thing yesterday morning, but it very quickly became 3 and then 2, and then we had 4 fielders out on the boundary while that second wicket partnership was going on.
Fuller in 2 slips, and that's full outside the off stump, driven, not timed brilliantly, but they come through for the single.
Alfie Ogbourne will be feeling better for that. He's a very nice young man, very cheerful and personable. Likes to chat, does our Alfie.
Right, one of the slips has come out now. We've just got Albert next to Ben Brown. We've got 2 on the leg side, 3 on the leg side on the rope, and 2 on the offside, almost on the rope. So singles everywhere. As he pulls that and takes one of them on offer. Pretorius moves on to 8.
Notice the outfield's a bit blotchy, and last evening after play was called off. The groundsman was out there with a machine spraying what I presume to be fungicide, because I think it's probably some sort of fungal infection they've got here, but it is distinctly blotchy.
Fungicide is a new word for me.
Yeah.
It's word of the day. As full as in, and that's left alone outside off stump.
It's a chemical that kills fungus.
I gathered, but yeah, fungicide.
But I couldn't think what else it would be, because there aren't any weeds to be seen, so it wouldn't have been a selective weed killer or anything like that. But as I say, it's got this sort of slightly mottled look to it, the outfield.
Yeah, you're right, because it is usually pristine at this stage of the season. So some infestation. Follow up, 2 slips back in place. Fielders are in now, saving the single. As he comes in and bowls, that's straight and just blocked by Ogborn.
I'm glad you referenced Polly Rhodes's flag.
Yes.
It didn't make the trip to Hove for reasons which weren't entirely clear, but I'm glad to see it here, standing out proudly on the left-hand side of the pavilion as we look out across the ground, and dwarfing the Hampshire flag by comparison.
I used to work in the scorebox, not as a scorer, but with Polly, so I know her well, and I remember the year that she sewed that flag and was very proud of it, rightly so. Left outside off stump for no run, and that's the end of the over. Somerset are 140 for 9.
There are actually 2 flags, a home flag and an away flag.
Wow, that is impressive. Is the home flag even bigger?
No, they're both the same, but they are both substantial flags, let's say. Yeah.
I think I'm going to make way now for Kev.
Thanks, Gemma.
Thanks, Anthony.
It's Gemma Green. We'll be back after lunch, because we've got another hour to go to the lunch interval, because we started half an hour late. Here's Hampton to Pretorius, who pulls this away into the onside, Fullerwell field, and they take the single. Pretorius not bothered about protecting Alfie Ogborn, which suggests that Alfie knows one end of a bat from the other. I haven't seen enough of him with the bat in hand to form a judgment, but he's got a good temperament, and his left arm over attack adds a useful new dimension to the Somerset bowling attack. This time he just lets that go past his outside edge through to Ben Brown. Didn't play a shot at it. 141 for 9.
Yeah, it's only his 5th first-class match. He's played against Hampshire before, actually, hasn't he? About a year or 2 ago.
Twice.
Yeah, twice. Oh.
They played against Hampshire at the end of last season. And in this, I think you're quite right, he made his debut the season before. And he also played a game for Worcestershire on loan. Hampton in bowls, and this time he does play at that, and it goes past the outside edge through to Ben Brown. We've got 2 slips, 4 saving 1, and 1, 2, 3 men out on the boundary at 3rd man long leg and deep cover. I'm glad to be able to say that the weather is improving all the time. There's a lot of blue sky now away to the east, which I think is the direction that the weather's coming from. So it could turn out to be a very pleasant afternoon. Hampton bowls, and this time Ogborn doesn't play at that too wide of the off stump.
Now Darren Mail is trying to start a theme here throughout the day. solentcricket@gmail.com. He's emailed saying an Easter themed cricket team. Morning all, says, I'll start with Danny Lamb. So are we going to go with that through the day? If you can think of anything, let us know. So I'm going to start. Okay, we'll start with Danny Lamb. See where we go.
Here's Hampton in bowls and defended by Ogborn.
Can you think of anything off the top of your head? I can't right now. Unless somebody's Bunny. Well, I suppose some people were called Bunny something, weren't they? solentcricket@gmail.com. Let us know. Or
it's one for Steve Pittard. I'm sure he can.
Is it? Yeah.
Steve can come up with some
or at Ant Gibb on the X feed.
Here's Hampton in bowls, and Ogbourne has nothing whatever to do with it, and the cricket just a little inconsequential at the moment, with Pretorius taking a single off the first ball of each over, and Ogbourne just intent on staying there, keeping his end up, letting as many go through as possible. He's scored 1 run from 14 deliveries, whereas Pretorius, by contrast, has 9 from 8. But even Pretorius hasn't. Don't think he's found the boundary yet.
There's still a bit of movement out there, isn't there? Wicket's still, I guess, damp with the amount of covering that there's been on over the last couple of days or so. So 47 runs have been added this morning. We started at 11:30, so we've had, what, an hour and 5 hours and 6 minutes. Somerset have lost 3 wickets in that time. Here's Fuller with a field stretched, and he's playing a missing outside the off stump. Pretorius, the only way that was going was either keeper or first slip, dangling the bat out there to a widest delivery.
Yeah, wasn't the most intelligent shot he'll ever play, because there's a third man in place as well. So even if he got a nick on it, would only have brought him a single.
Bit of shape on that ball again from James Fuller. Beautiful ball that got Jack Leach, LBW, swung in from a good length. Also had Abel, LBW, to a ball that nipped back, the right-hander. It's a nice drive, beautifully timed out to deep cover where Dawson fields, brings Pretorius a single. He moves on to 10, 142 for 9 Somerset in their first innings.
Yeah. Maximum bat swing, minimal foot movement. That's bigger Pretorius as a batsman.
Right, 1 or 2 people are starting to think about their Easter 11s. solidcricket@gmail.com. This is well, this is not exactly a name. Steve Clark has sort of stretched a name a little bit, or he's given it a different inference. He says, how about Alfie Eggborn? we might put that in brackets. Fuller, length ball, that's well played by Ogbourne. We'll put that one in brackets, I think, because it's not actually his name, although it's close. So your Easter 11s, current or past players, solidcricket@gmail.com. There's a few coming in now. I'll just look to see if they're proper names or made up names. 142 for 9, his Fuller's got 2 slips in for Ogbourne, the right-hander. Nudges other way through square leg. There'll be at least 1. They may look for 2. Turns quickly, Ogbourne at the far end. 2 runs it is. And brings the Somerset total into 144 for 9 and Ogbourne on to 3.
What's happening elsewhere? Let's have a look. Yorkshire 307 all out against Durham, who are 50 for 1. Worcestershire now ahead of Essex, 182 for 7, replying to Essex's 179.
Fuller again from the far end. Into Ogbourne. It's wide outside the off stump, through to Ben Brown.
And Sussex still going very well against Surrey, who are having a pretty thin time of it, Surrey. The mighty Surrey. 289 for 3 are Sussex, with Tom Haynes 122 not out, following on his 140 he got in the second innings against Somerset.
89
last
not
week.
out overnight.
Tom Alsop is out, however, formerly of Hampshire, of course. And he went for 63, but Sussex very well placed.
Doing well, aren't they? Here's Fuller, last ball of the over. That's come back in, but nicely played by Ogbourne. He's in behind that one. End of the over, 144 for 9. Pretorius has 10 and Ogbourne has 3.
And they've started at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are playing Notts. Warwickshire 75 for 4. And they lost most of yesterday's play. We lost 2 sessions here, but got that fateful first session in. How different it might have been if the rain had come in an hour earlier.
Yeah.
And Somerset would only have been 1 down instead of 6 down. So it goes, 144 for 9.
I think along the coast at Hove, I think he got through to about 3 o'clock.
Yeah, yes, I was listening to some of it. So Pretorius, 10 from 10. He's on strike as the sun comes out. And Brett Hampton in bowls. Oh, and that nearly did for Pretorius. It was a full-length delivery swinging in to big right-hander.
Great delivery. Late swing as well. Phil Husband, sonofcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm going for a mixed sex team. We will do, yeah. Kate Cross. Yeah, we'll include that. Yeah, she's in the 11.
Very good. Hampton to Pretorius, just the one slip, field spread. Pretorius waves his bat at that, and they could come back for a second run. They're going to come back for a second run as Brad Wheel fields, and they get home comfortably enough. 146 for 9. Pretorius on to 12.
Nick Wheatley. This is another one that's not quite the name. Swapping Ed Barnard for Egg Barnard. But it's no, not quite. I mean, again, that's in brackets. He doesn't quite. I don't think he'll quite make the 11 if we get some decent responses.
Hampton in bowls to Pretorius, who will pick up a single this time as he just pushes that one into the offside, and there's every opportunity in the world for taking the single. He moves on to 13, 147 for 9. Somerset starting today on 94 for 6, and they have lost Craig Overton, who was caught behind off Brad Wheel without scoring. As Hampton is in and bowls, and Ogborn lets that go through to Ben Brown. And then Tom Abel, that was the big wicket, was LBW to a good ball from James Fuller for 21. And then Jack Leach made 20 from 38 and looked in really no trouble at all. Got another good one from James Fuller and was pinned LBW by some late in-swing for 20. It's Hampton in the sunshine. In and bowls outside the off stump to Ogborn. I haven't been massively impressed, I have to say, by Brett Hampton. 0 for 31 in just under one ball short of 7 overs. He's been less expensive today, but not particularly threatening.
No, I mean, for me, he's got great shape on the ball. He can swing it away, nip it in, but the line is just not quite there.
He's there now to Ogborn, and again, well, proving the point there, going down the leg side. Again, a swinging delivery, but started on the wrong line and got worse. End of that over, 147 for 9, 13 to Pretorius, 3 to Ogborn.
Right, Stephen Bryce has emailed sonofcricket@gmail.com. He's also gone for Kate Cross, and he also says John Easter. Well, he's got to be number 1, isn't he, really? That's absolutely right. And I've just looked up John Easter. Actually born in Shawford in Hampshire and played for Oxford University. Sadly passed away a few years ago, but yeah, he counts 28 matches for Oxford. So there we are, John Easter. John Shepherd, says Rodney Ward.
That's more,
Shepherd?
that's more
It's more
Christmas.
Christmas, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, Rodney, we're chucking him out. Doesn't quite. Full of bowls, and that's turned away on the leg side by Ogborn. They turn for 2 as the ball makes its way out towards mid-wicket. Everybody is on the boundary, apart from Ben Brown, Tom Prest at slip, and of course the bowler Fuller. 149 for 9.
I'm not a great fan of these sorts of fields. It tends to be the default setting for county captains when they get through to the tail, but I'd rather see them trying to get Pretorius out. I mean, he's a number 9 batsman after all.
Fuller again comes in and bowls, wishes that away with no foot movement. Now way on the leg side. They only get 1. Now Ogborn's going to take 2. That's good running, actually. It's a comfortable 2.
That's 150 on the board. Muted applause.
There's one or two Somerset supporters around, isn't there?
Yeah. Well, it's as I say, it's popular trip.
Yeah.
It's not too far. It's only about I don't know, what, 50 miles from the Somerset border, something like that.
Too bad. Tom Featherstone on the emails has also gone for Kate Cross. That seems to be a very popular. Rodney Ward has gone for Bob Woolmer. I think we'll get that in. Wool, will we? That's turned away. Now they're looking for two here again as the ball trickles out towards mid-wicket, and they're going to get two more. Both fielders leave it for each other, and they will get three. Will they get three? There are. Oh dear, the crowd won't like this. Ben Brown doesn't like that either.
That was sloppy.
Dawson, one of those out there. Oh dear, 3 runs. The locals have already voiced their displeasure at that one. 154 for 9. We'll put Bob Woolmer in, I think, because it includes wool. I think that's always...
What's wool got to do with Easter?
Lambs? Wool? I presume that's why it's there.
Yeah, I suppose so.
He was just about to bowl, was James Fuller, but he's walking back to his mark. 2 slips in now, and there are 4 fielders saving the single for Ogbourne, who's on 3. Fuller in again and bowls, and Ogbourne turns that away to one of those fielders, saving the single. A couple of more on the Easter names. Mark Nanji, sonandcricket@gmail.com. Says Tom Buntin, obviously Tom Buntin. No, he says it's a bit of a stretch, I know. Yeah, I'm not even sure he makes it in brackets, that one. I think we'll leave that out for sure. It's got a little bit ragged for Hampshire here in the last few minutes. Here's Fuller. Sunshine getting a little brighter. Ogbourne pushes that into the gap on the offside. They'll come through for a single. 155 for 9.
Ogbourne farming the strike, taking the single off the penultimate ball of the over. Then I suppose that Pretorius will probably be given the single anyway.
Still 4 men in. And the slip.
No, they won't give him a single, will they? They'll try and stop him getting a single. I'm talking nonsense.
Deep cover. 3rd man, fine leg and deep square leg. Pretorius works that away just wide of mid-wicket, but they'll come through for a run. He'll keep the strike. 156 for 9.
And I'll make way for Amelia.
Thank you, Anthony. Right, and got a few emails here about the Easter 11. So far we've got Danny Lamb. He's a certainty. Kate Cross is a certainty, and John Easter. 3, and Bob Warmer we're including, so we've got 4. We've got a couple on the bench at the moment, which we're leaving out. Matt, I think Angel, I think I've got that right. Matt, apologies if I haven't. sonandcricket@gmail.com. He says Adam Gilchrist, but obviously Adam Gilchrist. I think we'll have that in for now. So we'll put that in. Hello, Amelia.
Hello.
There's quite a few in at the moment, isn't there? I'm just making sure that Roy Palmer, ex-Somerset, former umpire as well. Does Palmer get in Palm Sunday?
Palm Sunday, I suppose so.
Yeah, I think we'll put that in.
Yeah.
Brian Budd, thank you very much. That's turned away on the offside by Pretorius. Goes out to deep extra cover. Fielded right on the boundary there by Fletcher Middleton. Slides into that nicely. Using the conditions there to slide in to that one. 158 for 9. So we've got Roy Palmer. And Ken Palmer, I suppose, could be another one. We don't want too many Somerset people in it, though. Just to annoy Anthony, if nothing else. Here comes Hampton, runs away from us and bowls. Pretorius edges between keeper and first slip.
Oh.
Right in the gap.
Yeah.
Well, first slip's quite wide.
Yeah, and he's still crouching on the floor. I think he's quite disappointed with that opportunity missed.
Has this come from Gemma, this email? From Hursley Park. Have you got that email? No. Right, okay. Right, Hursley Park have emailed. They've got their own email. Is that Hursley Park men or Hursley Park ladies, or is that a general Hursley Park cricket club near Winchester? Here's Hampton again, bowls, and Pretorius just pushes that up to mid-off, so 162 for 9. Bunny Lucas played for England in the 1890s.
Wow, we are really going back in the history books.
We've got to have that. I mean, anything with Bunny in
Wins.
is up there.
Absolutely.
There's another one, South African, called David Bunn, B-U-N-N. I suppose that's close enough, isn't it, really? I suppose he's one of those that could be replaced. Here's Hampton. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. Here's Pretorius. He's doing a good job, 27 from 21. I'm going to look up, actually, Mr. Bunn.
Yep.
David Bunn. Let's have a look.
Well, the sun has absolutely come out now. I think there's no doubt about it. We have blue sky and just a couple of wispy clouds in the sky. It's the first time all weekend that we've actually had some full sunshine. It's beautiful over the Utilita Bowl.
Yes, David Keith Clarence Bunn. Full.
What a name.
Thick outside edge, that is. Down towards third man, the ball goes. 163 for 9. Yeah, played for Northerns and the South African under-19s as well. Left-handed batter and slow left armour. Born in 92.
1892?
No, 1992. Yeah, it's fairly regular. Yeah, it's fairly recent. Played for the South African under-19s in 2010.
Oh, fabulous.
So there we go. So Mr. Bunn is in there as well. We've got a few in there now. Here's Hampton, runs away from us and bowls. And that's just pushed square on the offside by Ogborn. End of the over. Hampton is 8 overs, none for 38. And Pretorius has 28. Ogborn 4, 163 for 9. Ah, Somerset. You going to do a few? Shall I carry on doing a few? We'll share them.
Absolutely.
Ronnie Irani had the nickname Chicken. We're not quite on nicknames yet, Stephen Bryce, but thank you anyway for your contribution. sonancricket@gmail.com.
Thank you to all those that have read it. We actually have, we have about 28 unread. It's gone mad. So we will get to them, we promise. We're just trawling our way through.
Yes, your cricket in Easter 11 could be male or female because we've got Kate Cross in there.
Throughout history as well.
Yeah, throughout, ever. First class has to be, of course.
So we have Fuller coming in again from the pavilion end, facing up to Pretorius, who just pushes that off into his leg side. No run scored. He'll just sort of wander around at the crease there, and it's picked up again. Fuller on 4 for 37 in this innings. Can he make it a fifth? Pretorius on a very good score of 28 off 22 overs. I think that's the first time in the Somerset batting order that someone has actually scored higher than the more deliveries they faced.
Very positive.
Yes, absolutely. Fuller in again towards us, running towards the hotel end. Bowls. Oh, slightly off on the outside edge. And Pretorius very much swung at it. It looked as if he might have clipped it, but I think it was missed, and it carried through to Ben Brown, who rolls the ball back to square wicket, and it will be eventually passed back to Fuller.
Just a reminder, we're going through to 1:30 this morning because we started at 11:30 because of damp conditions this morning. So we won't be having lunch at 1 o'clock, nor will the players. Slightly delayed.
Fuller in again over the wicket, and again Pretorius goes to block it, but it just carries through on the offside to Ben Brown. He looks a bit annoyed at that. I think Pretorius almost thought he hit that because he kind of turned around as if to go, oh! You can see the tension in his body, but clearly missing the bat just this time.
Right, Greg Thornett, sonandcricket@gmail.com. He says, I may have needed some search engine assistance with this one. Archibald William Palm, a South African cricketer who played in one test match in 1927-28. There's a few Palms now, isn't there?
Yes, Fuller in again from the pavilion end towards us. Oh, but Pretorius got a nice grip on that, and it's been pushed off towards the far boundary over the wicket, over the bowler's head, and will be going for 4. Yeah, he got a really nice grip on that and pushed it all the way. And Fuller couldn't really do much, and he just sort of watched it go, unfortunately. Yeah. You could see he was happy with that one.
Pete Watson, solarcricket@gmail.com, has emailed.
Fuller in again, running towards us. And that's just pushed off square of the wicket on the leg side.
Peter says, loving the commentary as always. Currently up in Doune, I hope I spelled that right, in Scotland. D-O-U-N-E, hopefully that's Doune. Some of these are a bit of a stretch, and you're right, Peter, they are. Graham Onions, who was known as Bunny. Yeah, that's not far away. He's sort of hovering around the 11. Roger Binney, he's put Roger Bunny, the former Indian Test cricketer. Most people will remember him.
Fuller in to Ogbourne this time. And it goes for a block and it just skids past his bat and into the keeper's hands. And that's the end of the over. We'll have another changing ends.
Alan Eggleston, of course, the former and late former Kent bowler. Again, it's not quite the right name, so no, they're hovering, but they're not quite. They don't quite make the final 11. I don't think.
They might be called up.
They might be
if
called
we
up.
need.
Yeah,
if we need
there's
one.
an injury.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Or in a gap.
Or a late no-show.
Absolutely.
So they're hovering. Dan Christian. Says Tony Salisbury, solarcricket@gmail.com. I think, Christian will have to go in.
Yeah.
It's a Christian festival, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Easter? I think that's got to go in.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. He also says Ian Bishop. Is that Ollie Pope? That's more of a... I've got to get this word
Catholic.
right. Yeah, ecclesiastical.
Oh,
11,
very
isn't it?
nice.
Is that the word?
Goodness me,
Gemma
yeah.
was impressed with that one. Thank you. Even Anthony was now. He's not said that very often. Here's Kyle Abbott back into the attack. The ball comes into Pretorius, who works it on the onside again. They're going to take two. The ball literally hasn't even made mid-wicket. And with the field spread, as so often we see on this ground, that it's an easy two. And these Somerset batters are very alert to that. 170 for 9. So we're going to leave Bishop and Pope out for the moment. Thank you, Tony. Daryl Hare, says Andrew Bowker, solarcricket@gmail.com. I thought he was an umpire, wasn't he? But he might have been a former player. Let's have a look. Abbott bowls. Pretorius works that up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I have to say, if he's definitely there, which I'm sure, I don't doubt that, then he certainly makes the 11.
Ogbourne really had to dive out of the way of that ball. Pretorius almost aimed it right at him. We've had another one from Keith. Alan Lamb. Have you seen that one?
Oh, of course, that's an
Alan
obvious
Lamb.
one. Oh, yes, he's
Thank you, Keith in Manchester. A very nice one. I spotted that in the many emails. 33 emails coming in now. Thank you so much for your Easter contributions. We're getting somewhat distracted as that ball goes for. Oh, it doesn't quite reach the boundary there at mid-wicket. And it's managed to stop that.
Now, Daryl Hare, I can't quite... It doesn't come up on my list. Now, is that because I'm spelling it wrongly? I think for the moment, Andrew, I might have to leave that out until I can find a different spelling. But I'd love to put Hare in. Daryl Hare. Well, that's bunny. It's just a big bunny, isn't it?
It's just a big bunny as Abbott comes in, and that's swiped away to the fielder out on the boundary.
Might frighten the children, but...
Yeah, the Easter hare is bigger than some children as it comes to deliver eggs.
Yes. Good grief. Keith Foster suggesting that the after-match report could be written by Rob Bonnet. Solarcricket@gmail.com. Again, we'll keep that in the background. Is it my or your over? I'm too busy worrying about Easter cricketers.
It's all right.
It's your over, isn't it?
Abbott in from the hotel end, bowls, and Little was very straight there. Ogbourne had to do a lot of defence. He got his head over, and it just went square of the wicket, but no runs scored on that one.
Jack Paul, yes, we've got Dan Christian. Thank you very much for that. Alzari Joseph. Is that Easter, Joseph?
Joseph, that's definitely Christmas.
Is it?
I'm
Christmas,
gonna veto that one, unfortunately. Sorry, Christmas.
Right, well, Amelia has spoken.
It's a good Christmas, perfect. Easter, not so much. Have it in again from the hotel end into the attack towards Ogbourne. Again, a little bit straighter, but it was just on the offside, and it carried through to Ben Brown. No run scored, and that's the end of the over.
Anthony's got one. What was it, Anthony? Is that an Easter theme? Pontius Pilate. Oh, right. So that's... He used to play for Warwickshire, didn't he? What's his name? Stefan Pilate. Right, we've got him. Stefan Pilate. I remember him, yeah. Right, I'm going to leave Amelia to come up and read more of your Easter-themed cricketers, and she'll be joined by... who's she going to be joined? Who's coming
Gemma.
on now? Oh, Gemma
Gemma's coming
Green.
in.
Yes, thank you.
Kevin getting far too carried away with the Easter cricketers, but do keep them coming in. We've got 39 emails at the moment, so I will make my best effort to get through them. It's the most emails we've ever had in while I've been here, but thank you so much. As we have Wheel at the helm of the bowling attack, and it just carries through to Ben Brown. Pretorius left that well alone.
So Kevin's left you in charge of selecting.
I don't know about
The Easter
selecting.
11.
I'll just read them out and we can select as a group. I don't like that. That's far too much pressure on me.
But whilst we've been having all this Easter talk, this last wicket partnership, now the second highest of the innings.
Yes.
37. Eclipsed only by the second wicket partnership of 55.
Wheel in again, running towards us at the hotel end. Bowls. Oh, it's swiped, but it didn't quite get enough grip on that, and it's just run away to the fielder on the leg side there.
The last over from this end, I think we just had a bowling change, haven't we?
Yes.
To come on was Fuller.
Yes.
And it summed up sort of batting for me in terms of he beat the outside edge, then he beat the inside edge, then he beat the outside edge. And that probably wouldn't happen to top order batters because they're more likely to get a nick and get out.
Absolutely.
Even though they're the better batters.
Yeah.
They'll get closer to those deliveries.
Whereas these
than
guys
the
just leaving them alone.
tailenders.
But Wheel coming in again. Straight this time, carries through to Ben Brown. Ogbourne definitely playing a little bit cautiously, just leaving them alone. He just got his bat straight in front, nice and straight, and pretty much just got out of the way of it. But yeah, absolutely, there's no chance of the nick or, you know, the sort of slight edge.
Well, if say the closer you are to the ball, the more likely to edge it. So the better the batter you are, the more likely to be out in that kind of context.
Yeah.
It's a bizarre phenomenon of cricket, but the tailenders sometimes can't find the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. Wheel in again, running towards us. Oh, and it just jumped onto the leg side there, and Ogbourne pretty much just managed to get out of the way of it as it carried through to Ben Brown.
So Somerset on 174 for 9. This partnership creeping up towards 40. The only other partnership of note was the 55 between Lammonby and Archie Vaughan. And then this morning we had a fairly quick 33 from Abel and Leach. But this partnership certainly denting Hampshire's spirits when they were 136 for 9.
So a few of our Easter 11. I think Ralph got a little confused because he suggested Parker's Rudolph. Again, another good Christmas one.
They're very much Christmas.
Yeah, a few people were offering the same David Shepherd's coming in again, but carry it going.
Field's just adjusting. We just had a 2. There was a misfield by James Fuller, which allowed Somerset a run. Pretorius now on strike. Wheel in and forward defence just pushed back to the bowler for no run. So I'm letting Amelia look through all the emails that are coming in, siphoning out the Christmas and other festival ones.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to work out which Kevin has read and which he hasn't.
It's amazing how many people have mentioned different batsmen that are bunnies.
Absolutely, or
Yeah.
nicknamed Bunny. It's obviously quite a common.
Well, it's a number 11 thing,
Yes.
and yeah, we've had quite a few of those. Won't read them all out. Save face of those bowlers trying to do their best at the end of an innings for their side. But yeah, a lot of bunnies have come in.
Chris Giles coming in with the how about Warren in brackets H egg. It's a bit of a stretch again. He'll be the sub.
Abbott in, and that's just pushed into the offside. No run. Score is 175 for 9. Abbott to Ogborn. Sorry, not Eggborn. Ogborn. Abbott's coming in from the hotel end.
Who else have we got on a few bunny onions being kicked around? He might be going up the substitutes list if so many people keep going. But we have got one, Matthew Church. That might be a good one. I think he played for Warwickshire.
Abbott in again, past the umpire and bowls short, and that came up nastily to Pretorius, but he dealt with it fairly well, got on top of it and just managed to nudge it into the offside for 1.
Brian Gridley is emailed in with a few wordplay ones. We've got Marcus Trieg Scothing. I think that's his last name, but the egg is capitalised.
That's something.
Lose Gregory. That one might be better.
Marcus Truscothic, he's changed a lot of letters to
He
get
has,
to
hasn't he?
egg scothing. It might be a little bit of a stretch. Abbott in, bowls again, short. Oh, that's hit Ogborn on the shoulder. It's a nasty bounce, but
He says he's all right.
fended it off. The umpire's just coming out, may have hit his helmet, so they'll have to do the customary concussion check that they do when the ball hits the helmet at any stage. Umpire's just calling for the medic. I thought it came off his shoulder, but
I
no,
thought
it
it
didn't.
didn't.
No, it
Did
did.
it?
Hit him right on the side of the helmet.
Right.
So they'll come out and do the necessaries to make sure that he's okay. So you've got a bit of break in play, so crack on.
Absolutely. We've got Dan Christensen. That's definitely one I think that we've had
Dan
already. A
Christian,
few Roger Bunnies. Now is that his name or was that his nickname? That's the thing. That's what I've got to work out now. Dan Christensen, a definite popular one.
Dan Christian played for Hampshire.
Yes, Hampshire overseas player in
a few years
2010.
ago, yeah.
Last ball of the T20 final.
So there'll be a lot of
Thank you,
listeners
Stephen.
remembering that.
Emerson, for giving us a little bit of the context with it. That's fabulous. Adam Gilchrist.
Yeah, I've gone with the Christ Christian
Yep.
type theme.
Let me see, what else have we got? Vice captain. No. Coco Streets. We've got. It doesn't have a name on here, but it was from an AOL.com. Hi guys, enjoying the match on YouTube at home. And my contribution to the Easter 11 is the vice captain of the Kent women's team, Coco Streets, for chocolate, I suppose.
I guess so.
So I'll let
on the
Kev-
bench.
Yeah.
On the bench.
I suppose. Do you know what? We haven't had any other cocoa ones, so
Chocolate sort of related.
we might bring her up. And we haven't had many other women, so I might have to put her in the team.
Somerset Physio is out in the middle at the minute. Ogborn just going through the checks required. Hampshire have taken the opportunity to have a drink and are now just waiting play to resume when all is good.
We've got Matthew John Church, former English cricketer who played for Gloucester in the 1990s.
So my question is, if you're picking an 11, I've made you head of selection now.
Thank you.
With all the suggestions come in, so there's been a plethora of churches,
Yep.
bunnies. Are you allowing multiple names in the final 11, or is it have to be 11 separate?
That's such a good
names?
point. I think we're going to have to pick
You
just
say
one.
we. You say we. I've.
I don't, this
I've
is far
passed
too
the
much
buck.
pressure. I might pass the buck again. Yeah, but I think we'd have to have maybe one church, one bunny.
I think so. I think there's
yes.
probably 11 different names,
Absolutely. I like that.
but no Rudolphs.
No Rudolphs on this one.
Right, it looks like we're all good to carry on. So Ogborn will be on strike again to Abbott after taking that blow to the side of his helmet. Somerset resume on 177 for 9 after that short injury break as Abbott's in. Over the wicket, this one's full and just pushed to mid-off for no run.
Christopher Boyer has emailed in, solentcricket@gmail.com, with his Easter 11. A couple of them very ecclesiastical in this one. Robbie Joseph from... he was who buried Jesus, apparently. So he really knows his stuff. Also, Ollie Stone rolled away from the tomb. I might give you that one, Christopher, purely for the imagination on it.
Abbott in, again a fuller ball but down leg side, left alone by Ogborn, through to the keeper for no run. Just a single off this over so far, but this partnership is now 41 between Pretorius and Ogborn. Pretorius on 40, Ogborn on 6.
Pete Brown suggesting maybe Andy Flowers. Maybe if we were more Valentines, it might be a nice one. But I suppose you do have a lot of tulips around at Easter.
Daffodils. Abbott in again, full and prodded at, but play and miss and through to the keeper. End of the over, Somerset 177 for 9. Pretorius on 40. Ogborn on 6.
Thank you for those who have been emailing in. We still have many to get through. I'm actually struggling to keep up, but do keep emailing in. We're very much enjoying your Easter 11, so please do let us know if you've got any cricketers, past, present, anyone from history, obviously all that were first class, that you think could go in our Easter 11, as Wheel comes in now to the attack. Somerset on 177 for 9 after 51 overs. And we're having a delayed lunch because of the delayed start this morning. So we'll be taking lunch about 11:30. So they've got 15 minutes or so, nearly 20 minutes, as Wheel comes in. Bowls. Oh, very nice. And it's pushed straight off towards the mid-wicket, and it will go for 4. He really got a grip of that to Pretorius, and that brings up 40 for him.
He absolutely did, and I know when I was on with Anthony earlier, some of the Somerset fans were saying about reverse the order, but he has come in at number 10. He's now top scorer of this innings, well, he has been for a while now, on 44. And that was, glorious shot, just back of a length, got on top of the bounce, and just pushed it through the gap, really. Nothing more to it.
Again, Wheel in. Oh, but call for LBW, but the umpire is not looking convinced. It was a little bit late, actually. I feel like Ben Brown shouted it, and then Wheel sort of got on the back of it and went for it. But yeah, I don't think I think it might have just been pitching out of line. What do you think?
Yeah, it looked like it was angling down leg, and there also might have been an inside edge on that. We don't have the audio on the replay here, but that could have been what stifled the appeal.
Wheel in again from the coming towards us, and he bowls. Oh, very high, short bounce up and away at mid wicket, and it's just been fed back to Ben Brown. I think they'll just go for the 1 there.
Yep, brings Ogborn on strike. He's on 6 off 35, I think that says. I stood here in the same position last year, and I could see that easily, so maybe a trip to an optician's is required.
All opticians are available. Wheel comes in from the pavilion end towards Ogborn. Bowls a little bit shorter, very in line. Ogborn had to do a bit of work just to defend that, and it just rolls off square of the wicket back towards the bowler.
Yeah, this will be really irritating for Hampshire, because even if Somerset, and they quite possibly won't get to that 250 for that point, but they'll whatever happens now, even if they last to lunch, or if not, they'll go in with a little bit of a boost from this last wicket partnership.
Absolutely.
Hampshire will be a little bit frustrated that with so much time taken out of the game already from the sessions we lost yesterday, that this has eaten into more time.
Wheel in, looking for another wicket. Bowls short and bounces straight over the head of Ogborn, who ducks out the way, and Ben Brown is there to catch it. You see maybe just a little bit more of the aggressive bowling coming from Wheel there. Bit of a bouncer.
Yeah, well, they've seen, Ogborn got hit twice in that over before. Once took a body blow and once to the lid. So they're just testing this number 11 out. They have got someone back for the hook if he decides to take it on.
Wheel comes in again. 2 slips in place, a little bit wider this time. Bowls, and it's just on the offside. There's a few straights from few shouts from the slips, but nothing comes of it, and that is the end of the over.
Somerset 182 for 9. Pretorius going gloriously, 45 off 38.
And I'm going to make way for Anthony.
And Ogbourne providing some support with him for this final wicket partnership of the Somerset innings. We are going on till 1:30 today. For those of you who just joined us, due to the sessions we lost yesterday, we were going to have 104 overs, but then we couldn't start till 11:30 this morning, so it's back down to the 96 for the day. And the session timings are fixed, so 11:30 till 1:30 is the morning session. And then we will be taking tea at 4:10, irrespective of overs left. So Abbott continuing from the hotel end in and bowls, and that's driven nicely into the covers for a single. Pretorius moves on to 46. Hi, Anthony.
Hello, Gemma. Yeah, it's I mean, it's a good partnership, this, isn't it?
Excellent.
Somerset lower order showing plenty of fight, but the other side of that coin is that pitch doesn't seem to be playing many tricks at the moment, and I think Hampshire will go into bat with some confidence. Somerset are going to have to work harder for their wickets than I think Hampshire have done, certainly yesterday morning.
Yeah, definitely a toss to win yesterday. As Abbott's in and bowls, that's just back of a length, and Ogbourne just sees that off, pushing it back to mid-off. Stoneman picks that up for no run.
But it's been a good partnership. What have they added now? 36, 47?
47, yeah.
Which is the second best partnership of the innings. And Alfie Ogbourne has been out there for 39 deliveries. That's probably put the kiss of death on him.
Yeah, he's played a great support, taken some blows as Abbott's into him again, and another short pitch delivery that Ogbourne manages to sway out of the way of and goes through to the keeper.
Well, he's shown he certainly can bat, Alfie Ogbourne. It's much the longest innings he has played in his short first-class career. And it's a very valuable innings for Somerset as well, because I think, as you were saying, Gemma, it will lift the Somerset spirits.
Absolutely.
When they come out to bat, having not been rolled over inside an hour this morning.
As Abbott's in, and length delivery outside off stump, left alone. Yeah, there's that sort of old adage in sport, isn't it? If it's not going your way, but you can do what the opposition don't want you to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Hampshire absolutely don't want this last wicket partnership hanging around as long as it has done. So it's a moral victory for Somerset, on top of taking time out of the game and adding runs to the board. So it's a really good session for Somerset. Abbott's at the top of his mark again. Orange flashes on the sole of his feet as he runs away from us. Over the wicket, and again, it's quite wide outside off stump, and Ogbourne has no hesitation in leaving that alone.
But make the number 11 play, haven't you?
Absolutely.
I was just saying to Kevin James, disappointing crowd, isn't it? There aren't very many people here for Easter Saturday fine day. Hampshire in a strong position, and I think quite a few of the ones who are here probably are Somerset supporters.
It is disappointing because the first game of the season, the only other home game we've had against Yorkshire, we had a great crowd. It was slightly better weather, but it was a great crowd. So it is a shame as Abbott's in again. And this is a little bit closer to the stumps, but still leavable, as Ogbourne does, and that ends the over. Somerset 183 for 9.
Yeah, and these two have now batted for 13 overs for this last wicket partnership. And if they can see it through to lunch, that would be a great boost to Somerset hopes. They still don't have enough runs, I don't think. 183 for 9 is probably 70 still, also short of a par score. But it's a lot better than it might have been when they lost their first wicket this morning with just 2 runs on the board. 96 for 7 it was, now 183 for 9. So the last 2 wickets have so far added 87 runs. As Wheel is in from the pavilion end, and this is just dropped into the onside by Pretorius, who jogs through for a comfortable single. 184 for 9. Pretorius on 247.
Yeah, we've had another email in about the Easter 11.
I hope it's better than a better suggestion than some of them.
It's from Paul Hobbs, who says his first email didn't make it on air. Apologies, Paul.
Ooh.
We have been inundated. Hopefully this one will. Twickenham Cricket Club 5th 11. There's a player called Raj Saviour.
Oh, well, there you are. That's very good. Yeah, very
So
good.
I think, Paul,
This
sorry
is
to not do
defended
your
into the
earlier,
offside.
sorry to not do your earlier email, but Saviour's straight in the 11.
Very good. Very good. I thought it would. Oh, well, why not? Twickenham 5th 11, perfectly respectable, I'm sure. 184 for 9. We've got 10 minutes to go before lunch. And Alfie Ogborn's resistance, stout resistance. He's batted for 44 deliveries for his 6 runs. As Wheel is in, bowls a bouncer at him and he ducks underneath it. Pretorius, by contrast, 47 from just 40 deliveries, so Ogborn has had more of the strike than Pretorius, which is hardly surprising because Hampshire have been trying to give him as much of the strike as possible.
I am with you, Anthony, on as good as this partnership have been, and take nothing away from Pretorius. In the last sort of 10-20 minutes, Hampshire haven't made them play enough.
No, they haven't.
It's either been short stuff that they've left alone or too wide outside off stump.
Wheel tries again. He's there and bowls, and that's a better delivery.
better.
And Ogborn takes the bat away after the ball has passed him. But he's done a good job for his side as young Alfie. The sun has just disappeared momentarily, but there's lots of blue sky overhead. The trees on the far side, the other side of the pavilion, just coming into leaf. It's a proper springtime scene here at the Utilita Bowl. This is turned into the onside by Ogborn, but won't get a run as it's fielded at mid-wicket. Be a shame when it's all developed, won't it? When it's all houses and shops and hotels and goodness knows what else.
Absolutely, it is a glorious view from up here, and we can see far and wide, and there's nothing to the naked eye that suggests we're not going to get a full day's play today, or well, starting from 11:30 as we did, full day from then on.
Yep, I think it's set fair for the rest of the day. Wheel bowls. Oh, he bowled! That's the end of Alfie Ogborn. Somerset are bowled out for 184. Alfie Ogborn's stout resistance finally ended by a good ball in ducker from Brad Wheel that knocked out his off stump. He's been bowled for 6, but he's been out there for 48 deliveries. Done a great job for his side. That last wicket adding 48. And 48 very important runs for Somerset, because it's not only lifted the score, it will have lifted Somerset spirits as well. So well batted Alfie Ogborn, and well batted Miguel Pretorius as well. Top scoring with 47 from 40 deliveries, and 184, as I was saying, probably well below, or some way below par, but an awful lot better than it looked as if it might have been when it was 94 for 6 overnight and 96 for 7 after about 10 minutes this morning. So Somerset bowled out for 184. The players will now take lunch. Play will resume at around about 14 minutes past. No, get it right. 6 minutes past 2. Is that right? Yeah, it is, isn't it? That would make it 40, wouldn't it? And we'll be back with you then. For the moment, from the Utilita Bowl. It's goodbye.
We're not going to bother. We'll just. I've quickly ticked off the 11.
Yeah.
So we'll literally say thank you very much for all the things. We'll do that. And then we'll just go through the 11. So thank you. And then move on. Now wait till the umpires get a bit closer. So I'm saying we'll dial on because I was dialed in. Just introduce yourself. You tell me when you're comfortable. Yeah. Nice to listen to you.
Hello and welcome back this afternoon to Hampshire v Somerset at the Utilita Bowl. We have Hampshire began this morning. It was after a slight rain delay, so we came on at 11:30. Somerset began on their overnight total of 94 for 6, and they finished just before lunch, all out on 184. Hampshire are now coming into bat. And they had a very good day this morning, and we shall begin shortly. It looks as though we have obviously everyone is coming on now. We had a few of our Hampshire bowlers did very well this morning, notably Fuller and Wheel getting about 7 between them, as well. Abbott's got a few as well. So yeah, Hampshire starting now after lunch, their first innings. They're coming in shortly, and they will be beginning. Yeah, they're going to be. So Somerset will begin their bowling attack. They will be bowling from the pavilion end. 4 slips in place. And we begin with Overton into the attack, and it's just pushed off into square of the wicket. So we have Stoneman and Middleton into bat first for Hampshire. And they're away. Stoneman scoring the first run of the day, 2 o'clock. As I said, Somerset finished 184 for 4 just before lunch. Overton in, just pushes it off to Middleton, who blocks it, and they're away. So after lunch, we've the sky is clear. It's nice and sunny. It's not too much cloud in the sky. It's a bit of a patchy sky, but it's very much warm and sunny. Hopefully, conditions will be a little bit easier for the Hampshire batters as they come in. Overton again. Oh, just going down. There's a bit of a cheer, a bit of a half a shout for something, but nothing comes of it. The umpire doesn't want any of that involvement with 4 slips in place. Middleton just taps the ground as he wanders back to the crease. So he'll face yet another Overton ball. Lands up again and prepares his bat as Overton comes running around in and over the wicket. Bowls, and again very straight ball. Middleton blocks but doesn't get any bat on it. He needs to be careful of that edge. That's what the slips I think are trying to get into his head a little bit. Needs to be very careful of that, watching the replay. Yeah, it's a very fast ball from Craig Overton as he walks all the way back to his starting position. He sort of comes in on a bit of a curve, does Craig Overton. He sort of comes all the way around, and in he comes again. Overton in, bowls, Middleton blocks it back to him, and it's picked up by Overton. The slips are very encouraging for Overton. A little bit rowdy, some would say. So everyone's very tight into the field today. We've got 4 slips in place. We've got a point, a square leg, a mid-wicket, and only one person out on the far boundary. So very much in power play style. Overton in again towards Middleton. Bowls just goes out on the offside. And we'll have a change of overs, so we'll swap over and we'll have bowling from the Hilton end. So yeah, many of the fielders already removing their jumpers as they run over to the other side. I think they've come out and decided, oh, it's actually a lot warmer than we were expecting, or was before lunch. Hampshire on 1-0 after 1 over, and that was scored by Stoneman. And Middleton faced 5 but yet to score. And we'll see who will be our next. Our next bowler seems to be Ogbourne, is going to come in on the attack for Somerset. So he's just adjusting his line slightly, adjusting his fielding, sort of composing himself, ready to bowl. Again, sort of doing a bit of a sweeping run in, similar to Overton earlier, as he comes in from the Hilton end. Bowls, and it just goes down the leg side, carried to the wicket keeper.
Hello.
Hello.
Well done.
Kevin James, thank you.
Carrying that for a little while. I was to do a couple of things. Your commentary team is the same as it was this morning. Myself, Kevin James. You've just been hearing from Amelia Clark. Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's player, is with us, and also Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset and also BBC Bristol. So, yeah, delayed start this morning. 184 all out Somerset. Miguel Pretorius with a bright and breezy 47, not out. Ogbourne bowls. That's a length ball to Stoneman, the left-hander. He's 1 not out. Fletcher Middleton, as Amelia says, is his opening partner. Thank you for everybody for all the emails we got in the morning session about our Easter playing 11. We were swamped, it's fair to say, with varying degrees of emails. I think some of them were very good, some of them were okay, let's put it that way. So some of the suggestions didn't quite make the final 11. We've got a final 11. We'll go through that and we'll wrap things up. But thank you, everybody. If we didn't read out the email, we got so many. As that's played out by Stoneman out to point, and there is no run. So we'll go through the 11. This won't be in batting order or bowling order. It's just the 11 that we've chosen. The captain has to be Ray Saviour.
Absolutely.
From the Twickenham 5th 11. It was supposed to be first-class cricketers, but we thought that surname was absolutely perfect.
We're giving him a chance.
Yeah, so Ray Saviour will captain, even though he's probably way down in the batting order. Oh, he might even be a bowler, who knows. So he captains the side. Danny Lamb, of course. His Ogbourne runs away from us, left arm over and bowls. That swings. Stoneman plays it back to the bowler, quite full as well. It is a mixed 11, so Kate Cross makes it. John Easter. Bunny Lucas, Archibald Palm, Roy Palmer, a former Somerset player, Adam Gilchrist, sort of play a little bit of a play on the second syllable there, Dan Christian, Alan Lamb, and Stefan Pierle, and I think that's the 11. Yeah. So there we are. That's the 11 we've chosen, which I think is a pretty good Easter 11.
Absolutely.
In name only. If nothing else. That's pushed forward by Stoneham. It's going to take a quick single into the covers. The sunshine is out. The conditions are improving all the time. And maybe, as we witnessed in that last wicket partnership worth 48 between Ogbourne and Pretorius, that maybe conditions are getting a little easier for batting. I don't want to take anything away from that last wicket stand, but I think the way they played may have suggested that batting is getting a little easier. We have 68 and a bit overs left in the day, so it's going to be quite a long day. 4:10 is tea, fixed tea, no matter what the number of overs are left. Ogbourne bowls, length ball to Middleton, and there is no run. Welcome to our new listeners here at a sunny Utilita Bowl. 2 without loss Hampshire. Got underway just after 2 o'clock the afternoon session, after a delayed half an hour to allow the ground staff to mop up. Myself, Kevin James and Amelia Clark with you, taking you through this early period in the afternoon session. So Somerset reaching 184 all out, having started the day 94 for 6. Craig Overton going early for no score. Tom Abel for 21, Jack Leach 20, Alfie Ogborn the last man out for 6, leaving Pretorius 47 not out.
And Overton coming in from the pavilion end, facing Stoneman. He bowls, and it's just knocked off to square of the wicket, and they're going to run for 1, and they thought about going for 2, but they didn't in the end, as the fielder was there on top of it, turned quickly and thrown back to the wicketkeeper. As there's a little bit of an adjustment for the field.
Yeah, the right and left-handed combination out there.
The fielders are going to be moving around quite a bit.
Oh yes, I was going to say yesterday it would be to keep them warm this morning, but I don't think they need to worry about it now.
No,
this
jumpers are
day
already
is
off.
rapidly improving.
It has, absolutely. Overton in again. He's coming over the wicket now, and it just scurries past outside of the wicket, straight through to the wicketkeeper.
So Fletcher Middleton, 45 and 38 here against Yorkshire in the win, and at the Oval made just 5 in the first innings. I didn't actually write down what he put in the second innings, but yeah, looking for a big score to get his season going.
Overton in. Oh, and again it's just very straight line. So Middleton had to get his bat right out of the way of that. As Gemma and I were talking about earlier, it's in those sort of situations that those little edges where they carry through can be a downfall for a batter. So Middleton really needs to just watch those edges as those fast balls are coming through.
Yeah, Craig Overton rested in the last game. Somerset got some important games coming up against some big sides, and Overton coming into this fairly fresh.
Again, running towards us. Overton in, bowls, a length delivery, square of the wicket, and it will scurry off. It might just make the boundary, but there is a roving fielder that's going to pick it up just but inside of the boundary, and they've taken another couple there.
So 3 slips in for Somerset. We saw some movement yesterday, didn't we, in the 27 odd overs that we played in the morning.
Absolutely.
And there was a bit of movement this morning, but you do get the feeling as the sun becomes stronger today, this pitch is just getting a little easier.
There's 4 slips now. They've brought a 4th in. Overton in, bowls, and it's just pushed off to the fielder, who's going to pick it up and hold them at a dot ball for that one.
Yeah, a little bit of a false shot off the inside half of the bat there from Fletcher Middleton. 23 years of old, playing his 3rd full season for Hampshire in the opening slot, which has been a little bit of a problem area for them over the last few seasons, looking to get 1 or 2 players established in that area. Nobody's really taken it on yet.
Overton in, bowls, shorter this time, popped up, and it's just pushed onto the leg side for a dot ball by Fletcher Middleton.
So I was a little bit unkind when I mentioned Fletcher Middleton's second innings, because I hadn't written it down. 42 he made last week against Surrey in that great rear guard action by Hampshire in their second innings. Surrey looking to complete a victory. Had a day and a bit to bowl Hampshire out and couldn't quite do it. Middleton playing his part. Gubbins the main contributor there with 117. So Alfie Ogborn to bowl the 4th over of the Hampshire reply. Left arm over into the side due to an injury to Lewis Gregory. That's swung. That's a great delivery.
That was fantastic.
Past the outside edge of Stoneman's bat. Mark Stoneman brought in, well, he said in an interview he did with me pre-season, I'm not James Vince's replacement. But he was signed not long after it was announced that James Vince wouldn't be playing red ball cricket. He too is looking for a score. Top score so far of 46 in the first innings here in the opening match against Yorkshire. A very experienced player, 37 years old, playing his 253rd first-class match. Averages 34, pushes forward. That's gone off a thick outside edge through the vacant gully area, and it's running away to the top end of the ground for 4. And Stoneman moves on to 7. And Hampshire on 9 without loss. Well, there's a little bit of movement for both the bowlers here. For Somerset, Ogborn relying on swing through the air. Overton relying mainly on seam off the deck. There's a little bit there for them so far. Hampshire picked up 3 points in the game, having bowled out Somerset. Right on the stroke of a delayed lunch. Somerset yet to pick up their first bonus point, and looking for their first win of the season after a draw against Worcestershire and a loss against Sussex. That's on the line of leg stump, and it hits Stoneman high up on the pad. Just waiting for the umpire to signal. I'm sure he will. Yep, there he is, lifting the leg up to the scorers at the far end of the ground to the right as we look. And Hampshire move on to 10 without loss. Other milestones in this game. Ben Brown is playing his 200th first-class match. Ben Brown, who's now the Hampshire Red Ball captain, with James Vince moving on in this form of the game. And most of those, of course, were for Sussex. And Liam Dawson is playing his 200th first-class game for Hampshire. Here's Ogbourne, runs away from us, bowls, and that's flicked away by Middleton through the leg side. That's running away for 4. Little too short and a little too leg stumpish there from Ogbourne. Brings Middleton on to 6, and Hampshire 14 without loss. They are 170 runs behind currently on the first innings.
Yeah, just watching the replay there, it really just looked like Middleton kind of got his leg up, but he also just sort of used the pace that Ogbourne had bowled at him to just redirect it and just push it off to mid-wicket, to that far boundary. Didn't really have to do a lot there.
No, it's a bit too short, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A bit of bounce, you're right. Maybe that's the new ball. Sure it is. As Ogbourne comes in again and bowls. That's very full this time. Dug out by Middleton, out towards mid-wicket. A little bit of pace on the ball that got it between two fielders, but I think Middleton was probably more relieved that he dug that one out rather than thinking about a single. I think there was one there if both batters had gone straight away. Either one or both were unsure initially, and they did the right thing by risking a single at this stage. I think Somerset will feel that they're slightly below par at 184. Yes, there was movement yesterday, and yes, there was movement this morning. I still think Hampshire's bowling at times was a little indifferent. Middleton's on the back foot this time. Nice straight back past the bowler. But there was enough movement that if you got enough balls in the right areas, Amelia, I think there was always wickets there, wasn't there?
Yeah.
End of Ogbourne's over. 2 overs, none for 9. Overton's bowled 2 overs, none for 4, and Hampshire are 14 without loss. Hampshire having won their first game here against Yorkshire and drew up at the Oval last week, a place where, well, certainly in 4-day cricket and more recently now in T20 cricket, it's a place where Hampshire have not performed at their best. I think that would be a polite way of putting it.
So we've got Overton in, running towards us from the pavilion end towards the Hilton end, and it's just left alone by Stoneman as it scurries through the outside stump. 4 slips in place for the left-handed batsman as he sort of wanders off to mid-wicket, just keeps his legs moving. Get some time to think about what he's going to do with this next ball. So the field resets, and Overton begins his very long run, sort of curving top edge of his run in towards Middleton, towards us, and very straight full length ball. Stoneman manages to just deflect that off. He'll stay for a dot ball.
So the crowd a little bit down today, which is a shame. I think there might have been a few more actually have come in about lunchtime. Looking around this morning, it looked a bit.
Yeah, there's definitely dotting around the whole ground now, rather than just the pockets that there were this morning.
Yeah.
And again, Overton is in, and he'll bowl to Stoneman, who just manages to lift it up and push it off to mid-wicket there. And they run for 1.
Yeah, I think the wicket's just cut slightly to the left as we look, so I think it's one of those where, depending on, doesn't really matter where you sit, you don't feel too far away from the pitch. If it's too much to one end, then of course, sometimes the spectators, there's not too many at one end because they're so far away from the action, even further away than we are. And we feel quite a long way away from it, although we have a great position looking down.
That's Overton now coming over the wicket. And it will just be played. It's just gone past 4 slips and a gully, and it's going to run away for 4 as 3 fielders chase it, but to no avail. And Middleton will just take those 4. Be quite happy with that shot. He just manages to push it. Nice straight shot 3 fielders chasing it, but unfortunately it's just too quick. Which is amazing, really, because the outfield did seem quite sluggish this morning, so that sun has just dried it up, maybe making it a little bit faster. Going to help Hampshire just push those few balls over the boundary line.
Yeah, they've already pushed a third man back now.
A very straight ball there from Overton, and Middleton manages to push it off to mid-wicket, and they'll run for 1.
So just to repeat, thank you everybody for your emails before lunch on our Easter 11. We've picked 11, and which I mentioned just earlier. Race Saviour captaining aside from Twickenham 5th 11. So yeah, thank you very much on that one.
And if you do want to email in, don't forget it's solentcricket@gmail.com. We will be happy to read all your emails out as Overton comes in again, and it's a very full-length ball right to the feet of Stoneman, who manages to just deflect it off, and they'll stay for a single.
A steady start from the Hampshire openers after 5 overs.
20 for nothing.
A couple of plays and misses. Ogborn's getting a little ball to swing a little bit. Overton, I don't know, there's not been too much seam movement for him. Definitely a bowler that likes to bang it in a bit. Looks like Ogborn's probably, with the swing, probably getting the most movement of the two at the moment. So Hampshire trail by 164. Currently on the first innings. Looks a good time to be batting, or certainly in the context of what we've seen so far, a better time to be batting with the sunshine out. As Ogborn comes in, left arm over and bowls. Doesn't swing that much as Middleton allows that to go by. Doesn't play a shot at that one. He stays on 11. 164 runs behind Hampshire currently. Have a good record. We mentioned that Hampshire have a good record here against Somerset. Have to go back to May 2021 for the last Somerset win here, where they won by 10 wickets. Hampshire winning the last 2 here. Ogborn again and bowls, and Middleton's on the back foot. Quick single, that's a good run. Split the field on the offside. Middleton, as soon as he worked that ball into the gap, he was off. Stoneman accepted the call. Important with these two, well, they will, barring an absolute nightmare, these two will be the regular Hampshire opening pair in the championship this season. So it's important they have a good rapport, good understanding.
Good working relationship, one would say.
That's the phrase, I mean. A good working relationship. Hopefully they're good friends off the field as well.
Yeah, I think that always helps.
Yeah, it does. I spoke to Mark Stoneman once or twice. I didn't know him beforehand. No reason to, but he seems quite a nice guy.
Yeah.
Seems all right. Spoken to Fletcher a few times. He's good value. Ogborn again to the left-hander. And Stoneman pushes forward, and it's just guided down towards third man. And Stoneman moves on to 9, and Hampshire move on to 22 without loss. Geeing each other up in the field there, Somerset, trying to make a few things happen. 4 slips for Ogborn. Middleton on 12 currently. Ready to face the next ball as Ogborn comes in and bowls. Well, it's swung back a bit. Again, it's quite wide, but the shape's there.
Well left by Middleton there. He saw that coming. Got out of the way of it.
Always a tough for a right-hander with a left arm over bowling. You're never quite sure if it's going to swing, if it does, how much. If it swings late. It's, if you've got a handy left arm in your attack, it's always useful. I'm sure Ogborn is looking to make a position his own at some point, but he's still got time on his side. Still only 21. Comes in again and bowls. That's come back at Middleton, but nicely played up towards mid-on. Good length ball there from Alfie Ogborn. Playing just his 5th first-class match. 8 wickets at 42. I'm sure that will come down at some point. I suppose sometimes it doesn't help when you're playing at Taunton. Flat wickets there at times, as was witnessed against Worcestershire, first game of the season. That's when swing comes into its own. Not relying on seam movement on good pitches. Oddborn bowls, that's swung a bit. Squeezed out to point by Middleton. And there is no run. That's the thing about bowling, is that if you're bowling on very, very flat pitches, it doesn't matter how hard you bang the ball into a surface, it does nothing.
No.
But if you can get the ball to swing on any surface.
Yeah, absolutely.
It can be flat, it can be up and down, it can be... Sometimes actually when the wicket's up and down and green, you actually want to be, or you want bowlers on your side to hit the deck.
Yeah.
But when you've got a flat wicket, you actually want the bowlers to swing the ball.
To get it moving a bit.
Yeah, just to get something off the straight. So Ogborn from that point of view would be a very handy addition to the Somerset side.
Yeah. Overton, no change in the bowling yet. Overton back, running towards us there, and it's just... Oh, it's a big call for LBW there, but the umpire is not interested as the ball's just pushed off to mid-wicket and the fielding resets.
Have a look at that on the picture feed. That looks a bit leg stumpish to me. That was my first thought. Have a look, Amelia.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was going inside leg stump.
Yeah, actually maybe a bit closer than I thought, but the angle that Overton's bowling around the wicket makes it very difficult on that one.
And the fielding changes side as the left-hander Middleton comes in. Stoneman over the wicket, and it's just pushed off, worked off to mid-wicket, and the roving fielder will pick that up after a single, and Stoneman will go back on strike. So Stoneman 9 off 16 balls, Middleton 13 off 22, 24 for nothing at Hampshire after 6 overs. Middleton will face another Craig Overton ball. So Overton in, bowling from the pavilion end, and it's again worked off to mid-wicket, but there is a fielder exactly where that ball was placed, so it's worked straight back to the wicket-keeper, and the fielding resets again.
Good lunch.
Very good lunch.
What did you have this time?
I had the shepherdess pie.
Oh yeah, the shepherdess, which well, you'd heard of before. Had you?
Yeah, I guessed what it was. I don't think I'd had it before, but I may have heard of it. But it was very nice. It was a vegetarian shepherd's pie. It was lovely. Very nice. Lentils and all sorts. As Overton comes in again, and much fuller length and very straight, almost Yorker length. That. Stoneman managed to deal with it, but no run scored on that one.
That was vegetarian option, wasn't it?
Yes, it was lovely.
Are you a vegetarian?
I'm not vegetarian, but I just fancied it. I do quite like the vegetarian option sometimes.
Do you?
Yeah. I just like it. It's, had lots of lentils and good veg and a bit of garlic bread. It was a lovely option. Very nice. As Overton comes in again towards us at the Hilton here. And it's worked off. Oh, very nice. Through mid-wicket, and that will go for 4. Stoneman placed that perfectly, splitting the field as it rolled all the way out to the furthest boundary, almost at the spectators.
Well, dare I say it, but Overton's not getting too much out of this pitch at the moment.
No.
I think that's every indication as to this wicket drying out very quickly, which it does here, after spending a long time under the covers.
We could see even the training ground over to our left this morning when we were playing. I mean, the stumps here were dry, and there were still puddles out there. So even this ground here, just a little bit higher, maybe it's draining just out a bit quicker. There's a bit of a conversation going on with the bowler. Maybe a discussion of moving field, but it's quickly gotten rid of as Overton comes and starts his run up in. Bowls right to the feet of Stoneman, who works off to mid-wicket, but almost towards the umpire there, who manages to jump out of the way. And that's the end of the over. We'll move back to possibly Ogborn, who will come in again.
Email here from Stuart Cullen, cricket@gmail.com. He says, funny old sport, cricket. Isn't, he says. Wasn't expecting to be here today, as we had a friendly match arranged for Eastleigh Cricket Club away at Swanage. Well, that'd been a nice spot to go to, wouldn't it? I've never played at Swanage Cricket Club, but I can imagine it would have been something to look forward to. Got to the shop and bought myself some lunch, as tea was not being provided, only to get a message seconds after that I'd paid to say that the game had been called off for rain.
Oh.
It's a bit unlucky.
Yeah.
He says, now I'm here, sat in the sunshine with a nice breeze and a beer, watching Hampshire. Complete opposite of the rain and gloom of earlier. Cheers for the commentary, says Stu. Here's Ogborn, down the leg side. That didn't swing. Goes through to keeper James Rue. So the crowd has swelled by one, with Stu not expecting to be here, so an
It
unexpected.
sounds like he's having a lovely afternoon. Beer in hand,
Oh,
sunshine, watching some good cricket.
Yeah. Not that we condone drinking, of course.
Absolutely not, no.
But yeah, you're right.
A glass of water would do equally the trick.
Here's Osborne again. Forward is Stoneman. Ball just straight into fraction. Stoneman with a nice straight bat. Works that up to mid-off. And there is no run. Scoring ends on 29 without loss. Ball running in from around about 15 yards, 18 yards or so.
Both he and Overton seem to do this sort of like loop at the beginning to sort of, I don't know, maybe add momentum, and he does a bit of a skip and a jump.
Yeah, he does a bit, doesn't he? He's wrapped in the pad. That looks to go down to me. Big shout, though. Ball didn't quite come back as much as Ogborne would have liked. Didn't quite straighten enough, but I think that probably just about got Stoneman out of trouble there.
Running to the screen to have a look at that replay.
There's the replay. Ogborne bowls. It's just going down, isn't it? Just a fraction. It doesn't really come back. It's just going on with the angle of the action. Anthony Gibson probably thought it was closer than we're saying. I think on balance, yeah, it was closest. Yeah, you're right. It was. It was definitely worth a shout. Ogborne bowls. Stoneman didn't quite know about that one. It gets called through for a quick single by Middleton. Throw comes in at Stoneman's end. I think Stoneman was a little bit surprised. First by the ball just bouncing a fraction, got an inside edge, and then Fletcher Middleton was very alert there to call him through for a single. Run in the end. Amelia's off at the end of this over.
I am, yes.
You are.
I will be back.
You will be back. You're not going anywhere.
No.
And then Anthony Gibson will be alongside me for a little while. As Ogborne turns, still got the 4 slips in. Bowls. That's a good leave and a good delivery. He's run straight across the stumps there, and actually his follow through, he ended up at short cover. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but he won't be allowed to get away with that too many times.
No.
That's not a natural follow through, that. In fact, if I remember rightly, I think in a previous game against Hampshire, the umpires were looking at his follow through. It's really hard for left arm over bowlers. I think they feel that, and I know I did, you feel they have to get off the pitch a little bit more than some of the others, because a team of predominantly right-handers, they're the ones that are going to notice the rough, whereas left-handers just have to put up with it. Oh, that's flicked away, very fine.
Very nice.
That's going to be 4 runs. Little too straight there from Ogborne to finish off that over. 4 overs, none for 16. Hampshire 34 without loss. Thank you very much, Amelia.
Thank you.
She'll be back shortly. There's still some Easter eggs left, small ones. I'm surprised after nearly 3 hours of them sitting around. Brought by Gemma Green. We're very lucky with some of our commentators. Nikki Chowdhury, who was here a couple of weeks ago, brought some homemade cake, I think it was. It was lovely. Jim has brought some Easter eggs. Hopefully Anthony will turn up with something tomorrow. How are you?
I'm all right. You were right about Alfie Ogborne. I'm surprised Mike Burns hasn't had a word with him.
Yeah.
Running on the pitch, I mean.
Yeah, that one right across the stumps. I think he actually lost his balance, and I think, to be fair to Ogborne, he did put his hand up, didn't he? But it's very unusual for a left arm, for any bowler to actually finish their run up at short cover.
But doesn't look to be much in this pitch now. Didn't look for the second half of the morning as if there was much in it either.
It's changed quickly, isn't it? What a toss to win that was.
Yep, James Rue thus far won't remember his debut as Somerset's captain with much affection, having lost the toss and got out for naught. And now looking down the barrel, I would think, at a big Hampshire total, and Somerset having to bat out a lot of overs to save the game in the 4th innings. You're not missing any cricket because the ball has disappeared down at the far end underneath the pavilion somewhere, underneath the sight screen.
There's about 3-4 people looking for it, and they're in different places, spread, so there doesn't seem to be a defined area of where they think the ball is.
No. I can't even recall how it got there.
No, I just looked up and saw Craig Overton walking up towards the pavilion. I thought, oh, what's happened here?
Because there was a bowling change. I think it's Casey Aldridge going to
Oh, right.
come on from... Oh, no, it's not. It's, according to the scoreboard, it's Miguel Pretorius. But there was a bowling change, but quite what that had to do with the ball disappearing under the sight screen at the far end, I'm not entirely sure.
Maybe Craig Overton threw it away in disgust. I jest, of course, that he's not bowling anymore. But, yeah, there wasn't much there for him, was there?
No. No, and he's got a very good record here at the Utilita Bowl, formerly the Aegeus Bowl, and before that the Rose Bowl. I see the signage on the roads coming in hasn't quite caught up with the rebranding.
No, they'll be a few years behind, I should think. They still haven't found that ball.
Craig Overton at the bowl, the Utilita Bowl as is now, has played 6 games here, taken 29 wickets at an average of 16.38, which is the best average for a bowler in this century here at the Utilita Bowl, followed by Mo Abbas, 16.46, 97 wickets, and as we were saying earlier on, Kyle Abbott, 207 wickets, or 209 wickets now, at 19.94.
So, in other words, if you come here, don't go looking to face those bowlers if you're a batter.
No, and I mean, it was Overton who bowled Hampshire out back in 2021, wasn't it, when they were bowled out for 79 on the first morning. That was a good toss for Somerset to have won.
Yeah, there was a bit of rain around there, wasn't there?
Yep, it was freezing cold. There was nobody here because there were no crowds, and we were on the other end of the ground.
Yeah.
Is this me? This is Pretorius in and bowls to Stoneman, who turns it into the onside. 3 slips, Tom Overall at first, Craig Overton at second, and Casey Aldridge at third. We've got Jack Leach. No, we haven't. We've got Sean Dixon at backward point. Jack Leach down at wide third man, with Archie Vaughan down at long leg, Tom Banton at mid-off, as Pretorius is in and bowls. This is played square of the wicket to Sean Dixon. That foghorn voice you can hear belongs to Tom Abel. Tom Abel and Tom Lammonby are the 2 biggest cheerleaders for Somerset in the field. Captain James Rue keeping wicket. He needs a breakthrough. Pretorius in bowls, and there's a quick single here. Might be 2 in fact, as Dixon goes in pursuit of that and overhauls the ball. They settle for 2. They might have come back for a third.
Dixon's run well there, hasn't he? Got down quick.
Oh, he's a good fielder.
Yeah, he is.
Just has a very unfortunate record opening the batting for Somerset, which is a shame.
Yeah, we touched on it yesterday, didn't we?
He averages about 19, I think.
Yeah, which is down on his career average of 31.
Pretorius coming around the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman, who plays a loose shot at a ball outside the off stump. Ball didn't actually do anything very much, just short of a length. And Stoneman, firm-footed, waved a bat in its general direction, looking to play it away through the offside. Not a good shot.
It wasn't quite short enough for that. You're never quite sure how the ball's going to bounce.
Pretorius, who made a very creditable 47 this morning, outside the off stump, going straight through to James Rue. No swing, no seam movement really. He's a bang it in bowler, is Miguel Pretorius. Tall and strong, hits the pitch hard. Bowls at I think around about 78, 79 miles an hour, something like that. Certainly not express pace.
He's available all year?
Yes, all season, yep. Whether he'll get into the T20 side, I'm not sure, but it's possible. Depends on Matt Henry's fitness, I think. This is played into the offside defensively by Stoneman. Somerset will have Riley Meredith in the blast, who you will probably remember from last year. Very quick Tasmanian, tremendous set of teeth, and a tremendous moustache as well, and genuine pace. End of that over, 36 without loss. Hampshire in reply to Somerset's first innings of 184, 17 to each of the openers, Mark Stoneman and Fletcher Middleton.
Daniel Leavesey has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, sorry if I'm late about the Easter 11. You are, unfortunately, but Tom Lammonby, he says, he's one. But yes, we've got our 11. Thank you very much, everybody. Nice little game we played before lunch. Here's Alfie Ogborn then. Bowls left arm over, all this way outside off stump. Not quite swinging as much. Left alone by Fletcher Middleton. So both openers out there on 17. Hampshire scoring at a fraction under 4 and over, so nice bright and breezy start.
Have you heard anything said about this mottled outfield, which appears to have some sort of fungal infection?
It looks different colours in places, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of blotchy.
Yeah, I haven't mentioned anything. I'm not sure. Here's Ogborn. Forward is Middleton. Goes out towards wide mid-off. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
There's one left-arm seamer to another. What do you make of Alfie Ogborn?
Well, what he does do is he swings it in, which will always get him wickets. He'll always be in the game if he swings it in. That's the most important thing. Obviously,
Appears
it gets
to be
harder as
almost
the
his
ball
stock ball, though. He's not quite going across
Well, I think
the right-handers perhaps as much as he might do.
Well, yeah, I think that's just a variation ball cross and won't swing. So sometimes it'll do it without you even trying. Here's it's down there like that. See, that's the line you don't bowl as a left arm over. It's very easy to bowl the ball about leg stump, and it's too easy for the right-handers. That's a ball you try and cut out as much as possible. 2 runs there. As the ball makes its way out to deep backward square leg. But the fact he can swing the ball in is a massive asset. That will always, as I say, that will always get him wickets. And the ones that don't swing, you know, they will just go on with a natural angle. So you have 2 balls in your armoury straight away.
Yeah.
You know, without even trying to push one away from the bat, which will come when he gets a bit more confidence and he bowls a bit more and works on that one. I mean, I know Steve Kirby's really good bowling coach for you guys. I'm sure he's got all that under control. That's swung in. That's a really good delivery. Middleton plays it well, but really late, that ball just straightened on Middleton. That's the wicket-taking ball. You know, you bowl enough of those.
How do you shape yourself to bowl the one that goes across the right-hander? Do you have to get really side-on for that, or are you going more side-on for the in-ducker?
Well, it's mainly about wrist positions, really. I mean, you know, getting more side-on sometimes helps, and getting a little bit more open-chested helps, you know, with bowling the different variations. But generally, it's the wrist position. So Ogborn getting the ball to swing in there. Oh, he's heads through to the keeper. There it is. Middleton goes. That ball was a good line. It just held its line, and Middleton wasn't quite sure. That's a really good delivery. That's the beauty.
That was the one.
As I say,
what we were talking about.
It's going to take
That's the one that doesn't come back and just takes the outside edge.
Just watching it again on the replay, and it just fractionally straightens, but only fractionally. But it's a
piece of bowling, wasn't it?
It's the line. It's the line there that's got him the wicket. You know, if it straightens a fraction, which it did, and it's a teeny fraction, but you've got a chance. And if it goes on with the arm, you've got a chance. He keeps bowling that line with the movement he's got. You know, that's a really dangerous delivery, and so it's proved. Middleton goes for 19.
Yeah, good piece of bowling by Alfie Ogborn. Very pleased. He batted really well this morning. Kept his end up for 48 deliveries, as he and Miguel Pretorius added 48 for the last wicket, and he's looked the part, I have to say. Not just taking the wicket, but he's bowled really nicely, getting nice amount of bounce and carry through to James Rue, and on that occasion finding the outside edge of Fletcher Middleton's bat for the first Somerset wicket.
Yeah, just watching that again. Fantastic line. Middleton probably feels he didn't do a lot wrong. It's just the bowler has got that wicket.
It was good. It was the ideal length as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
betwixt and between. Latest in the line of Somerset left-arm seamers, Charles Willoughby.
Oh, what a
previous
bowler he
one.
was.
And before him, someone you won't remember, but I do, it's Fred Rumsey,
Okay.
who was played Test matches for England back in the early 1960s, and is still with us. I'm glad to say he founded the Professional Cricketers Association. And we had a meeting of the West of England Cricket Society at Bath during the winter, featuring Fred Rumsey, who founded the PCA, and Darrell Mitchell, who's its current chief executive.
That's right, yeah. I was at a luncheon, Hampshire Cricket Society, 2 winters ago when Fred Rumsey spoke. Still funny,
Yeah,
still
he
good
is.
value.
Yeah.
Ogbourne to the left-hander, Nick Gubbins. So left armour to left-hander here. Ogbourne bowls. Gubbins just tucks that good legs ball out to point, and that's the end of a very good over from young Alfie Ogbourne. 5 overs, 1 for 18. Stoneman has 17. Gubbins just the 1 ball that he's faced. Hampshire 38 for 1.
Fred Rumsey said his bowling career was transformed when he was in a net. And Roy Tattersall, who was coaching at Worcester at the time, was watching him and asked him where he was holding the ball. And he was sort of holding it in the palm. He said, "You're never going to swing it if you do that. You've got to hold it in your fingers." And he held it in his fingers and he swing it round corners
Interesting.
at high pace as well. Fred Rumsey was a genuine fast bowler.
Nice guy as well.
Yeah,
I sat next to him actually at this
lovely man.
luncheon. He was
Lovely
good
man.
fun.
Right, Pretorius then to bowl his second over. He's bowling to Stoneman, who's on 17. He's in bowls. Stoneman turns this into the onside. Good stop by Tom Lammonby, by the square leg umpire, who's Mike Burns. Kevin James signalling for Amelia to come in his stead. Lovely sunny afternoon now here at the Utilita Bowl. It's nice and warm as well. Not much of a breeze. It's just a really pleasant spring afternoon. 3 slips go down as Pretorius is into Stoneman, who defends that up to mid-off. Won't get a run. 38 for 1. Stoneman on 17 and Nick Gubbins just come in. What have you made of Alfie Ogbourne, Amelia?
I thought he's been, I thought he's been quite good. I mean, as Kev said, he's sort of starting to get the ball to move a little bit. And just sort of starting to be that little bit more consistent with his bowling.
He's certainly come on since last year. Pretorius in bowls to bowls him!
Oh,
Middle stump out of the ground. That's the end of Mark Stoneman. Beautiful delivery from Miguel Pretorius. Absolutely on the money. And Stoneman beaten by one that cut back between bat and pad and knocked out his middle stump. And Somerset right back in this now, with Stoneman having gone bowled by Pretorius for 17. Hampshire 38 for 2.
Well, I mean, I have to commend the line. That was the middle stump right out of its route there. Just watching the replay
Great
now.
sight for a fast bowler,
It
isn't
cut in out of nowhere, and I don't even think Stoneman knew what was happening. But, that was a shame.
Terrific piece of bowling. Oh, it must have moved about 18 inches. Well, you can't blame the batsman for that. Or I suppose you would say, well, he shouldn't have left a gap between his bat and his pad, but the ball was pitched well outside off stump.
Yes.
And he was lining that up with his bat, and then it just jagged back in and knocked out the middle stump. So Tom Press, the new batsman.
Yeah, Hampshire haven't
Fresh
actually been able
from
to...
he's top scored with 57 when Hampshire beat Yorkshire.
Oh,
Chased
okay,
down.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hampshire haven't been able to move their scoring on since that first wicket, so...
Well, batting
Middleton
again
went
it was looking so comfortable,
It
wasn't
was
it?
38 for 1, 1 drops, and now we're 38 for 2. No one's moving that scoreboard on. Maybe the Somerset bowlers are just sort of getting their eye in that little bit more.
I think it's just it's the unpredictability of this pitch.
Yeah.
You know, it looks flat, ball after ball after ball won't do anything very much, and then suddenly you get one like that one from Pretorius
Right.
that jags off the pitch back 18 inches, knocks out the middle stump.
Yeah.
Right, Somerset very much now on their toes. 3 slips. Abel, and then the 2 giants, Overton and Aldridge. Second and third slips, and in fact we're having a 4th slip coming in. Tom Lammonby being summoned to join the cordon, and Archie Vaughan being moved up from third man to backward point. Pretorius bowls, appeal for LBW. It's a no ball. It's a no ball. Must have been very, very close. I think Pretorius feels that he would have got his man there.
And he's crouching on the floor. He stayed there for a long time, head in his hands.
We haven't seen the replay yet, but it looked... Oh, he was
he did
stone
look
dead.
close.
Absolutely stone dead. Oh, there. A no ball, and Pretorius scratching away at the crease. He was gone for all money, wasn't he? Gone for all money.
Umpire gave it so quickly, though, at least. So
Yeah.
Could have out of his misery.
Yeah, David Milnes here. Yeah. Yes, there's none of this business of a klaxon going 2 minutes after the event and the batsman being summoned back. Here's Pretorius in and bowls to Prest. Turns it into the onside. Well, nearly a first baller. But we don't have cameras on the popping crease, so we can't tell to what extent, by how much Pretorius overstepped, but must have been significant for the umpire to have spotted it. And full marks to David Milnes for having had his eyes on it. This is appeal for LBW. I think there's a bit of bat involved there as well. Lots of excitement out there at the moment.
Somerset feeling very excitable over every little thing. We have had an email in at solentcricket@gmail.com from Liam Williamson. He said he picked the wrong day to go to the game. He sat in the cold yesterday, although seeing 6 Somerset's wickets go down in 2 hours just to made it worthwhile. He said, Anthony, your stat about Overton's performance was very interesting. Great commentary as always. Well, thank you very much, Liam. And do keep your emails coming at solentcricket@gmail.com.
Thanks, Liam. Here's Pretorius in bowls to Prest, who drops that down into the offside. So a really good over from Miguel Pretorius, who has figures of 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 4, and it was so nearly 2 for 4 had he not overstepped the line. Yes, Liam said, there was some consolation in the 6 Somerset wickets for the weather conditions. It wasn't much consolation for those of us who follow Somerset, it has to be said. It was a pretty miserable day all round, but today is much better.
Good. Weather and performance-wise.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, there's nothing like a last wicket partnership for sending the side batting next in with spirits high.
Absolutely. Ogden coming in now from the Hilton end. He bowls, and it's just gone all the way, sweeping through to the wicket keeper.
I'm not sure we're allowed to call it the Hilton end, isn't that?
The hotel end.
The hotel end.
The Hilton Hotel.
I prefer the Meon Valley end.
Which
was Christopher Martin Jenkins' invention. Meon Valley is some miles to the north of us here, but the Meon Valley is eventually in our general direction.
You keep heading that way. Ogden in again. Bowls, full length delivery there, all the way back at him, blocked by Gubbins.
Alfie Ogborn fielding the ball on the bounce and threatening to throw the ball at the batsman's stumps, but without quite the menace that Craig Overton summons when he does it.
He really sort of seems to get himself really as if he's going to absolutely wallop it all the way back at you.
Alfie Ogborn's a very, very different character.
Yeah. Starting his looped run up then towards the pavilion, all the way back towards Gubbins, and he bowls. Nice straight delivery. Oh, and it's just outside.
It didn't miss the off stump by much.
Missing the off stump, carried through to the wicket keeper, and Gubbins is just sort of miming that shot again. but no run scored there. Hampshire 40 for 2. They had a very good start, and then they lost 2 wickets very quickly. Lost Middleton for 38 for 1, and then they lost Stoneman for 38 for 2. So no run scored there. But this next,
Stoneman was looking very solid.
He was, yes. It was quite a real surprise, really.
Vastly experienced, of course.
Preston Gubbins managed to move that scoring on as Ogden begins again his long run up in 2. And it's just blocked off to mid-wicket. A couple of fielders chasing there. They'll take a quick one. And it will change over to Prest.
Well, both of these two batsmen have good, decent scores to their name, with Prest getting 57 when Hampshire beat Yorkshire, and Gubbins, of course, 117 in the second innings against Surrey.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, they'll be hoping to sort of move that along. Beat that maybe today.
We will see.
Absolutely.
Alfie Ogborn has other ideas.
Ogborn begins his run, a little gallop halfway through, and he's in, bowls, and it's just curling off to the leg side, but Prest manages to block that one back.
It's almost as if the one that he brings back into the right-hander is his stock delivery.
Yes.
I'd like to see him just vary it with a few more going across the right-hander. It would give the inducker that much more of a surprise value, shock value.
Absolutely. 4 slips in place for Ogden, looking for that edge. And he's in, starting his run towards the pavilion from the hotel end. He's in. Again, it's exactly that same stock delivery, curling off to the leg side, and they'll take a quick one.
That was close. That was Tom Banton with the throw, and didn't miss by much. And Prest was dawdling there. If that had hit, it would have been a close call, I think. But it didn't. So Gubbins is home for his first run, 42 for 2. Pretoria still kicking away at foot marks at the far end. Tall figure of umpire Milnes looking down at the crease as well in his white Panama hat. Both the umpires in white Panama hats, looking very smart out there. Mike Burns, formerly of Somerset, of course, and Warwickshire as well, the other umpire. Pretorius from the pavilion end. He's in bowling to Prest, who drives up to mid-on. Can't get it past the fielder there, who is Alfie Ogborn.
Well, we've had a question for you, Anthony, from Stephen, emailing in at solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, "Hi, Anthony. Craig O doesn't seem to be the force he was 3 or 4 seasons ago. Do you think it's due to the tendinitis from which he suffered badly last season?"
Pretorius bowls, and straight drive from Tom Prest will bring him 4 runs. Over pitch from Pretorius. It was in the air as it went past the bowler. Wouldn't count it as a chance as we watch the replay. May just have got fingertips to it. Yeah, he did just get... And I think he was also thinking if he'd just managed to deflect it onto the stumps, then perhaps he might have got Gubbins out backing up. In the event, it's 4 runs. Craig Overton, well, he... as far as I know, he's fully fit at the moment. He didn't play against Sussex. It was a very, very flat wicket at Taunton against Worcestershire, although he bowled well in the first innings. So no, I don't. I think he's still very much a force to be reckoned with.
Good.
This is Pretorius to Prest, who plays that square of the wicket. He celebrated his 32nd birthday last Friday, I think it was. Craig Overton, and he was certainly troubled with tendinitis at the start of last season, but as far as I know, from hearing from both himself and the Somerset camp, he's fit and firing and ready to go. Good. Pretorius in bowls to Prest, to Just defends that. Back up the pitch. And he's such an asset for Somerset. He's been at the heart of Somerset's success for the last, well, I don't know, 10 seasons probably. He and his twin brother Jamie, of course, came into the side back in 2012. And they were both fairly raw when they first played for Somerset, but they've developed into outstanding cricketers. This is cut away for 4 runs.
Away.
That was short and wide from Pretorius and pressed on top of it.
And Hampshire bring up their 50. 50 for 2 after 12 and a half overs. It's only taken 58 minutes to get there.
Yeah, good rate of progress.
Absolutely.
Going along at just under 4 runs and over. I'll just do this, finish this over and then hand over to Gemma Green. See if I can take one more wicket for Somerset. Last ball then of this Pretorius over. He's bowling to Prest. He's in and bowls and Prest covers up, back to the bowler. End of the over. 50 for 2, 9 to Prest, 1 to Gubbins, 1 for 12 into Pretorius in 3 overs, and 1 for 20 to Alfie Ogborn in 6.
Thank you, Anthony. Yes, we'll be welcoming Gemma Green in. We'll be fellow commentating with myself. It's a beautiful day. The clouds are sort of this sort of hazy mist above, but it's actually a very warm, quite nice day. The crowd is definitely gathering slowly throughout the day. There's a few people milling around on the outside, but definitely a whole scattering of people around the ground enjoying some good cricket. And it looks like we're going to have a change in the bowling again to Craig Overton's coming back in. Hello, Gemma.
Good afternoon, Amelia.
Afternoon, how are you?
I'm good.
Good lunch?
Yeah, I went for the jacket potato.
Very nice. Very nice indeed.
I had the same view as Kev when I heard the shepherdless pie didn't have meat in it.
Overton in to the batter now, and he's just pushed it off to the slip. Got very excited and mimed a very hard throw back, but it didn't actually happen.
So yeah, completely different conditions for Hampshire this afternoon. Much better batting experience. 40, what was it for the first partnership? 38 for the first partnership. Looked like they were going well.
It did.
And then Somerset fought back.
Overton in again to Gubbins. And he just manages to wear that off to square the wicket, but there is a fielder waiting. So they'll have another dot ball there.
Yeah, I thought Alfie Ogborn looked really promising, bowling from this end, the commentary end, hotel end. Left armers, and they set a field because he swings it into the right-hander. And bowled really well, deserved that wicket in the end. 6 overs straight through, 1 for 20. Replaced now by Craig Overton into his second spell.
Overton in again to Prest. Oh, and it's just worked off. Oh, there's a big shout for LBW, but that was going outside the stumps. Umpire not interested at all. I think even from here I could see that.
A very stifled appeal.
Yeah. Hopeful, I think's the word.
Somerset looking for that first bonus point.
Yes.
We're 1 wicket away from getting their first point on the board of this game. Hampshire picked up 3 in that first innings.
As Overton begins his run again. Very long run. His orange of his soul's flashing as he runs away from us. And Gubbins just leaves that completely alone as it's carried through to the wicket-keeper. So the field resets, the ball gets thrown between all of the fielders back to Overton so that he can begin his run again. Still going around the wicket as he comes in again towards Gubbins. And the carbon copy of the last ball happens and it's carried through to the wicket-keeper. Gubbins leaving that well alone.
Very impressed with that stat that Anthony came up with about Overton.
Yes.
Best bowling average at the Utilita Bowl. For someone who's played and more than a handful of games as well. Obviously, you can have one outstanding game and hold that record, but he's played 6 games here, and he averages just slightly better than Mo Abbas and Kyle Abbott.
It's amazing, really, as he begins his run again into Gubbins, and it's just worked off onto the offside there, out to deep back point, and they'll take 1 for that as the over is changed again.
Hampshire 51 for 2, Prest on 9, Gubbins on 2. 2 of Hampshire's most informed batters, if you like, in this so far short stint of the season. Obviously, Nick Gubbins had that 117 last week in that draw against Surrey, and a 43 in the first innings. But Tom Prest has had 4 innings, 32 and 57 against Yorkshire, and 44 and 32 not out against Surrey. So many starts, 150, and looking pretty good at the minute, 9 off 12. But Gubbins to face up to Pretorius as Miguel comes in round the wicket, and that's full and wide outside off stump, and Gubbins drives that but doesn't really time it. Goes straight to cover fielder for no run.
I thought that was on the brink of actually being a wide there.
It was
quite wide.
It was very wide and forward. It wasn't too different from the dismissal that got Lammonby out.
Yes.
He chased after that as well yesterday, and was unfortunate to nick it behind. That one, Gubbins got a bit more of the bat on it, but a dot ball. Pretorius in again, and that's left alone outside. That's not as wide, not quite as full, and Gubbins decides to leave that one through to the hands of Jamie Rue. Got 3 slips in place at the minute, and just 1 sweeper down at fine leg to the left-handed Gubbins. It's Pretorius top of his mark. In and bowls, and a carbon copy just left alone. I think that did a little bit off the seam. There was a bit of a moan and groan from the slip cordon, as if that was a risky leave, but safely through to the keeper.
Absolutely.
I wish I had my sunglasses. I've got a bag full of gloves, hats, buffs. Yeah, haven't got them out.
I've got some sunglasses in my bag.
I'm squinting a little bit here as Pretorius runs towards us, bowls, and again that's very wide outside the off stump. Too wide to tempt Gubbins on that occasion, as he lets that one through as well.
I'm loving seeing over on our right hand side by one of the scoreboards there seems to be a bit of a bowling coach going on. Maybe one of the dads. There's a very tiny little future bowler learning his trade. There's about 3 others pitching in as well.
He's tiny, isn't he?
Can't be.
One of them's tiny.
Only a foot.
Pretorius in and bowls, and again left outside to the off stump, not making Gubbins play much in this over. Oh,
great shot there by one of the kids.
Big shot from the concourse match that's going on. That's what's great about these county championship games. You do have the concourse area where the kids can have a bit of a bat and bowl and try and recreate what they're seeing out in the middle. There's Pretorius in, last ball of this over. Gubbins on strike, and this time he makes him play. It's off stump line, but Gubbins is equal to it and just pushes that for a dot ball. It's a maiden over.
Yeah, well, I think this is only his first maiden of the innings today. He's managed to sort of lose maybe a couple of runs on all others that he's bowled, but today was a maiden, but also not got a wicket in that one. But he'll be looking for another, hopefully in the next over that he bowls.
Yes, Somerset seemed to have a plan of attack at the start where they were bowling very stump to stump,
yes,
with a leg side sort of protection, and which is obviously their plan of attack. But when they got it a little bit wrong, a little bit over pitched, Hampshire pounced on that.
Overton in from the hotel end. It's going over the wicket, and it's carried through to the wicket keeper there. But there was a big shout. But No interest from the umpire.
Yes, every time it just slid slightly down or slightly over pitch, Hampshire were able to flick that off and work that away for a few easy runs to begin with, in that opening partnership. But Somerset have definitely pulled that back since those 2 wickets. One for Miguel Pretorius and one to Alfie Ogborn.
Overton in, not wasting any time as he runs in from the hotel end. Bowls straight fuller length, and he's just been able to work off to deep mid wicket there.
Hampshire have had that left-hand, right-hand combination for most of the innings. Obviously, the opening partnership of Stoneman and Fletcher was a right-hand, left-hand, and we've got Gubbins and Press now, also right-hand, left-hand. So Somerset kept busy with every single. There's a change in the field.
Overton in, going around the wicket now to Gubbins. He's just going to work that ball a little bit shorter, but not quite as bouncing, so Gubbins is able to just deflect that back along the pitch towards him. Yeah, it feels maybe just like the Somerset squad have just maybe calmed a little bit after their excitement of a flurry of a few wickets, sort of excitement on every ball. But now they've managed to sort of find a bit of composure and really get into the match as Overton comes in again from the hotel end. Bowls slightly outside line, and it's just worked down to mid-wicket there by Gubbins.
Yeah, Prest is currently on 10. He's the only Hampshire batsman so far this season not to have a single-figure score. He's made double figures in 5 out of 5 innings now. But hoping that as he pushes on from 10, just an observation.
And Gubbins 2 off 19, so a slow start, but a controlled start. As Overton in again. Starts his bowl and it's in. Again, a little bit fuller that time, but again worked down to mid-wicket by Gubbins.
When we were walking back from lunch, obviously from the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, and I was walking past some of the spectators, and they were having a chat about what do you think Hampshire need to get, and this, and one guy just said 450, bowl them out, go home. It's too easy sometimes, isn't it, from an armchair?
Spectator point, absolutely. As Overton comes in again, same line there, but worked mid-wicket, having to do a bit there just to push the ball back.
Thought maybe I could go and find him and get him to do the team talk.
Yes,
at tea.
Absolutely. Why not? Why not? When you make it sound that easy, why not? 450, bowl them out, go home. What, today? Did he think that was going to happen?
He did specify a time frame, I must say.
Well, next time, Gemma, you must ask it and be like, and in what frame do you think this is going to happen? So Hampshire 52 for 2 after 16 overs. Partnership of Preston Gubbins currently on 14.
That game on the concourse, the field is spread now.
It has, and more people seem to have joined.
Yeah.
It seems to be getting a little bit bigger.
Little lads middling everything in the field and right back.
O'Reilly asked him to, I think one of the guys is a... Oh, and Pretorius.
Oh. That's straight driven once again by Prest off Pretorius. The last one went for 4. This one clattered into the stumps.
And has taken out his outside stump.
It has taken the stump out, but saved 4 runs.
The umpire very quickly got out of the way of that.
I think Gubbins would have been okay there had Pretorius got a finger on it. I think he was back anyway. But yeah, there's 2 very straight drives we've seen from Prest. 1 for 4, 1 saved by the stumps for 4. That's probably why Gubbins isn't backing up quite as much that time. That's a straight ball, just pushed back to the bowler. No run. He's not quite as quick through his over, Pretorius.
No, he's just taking a little bit more time.
Yeah.
Overton is very quick on the turnarounds. He sort of doesn't waste much time. But Pretorius, he likes to sort of have a little chat with one of his fielders that's nearest him, give the ball a bit of a polish, and head right up to the top of his mark.
And he comes in over the wicket. Right hand Pretorius, 3 slips. And it's pushed into the offside, no run. Well bowled, good line.
There's a real bit of a sort of a divot sort of in the off stump, just where that fielder is polishing the ball. I wonder what that is, because the ball nearly went in that earlier.
I think it's
Some drainage.
access to drainage or water. Yeah, it's got a square of artificial grass on it, I think, and
Yeah.
it's an access point for
It looks quite deep.
groundsmen.
And when the
It
ball
does.
went in it sort of almost stopped it.
Yeah, you're right. It is actually set quite below the level of the grass. As he's in again over the wicket, and this one nips back in, and Prest does well to keep that out for a dot ball. So Somerset really on top at the minute in terms of keeping the runs down, keeping the batsmen honest, and looking for that 3rd wicket.
Yeah, they, Somerset only have 2 outside fielders, so everyone very close in for the Pretorius Bowl.
So Miguel Pretorius in again. Pressed on strike and just pushed off the back foot. Behind square on the offside, and they will pick up a single this time. Once again the field changed for the left-hand Gubbins. So yeah, Gubbins, I mean, James Vince, we've talked about that a lot of times, about how he's big shoes to fill. He's proverbial size 15s. And he's obviously been Hampshire's top scorer for the last 3 years. But after him, Nick Gubbins has been 2nd in 22 and 23 with 754 runs and 969 runs. And he was 3rd for Hampshire last year with 895 runs. In comes Pretorius, that's a Yorker just outside off stump that Gubbins manages to dig out. So yeah, he's been contributing to Hampshire totals the last few years, and it'll be a big year for him to see if he can step that up and fill the shoes of James Vince.
Absolutely, I'm going to step aside for Kevin James. He's coming back into the commentary box. Here we go.
Hampshire on 53 for 2, Tom Prest 11 and Gubbins 2. Craig Overton's going to continue from the hotel end, and Kevin James is alongside me.
First time we've worked together this year. This game.
Well, it's you that does the rotoring, Kev, and that's just pushed into the offside for no runs. I took no offence. I just assumed you were eating all the chocolate eggs. Well,
There's still some left. I can't believe it. I'm looking forward to Anthony's Easter eggs he's bringing in tomorrow.
does he know about this?
No, but he does now. There's quite a lot of Easter eggs, spare Easter eggs in Fareham, Anthony, where you are. Going cheap.
Overton up to Prest and full and straight, just pushed to mid-on for no run. Yeah, I bought three different varieties of small eggs in this morning, and Kev, I think you opened them all within 2 minutes.
I did.
Yeah.
But without wanting to be too rude, I didn't eat them all straight away. I'm surprised. You guys can't have had too many between you. Have you had many?
No, I haven't.
You've not had any?
I've had one.
Wow.
Too busy working, Kev.
Of course.
Yeah. Overton in again. Bowls, and this time it's straightened up a little bit, back of a length, and Prest tries to work that onto the leg side, but it just dribbles to short leg for no run.
I'll have another go at them after I finish this commentary stint. And make another huge dent into them.
A bit of a passive phase this, since those 2 wickets. Bit of fight back from Somerset as Overton's full and straight, and Prest keeps that out again.
Yeah, it all looked fairly comfortable, wasn't it, until 38 was on the board. Middleton and Stoneham going within a few minutes of each other. Prest looked very adjacent LBW. The first ball he received to Miguel Pretorius, but it was a no ball. Yeah, it just feels like Hampshire have just aware of a situation here and trying to make sure that they build another partnership.
Overton in. And this time Prest has a waft outside off stump, tries to cut that, but a player missed through to Rue.
It's a bit of a risky shot. He's had a good start to the season, Tom Prest.
He has, we're just saying, he's double figures every time. He's had a 50, was it a 32 and a 57 against Yorkshire, 44 and a 32 not out against Surrey, and a quick 32 in a bid to try and win that game at Surrey. As Overton comes in, final ball of the over, and this one's a length ball on middle stump, and Prest just sees that out. Maiden over. Hampshire 53 for 2.
It's interesting actually, he's come in at number 4, whereas Toby Albert has been number 4 up until this game. Of course the number 4 is the coveted position vacated by James Vince. Albert played brilliantly last week with that unbeaten half century to thwart Surrey on the last day. So interesting that they've changed places.
Yeah, with the
in the batting
78
order.
not out.
Yeah. Casey Aldridge has come in, or is coming into the attack. Already has a 5 for this season in the first game against Worcestershire, 5 for 36 in the first innings, where they found it a lot easier to bowl Worcestershire out than they did in the second. Right arm over. Another good young prospect for Somerset, 24 years of age, playing his 31st first-class game. Right arm round the wicket, taken over from Pretorius, who's done a good job. That's full outside the off stump, and Gubbins is reaching for that one. Has found the gap through extra cover. It won't go all the way to the rope. They'll settle for 2. And Gubbins, of course, who made a very impressive century in that last day draw against Surrey, is up to 4. Again, quite a cautious start from the left-hander. That's come off 23 deliveries. 55 for 2, then Hampshire trail by 129. The temperature is climbing all the time. It's a lovely afternoon now. That's driven into the ground, fielded by Aldridge on his follow-through. The sun, it won't be long before it shines inside our camera gantry where we commentate from, which means the temperature will rise once more. And from near Arctic conditions yesterday and pretty close to the Arctic this morning, it will suddenly feel more like we're near the equator.
I was saying earlier that yesterday I was listening in and a lot of people were emailing in.
Here's Aldridge around a wicket, flicked away by Gubbins on the leg side. 56 for 2, Gubbins moves on to 5.
A lot of people were emailing in almost to rub it in how warm it was where they were around the world. But we've not heard so many today, as we've been saying it's nice here.
Yeah, it's funny that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's all nice here. It's getting very similar to the conditions for the Yorkshire game here 2 weeks ago. It looks very similar out there. Bright sun, almost squinting I am looking out there. Still bits of hazy cloud above us. There's Aldridge right arm over this time. Flicked away by Prest, down to fine leg. That's going for 4. Got the line too straight there, did Casey Aldridge. And Tom Prest, who likes to score his runs quickly, has moved on to 15 from 26. And Hampshire 60 for 2, trail by 124. Well, he's an exciting player, Tom Prest. Just 22 years of age, played in the same England under-19 team as James Rue. In fact, Tom Prest was James Rue's captain.
Okay. It does feel like Prest has been around here in Hampshire set up for a long time, doesn't it?
Does a bit, yeah. Playing his 21st first-class game, Tom Prest. He's going to take a quick single out to point. Moves on to 16. Yeah, you get the feeling that this is a year where he should be making a breakthrough. Averages 38 first class, which already is very impressive, but it took him a little while, didn't it, to get going?
It did, and first year he was in and out and no sort of rhythm to continuation of games, but like you say, this year he's got a chance, especially if he's filling in this number 4 position from today, to consolidate his career.
Gubbins flicks that away, it's going down to fine leg. And that will be 4. Well, there is a fine leg fielder on both sides of the wicket for the left-hand right-hander, but both those shots have gone very fine. And Hampshire up to 65 for 2. Yeah, Tom Prest in 2023 played 5 matches, averaged 21. Last year averaged 48 with 300s. And as we mentioned, his scores already this year, quite impressive. He's closing in actually on 1,000 runs for Hampshire. He's in almost to 990, very close. So hopefully he'll pass that milestone this afternoon.
Craig Overton to continue from the hotel end. Pressed on strike, in full straight, push to the covers for a dot ball. So Overton still on the money. He's been good this morning. Bowled a little bit back of the length when he opened up, trying to get a little bit off the seam, and now he's bowling a little bit fuller as the ball's a little bit older, but mostly in the right areas. I'd say he's got the best average here at the Utilita Bowl of all bowlers to have played at least a handful of games. And he's in again, 3 slips, hands on their knees. In again, straight, full, but this time it's just worked down to third man. There's a sweeper down there, so they come through for a single.
We've just probably got a reason why Toby Albert has dropped down the order. Thank you, Joe, who's on the ground, saying that even though she wasn't here, Toby Albert wasn't fielding. I must admit, I did look around and try to work out who wasn't, because Eddie Jack was on as a substitute fielder.
Okay.
So he would have been on for Toby Albert, so there's a reason. Perhaps Toby Albert not feeling particularly well. I don't know, but I'll try and find out for you.
Overton round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins. Again, straight ball, and that's just edged to backward point for no run. Yeah, because he was in the slips for most of the morning, but I didn't realise he'd gone off. Okay, Overton starting his run up from a pile of sawdust as he comes in round the wicket again, and that's full and left alone outside the off stump. Straight through to the keeper. James Rue, who Anthony was saying youngest captain for Somerset.
Yes, I think that's quite a nice touch actually. Craig Overton the vice captain, and yet Somerset giving James Rue some experience as captain for this game. I think that's quite nice. It's good of the club, it's good of the coaching staff, it's good of Craig Overton to say, okay, no problem.
In again. Gubbins crouched down and well, they say there's only 2 types of leave, and I guess that's a good leave, but we'll look at that on the replay. Probably a little bit closer. He left it on length more than anything, I think. But it looked like it just went over the top of his off stump. Or a little bit wider, but yeah, good leave.
Yeah, you don't want that nipping back a fraction, do you? Mind you, Craig Overton hasn't really had too much movement off the seam, has he?
No.
Hitting the deck, bowling tightly, but
In again, and again it's just outside off stump, but Gubbins aware of where his off stump is and leaves that alone. End of the over, Hampshire are 66 for 2.
Overton 8 overs, none for 19. Alfie Ogborn and Miguel Pretorius, the 2 wicket takers for Somerset so far. Earlier Somerset bowled out for 184 on the stroke of lunch. A late lunch because we started at 11:30 this morning. Lunch was 1:30. And that last wicket of Alfie Ogborn's falling just a few minutes before 1:30. 48 Somerset put on for the last wicket. Ogborn leaving Miguel Pretorius 47 not out. Here's Casey Aldridge, pressed it on the back foot, works that along the ground out towards deep backward point. Archie Vaughan is the fielder out there. I don't remember his old man fielding at deep backward point too many times. That must be a new position in the Vaughan household. I'm not sure his dad could have given him too many tips about fielding in that position.
I'll bring you some scores from other Div 1 games.
Yes, good shout. 67 for 2. Here's Aldridge round the wicket. Gubbins is playing and missing. There's a big shout for a caught behind from Ogborn, or they appealing for an LBW. Hit the pad. Looked quite high actually. Just watching the replay here, just before you give those scores out, Gemma. Here comes Aldridge, bowls, and yeah, it's wrapped him on the pad. That's a good shout. Yeah, he's forward though. Right, all yours.
Okay, Sussex taking on Surrey at Hove. Sussex are 384 for 6. Thanks to Tom Haynes' 174 and Tom Alsop's 63.
Here's Aldridge. Tried to pull that away and gets wrapped on the top of his pads there. Does Gubbins.
That's very much in the first innings still. Then we've got Yorkshire playing Durham at Chester Street. Yorkshire were all out for 307. In reply, Durham are 189 for 1. Have a look who's got the runs there. $119 not out from Alex Lees.
Aldridge bowls. It's worked up to mid-on by Gubbins.
And then the two other games in Division 1, Essex versus Worcestershire at Chelmsford. Essex 179 all out, Worcester 202 all out, and Essex now 97 for 2, so that game's moving along. Essex lead by 74 runs. And the other game is Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire, where Warwickshire were all out for 93. Nottinghamshire 13 for 0 at Birmingham in reply.
Aldridge again from the pavilion end bowls. Gubbins leaves that one alone again. He's quite close to the off stump, but he's leaving well, Gubbins. He's keeping everybody interested on their toes, though. It's quite interesting actually at Chelmsford, wasn't it? Because when Surrey played there in the first game of the season, it was as flat as anything. And now they're playing there against Worcestershire, and by all accounts, it's a seamless paradise.
Yeah.
Funny that.
And they've taken Sam Cook out.
Yeah.
England taken Sam Cook out like they did with Sonny Baker.
There's Aldridge again. Gubbins drives into the covers. Not completely timed. It will roll out towards deep extra cover for 2. Probably could have taken 3 if they were really keen, but I think the order of the day is to establish this partnership. 69 for 2 at the end of that Aldridge over. Quickly, because we're going to have a commentary change. Have you done all the Division 1s?
I've done Division 1.
That'll do. We don't worry about Division 2 here. Utilita Bowl is a Division 2 free zone.
Fair enough. What about Twickenham 5th 11?
Well, if you've got a name like Saviour and it's Easter, then you are very much come to the fore. So Anthony Gibson's going to come in for you.
Okay.
Gemma, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gemma will be back shortly. Yes, our Easter 11. You had to have a name like Saviour captain your side, didn't you? Twickenham 5th 11. Apparently he plays 4. Here's Overton, start of a new over, and that's driven pleasantly through the extra cover by Tom Preston. That's going for 4. Well, there's a lovely ease of stroke when Tom Prest is batting. And when you watch Tom Prest bat at times, you really feel as though that could quite easily be James Vince in the middle. 22 he moves on to, 73 for 2 are Somerset. Welcome back, Anthony Gibson.
I think he's got a fair way to go to emulate James Vince.
He has, not least in the volume of runs, but of course James Vince has been around for a long time. Made his debut back in 2010, I think it was. 73 for 2, then here's Overton. Length ball just gets turned around there a little bit, does Prest. The ball goes back to the bowler. But he's got a nice ease of shot, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He's a very attractive player to watch. I think, going back to Craig Overton, Steve from Berkhamston was asking about him. His bowling maybe has just lost a little bit of bite.
Was it?
Well, I don't know. You've seen enough of him.
Well, I've seen him over the years. I mean, was he 32 now?
Yeah.
He's put in a lot of hard work, hasn't he? Yeah, maybe. As Overton comes in and bowls, another good length ball to Prest, who works that up towards mid-off. It would have been interesting to see him bowl yesterday morning.
Yeah, I think it would have been a handful.
Yeah.
Absolute handful.
You know, he is a bowler that is relentless with his line and length, isn't he? Wholehearted.
And that's what he's concentrating on at the moment.
Yeah.
Because, you know, there isn't much in this pitch. There's just the odd ball misbehaving. So if you get it in the right areas, those famous right areas, you all the time giving yourself a chance.
Definitely. But you see him week in and week out, Anthony. Obviously, I only see this short ball way outside off stump, balloons into the gloves of James Rue. You know, I think, you know, even Kyle Abbott a couple of times in this game, you know, for a couple of overs here, just couldn't quite get it right. I mean, it's, you know, it's a lot to ask these bowlers to be the same game in and game out. You know, each spell
Derek
he was the
Shackleton
same.
used to manage it.
Well, yeah, but I never saw Derek Shackleton bowl, and I can quite happily be corrected, but I'm not sure he's quite the same pace as these guys. Down the leg side.
Well, I don't know.
Was he not?
Yeah, he was sharp.
Was he?
He was sharp, you know, sort of mid to high 70s, something like that.
Okay.
Tall man, you know, high release
Yeah,
point,
yeah.
and remorselessly accurate.
That's what you want, isn't it?
And
as a
he
captain?
took like thousands of wickets at about 12 or 13 runs apiece. Some remarkable record.
Yeah. Well, Dave Allen would have that record at his
He would,
fingertips.
absolutely,
Oh,
yeah.
God, he'd be... Yeah. That's a length ball to Preston's pushed up to me. He'd be telling me... I can always hear him now saying, Kev, I've told you often enough how many wickets he got, and you still can't remember. Let's just say it was a lot. 73 for 2. Stephen Clark emailed a little earlier. You were talking about the outfield, about how there's some patches on it at the moment. Stephen Clark, sunandcricket@gmail.com. I was waiting till you came back on because you mentioned that, Anthony. He said he had a wander around the outfield at lunchtime and it looked like the patches may have been a moss of some sort.
I think it's fungus.
Is it?
Yep. I think it's a fungus. Not sure it's the same one you get on golf courses, which is called dollar spot, but it's something similar.
Casey Aldridge gets turned away on the leg side by Gubbins, who moves on to 12, 74 for 2. Hampshire are behind on the first innings currently by 110. The men out, Fletcher Middleton for 19 and Mark Stoneman for 17. Alfie Ogborn and Miguel Pretorius with the 2 wickets, which fell when the score was 38. Yeah, sunshine is shining brightly. It's a glorious afternoon. Completely different scene from yesterday. As Aldridge gets worked up to mid-on. There's a no ball. Signalled by David Mills at the far end. Hampshire move on to 74 for 2.
Not quite as his best, Casey Aldridge. It was a loose first over, wasn't it? Went for 12. He's tightened things up since then. But he's another who's very much on England's radar.
Yeah, he's got a good record for you guys, hasn't he, in the few games that he's played. 31 this one. As Prest again works that up to mid-on. Good all-rounder.
He is. He'd probably class himself as an all-rounder. I would say he's more a bowler who bats.
Okay.
I'm not sure that coming in ahead of Lewis Gregory, as he did at Hove, is a particularly good idea.
Well, he scores his runs with a bat at 25 apiece. This is career, and his wickets are taken at 37. Comes in again, very much right arm, medium pace, hits the deck quite well. That's again a bit of extra bounce to Prest, who works that on the offside.
Yeah, I mean his batting average is inflated by a century he got against Lancashire at Old Trafford a couple of years ago, when the game was dead and Somerset declined to declare, much to the irritation of Lancashire, understandable irritation, and Lancashire bowled their batsman as a sort of protest against Somerset's tactics.
Aldridge from the pavilion end again. Little fuller this time. Prest is forward. Works that up to mid-off. Yes, I can imagine.
Here you are, here's Derek Shackleton.
Yeah.
2,857 wickets at 18.65.
There you go. But we are talking uncovered pitches as well.
We are, absolutely.
You know, which, I mean, to be honest, you only had to land the ball straight and on a length, and it went upwards, sideways, downwards and everything. Prest drives, doesn't time that one, goes back to Aldridge. Mind you, of course, you had to stand up in those conditions. It's all very well saying you played on uncovered wickets, but you actually had to stand up when you bowled.
And you know, it makes the records of batsmen from that era, you know,
Yeah, that's
like
right.
Donald Bradman, you know, first and foremost amongst them, all the more
Agreed.
remarkable.
I think in those days, if you averaged 30, you were a serious player, weren't you? Whereas now, everybody's saying, well, it should be a few more than that. Here's Aldridge again. That's nicely even. I'll get it out eventually. Through mid-wicket for 4. Little bit full, little bit straighter from Aldridge. And Prest guides that over the rope, moves on to 26, 80 for 2. Hampshire 104 runs behind.
I think you're being rather generous there. It was a leg stump half volley.
I'm always generous to our visitors.
Well, Somerset could do with another wicket, another couple of wickets before tea. Tea is due at 20 past 4. 40, is it? No, 10 past 4.
10 past 4, yeah.
10 past 4. It's half an hour later than this. Oh, there's tractor driver right in here, away on the far side. Somerset's loyalist and noisiest supporter.
That's not a stereotypical name for a Somerset supporter, is it?
Tractor. He isn't a tractor driver. But,
Is he not?
No.
Well, does he look like one? Well, I don't know what
Well,
tractor
he-
drivers look like, but... Well, how did
He
get
wears a
that?
T-shirt with caution wide load on the back of it.
Ah,
Here's Ogborn in bowls down the leg side, taken by James Rue. Good diving, tumbling stop. Rather half-hearted appeal for a strangle down the leg side for Nick Gubbins. But no response from umpire Mike Burns. Jack Leach just going through one or two practice bowling actions. We haven't seen any spin yet. Somerset, of course, got Leach's slow left arm and Archie Vaughan's off breaks. But we didn't see Liam Dawson bowling in the Somerset innings, so I suspect there isn't much in this pitch for the spinners. Ogborn's into Gubbins, and that one shoots through along the ground to James Rue.
email here from Anthony Bennett, silentcricket@gmail.com, about the Easter Cricket 11. But Anthony, we've sort of moved on now, but thank you anyway. He's in Lymington in Hampshire, but a lifelong Somerset follower. Says Bill Alley, and then has added Luya on it. I've read it out because you took the time to email
Bill Alley
us.
is the last cricketer to have scored 3,000 first-class runs in a season. He did it in 1961, outside the off-stump, at the age of 41.
That's not bad.
3,000 runs in a season is pretty useful.
How many
It'll
innings?
never be done again.
Well, yeah, but how many innings?
I can't remember. But
That'd
it
have been a
was-
lot, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but
I mean, they were playing, what, 32 games a year?
yeah, and
those
he
days.
played a couple. I think he played a couple of games for the MCC or played
Yeah.
in the Scarborough Festival or something like that. But even so, it was
Oh, still a good effort. of course
remarkable
it is.
achievement.
Yeah, of course it is. Went on to umpire as well, didn't he?
He did. Very good umpire. Ogborn in bowls outside the off stump, just swinging that one away from the left-handed Gubbins, who plays it up to Tom Banton. At mid-off, just the two slips now, who are Tom Abel and it's either Casey Aldridge or Craig Overton. I think it may be Casey Aldridge. Overton may have gone off for a wash and brush up after finishing his spell.
You're allowed to do that still.
Well, they sort of come and go more or less as they please these days, don't they? Ogborn in, bowls on leg stump, turned away into the onside, and a good stop by Jack Leach down to his left at mid-on. They were supposed to be tightening up on it, the umpires, but I haven't noticed much sign of it.
No.
81 for 2. So Hampshire just 103 runs behind now. Gubbins on to 13 with that single. He's making steady progress. Nick Gubbins, 13 from 41 deliveries.
He's getting the ball just to shape a little bit, old ball, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that. And I think he's put on a yard of pace since last year as well. He's getting a nice amount of bounce, even from this fairly flat pitch. He's bounding in now and bowls, and this is cut away nicely off the back foot by Press down to Pretorius at wide third man for another single.
And that's Tom Prest's 1,000th first-class run.
Yeah. You beat me to it.
Oh, were you going to say it?
I was
Sorry.
going to say that. I've
Well-
got in my notes he needs 27 for 1,000 first-class runs.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Anthony. I feel a bit bad now.
Well, he's your player, so I think that's fair enough.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you would have said it a bit better actually than I did. I probably haven't built it up enough.
Brought a bit more drama to the
Yeah, I
occasion.
think you would have done. I think maybe the next time I shall hang back. Sun is still out and getting warmer by the hour, which is lovely. Very, very welcome. 82 for 2. The deficit on the first innings now is down to 102. And it's going to be Casey Aldridge to Tom Prest with 2 slips. Prest is forward. He's going to take a quick single up to mid-off. That's good running. 83 for 2. Aldridge into his 4th over, none for 23 currently. Well, it's a glorious afternoon to watch cricket now. I have to say, one or two youngsters playing some cricket around the boom. I think there's 1 or 2 if I look to my left, there's a couple. Still in the Easter holidays. They got an extra day on Easter holidays, schools this year, and they 2 weeks off, and then they've got Easter Monday. So it's 2 and a bit weeks. Casey Aldridge bowls. Gubbins works that up towards mid-on.
Which means the traffic will be back to its to normal, to its dreadful normal, as from Tuesday, I suppose.
Yeah. Beware of rush hour again. It's been quite nice the last few days.
Yes, absolutely.
John Gardiner has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. I think it was it Emilio who was saying that, or it might one of either Emilio or Gemma was saying about, oh, we don't get so many emails now about people being in hot places. Was that what you were saying? Well, that's just about to be ended as Gubbins drives that up to wideish mid-off, takes a single, moves on to 14, because John Gardiner says, good morning from a warm and humid central Mississippi. Forecast 30 degrees Celsius today. It's great to be able to wake up and watch some of my home county cricket. I enjoyed the little piece about Derek Shackleton. It brought back happy memories. I was privileged to be coached by Derek Shackleton. I would have been about 12 years old. Thank you for the excellent commentary, says John. Well, I suppose at that time, if you were coached by the great Shack, full delivery to Prest, who works that up to mid-on, then you would have been, well, if you were passed on those tips and you would be able to put that into practice, he would have improved your bowling no end, I would have thought.
Well, it was the sort of standard onwards career move for professional cricketers in those days, to go into coaching at schools mainly.
Yeah. Prest again faces Aldridge. Well, gets wrapped on the pad.
Inside
That
edge.
looks
Inside
close,
edge.
was it? Playing
Inside
across
edge.
that one, isn't he? Fortunately. Actually, he's got very good ears, better than mine.
2 sounds.
Anthony sounds like he's in a distance to me. Yep. Good shout, though, otherwise. Ralph Brooker, silentcricket@gmail.com, says, you mentioned players taking comfort breaks. Does a player need to notify the umpire that they're leaving the field? Oh, yes, you can't just wander off when you feel like it. Sneak off and the umpires don't see you. Here's Aldridge. That's driven straight. There'll be runs here. He's found the gap. It's in mid-on's left, and that is 4 runs. And Prest moves on to 32. And Hampshire, that's a 50 partnership as well, and that's come off 89 deliveries, of which Tom Prest has scored 32 of those. And Hampshire are now 88 for 2 at the end of that over. I think I'm off. And it's Amelia Clark who's going to join Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, you can't afford to bowl half volleys if you're trying to build pressure by bowling dry, as they say. Cricketers dotting up is the modern expression at Somerset. Not managing it. Alfie Ogborn's not been guilty of bowling too many half volleys. He's just gone for 22 rather in his 7 overs, and has the wicket of Fletcher Middleton to his credit. Caught behind off a good delivery from Ogborn, who's coming in now from this hotel end. He's in, bowls down the leg side, give him the big build-up, and gets that one wrong, but nicely taken by James Rue. And Hampshire getting back on top, Amelia.
Absolutely, yeah. They'll be looking to just sort of maintain this a little bit more and sort of chase down that final deficit of 96 still remaining that they are behind Somerset by. But 88 for 2 after 25, I think they'll be quite happy with that and just keep that partnership going.
Ogbourne in and bowls, good ball, which is played firmly back to him by Nick Gubbins. Just the two slips now, the two giants there. Craig Overton at first and Casey Aldridge at second. Tom Abel's come out to mid-wicket. Jack Leach still practicing his bowling action at mid-on. I suspect it may not be long before we see Leach in the attack. As his fellow left arm Ogbourne is in and bowls, and this is whipped away through the onside for 4 runs. Nice shot by Gubbins, the best shot he's played so far. Moves on to 18, Hampshire on to 92 for 2. Just over pitch from Ogbourne and picked up and whipped through the onside.
Yeah, it definitely felt like that was one of the first that Gubbins has sort of really hit with purpose and a lot of strength and sort of knowing exactly where it was going to go. But yeah, really nice shot.
And in response to that, Tom Abel going back to the mid-wicket boundary. I'm not sure I'm all that keen on that. I'd rather we are going to have a mid-wicket because Tom Banton's going there. So it's a bit of cover. He's more at deep square leg, Tom Abel rather. Banton at straightish mid-wicket for that shot, which Gubbins doesn't keep down. Ogbourne in and bowls, and this is pulled away down
and
between Abel and Pretorius, down to backward square leg for 4 runs, successive boundaries. Gubbins on to 22 and Ogbourne just losing his line with those last 2 deliveries.
Yes, it was as if Gubbins said, okay, well, if you can put someone there, and I'll just go down the middle.
Yeah, picked his spot.
I'm beginning to get increasingly jealous of the people on the balconies here. There's a little group in the hotel. Seem to have some nice drinks on the balcony. What a life!
Is Ogbourne in outside the off stump, too wide this time. A puff of dust comes up as he's in his follow through. Suggests again that the pitch is drying out under the influence of this lovely sunshine. Beautiful afternoon here at Hedge End, just to the north of Southampton.
It is 17 degrees currently. 17, very nice. It feels
trees just coming into leaf all around the ground. It's a lovely sight. As Ogbourne is in and bowls, and that's a much better ball, which draws a solid looking defensive shot from Nick Gubbins. End of that Ogbourne over. He's gone for 30 runs in 8 overs. Hampshire 96 for 2 with Tom Prest on 32 and Gubbins on 22.
Yeah, the crowd really starting to fill out, especially below us at this Hilton end, Hilton Hotel end. There's quite a few people sort of standing almost from directly below us. I think there's a bar below us, watching at the edge there. And really sort of filling out around this side, which is nice because the last couple of days it's, or yesterday and even a week before, there hasn't been as many. So nice to see people sort of filling out throughout the whole ground. I mean, we've got Aldridge back into the attack as he comes towards us at the hotel here, and Gubbins just manages to push that off towards mid-wicket, and that's going to roll for 4. A very nice shot.
2.5 volleys.
And that brings up Hampshire's 100 runs. So this partnership really coming into stroke now after 26 overs. It's only taken 110 minutes for them to bring up their 100 runs for 2 wickets. Yeah, Preston Gubbins really doing a lot of work. As Anthony said before, Prest on 36 now and Gubbins on 22. Partnership of well over 50 between the two of them. As Aldridge is in again over the wicket. Oh, and it looked as if there was going to be a slight edge through to the carrying to the keeper, but
kept low, that one.
It did.
Kept low and jagged back in towards Prest as well, who had his heart in his mouth for a moment there.
Aldridge begins his run towards us, past the umpire, over the wicket and bowls, and Prest just manages to work that off. But the umpire's there. The umpire, not the umpire. The wicket-keeper's there to stop it. I'd be worried if the umpire was stopping
Got
it.
away with that, did Aldridge?
He did. Yeah, that very nearly worked away for 4 again down the leg side. He begins his run again towards us on this lovely sunny day. Over the wicket and in. And it's just batted straight back to him. Nice defensive shot there from Prest.
What's Jack Leach doing? He's not really doing any. Not sure he's going to come into the attack just yet. I think I'd bring him on.
I think he wants to be brought on.
I think he does. I mean, he's always keen
Yeah.
to bowl. He's bowled a huge number of overs. Bowled 65 overs in the second innings against Worcestershire. 50 more up at Hove.
Aldridge in. Oh, much fuller shot that time, but they're going to scurry away for 1 as it's picked up just by the opposite wickets.
But he does love to bowl. He's not going to bowl now. We're going to have another over. Oh, no, over isn't. They're changing over for the
lefties.
left-hander. There's 1 ball in the over remaining.
Only 2 slips in place now for Aldridge as he comes in round the wicket this time. Very strong shot, but Gubbins is all across that and he's worked that away. And that's gone for 4. Split the fielders yet again. He's managing to really sort of pick out his spots this time. Nice strong shot there.
Aldridge has gone for 37 in 5 overs, which is not what Somerset need. So perhaps we are going to have Jack Leach, James Rew, going across to have a chat with him and just discussing what sort of a field he would like. Is Tom Banton going to put the fielding? Yes, he is putting the fielding pads on, even as I speak, standing by the square leg umpire. So he'll come in at short leg. Craig Overton will field at slip. Lewis Gregory would normally be there, but he's not in this game with an abdominal strain.
And don't forget, if you're listening live in the ground or at home or around the world, you can email us at solentcricket@gmail.com with your opinions, your questions, anything you'd like to talk about or to get one of our expert opinions on. Not mine. Definitely Anthony's got a more expert opinion than mine. But yeah, please do email us, solentcricket@gmail.com.
Right, see what if anything Jack Leach can get out of this pitch. Tom Banton there with the fielding pads on. Just rolling his cricket trousers down over them now. We will also have a shortish, straightish extra cover. Backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary. Deepish mid-on. Straightish mid-wicket, backward square leg. Leach in, bowls to Press, to plays that back to the bowler. Lots of encouragement from the Somerset fielders to Leachy, the nut, as he's known. He's in and bowls, and this is played from the crease by Tom Prest. See if we can detect any turn on the monitor as Leach bowls. This is on leg stump turned up to Ogbourne at mid-on, and there won't be a run. Sun glinting on Jack Leach's bald head. He walks and then trots and tosses this one up. It's driven square out to Pretorius for a single, 106 for 2. Pressed on to 38. Somerset, well, they picked up 2 quick wickets. Would have had a third if Pretorius hadn't overstepped. Prest would have been gone first ball, LBW, but he did overstep, and that was that. And since then, these two have batted very sensibly for Hampshire. Leach in and bowls to Gubbins. He's turning the ball into the left-hander, of course. Still got the forward short leg and the slip as close catches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, saving 1. And Ogborn just jogging in. Leach bowls. This is turned into the onside by Gubbins. End of an unremarkable over from Jack Leach. Tidy enough, but no sign really of any turn. Just the 1 run from it. It's 106 for 2, and my stint is up, and I'll make way for Gemma Green after some words from Amelia Clark.
Yeah, I think although it, as Anthony said, it may be a slightly unremarkable over from Leach, but actually will Somerset be quite happy with that, because it would have just sort of stopped any kind of building on that overrun for 1 over, maybe just slowed the Hampshire batters down a little bit more and just given Somerset a chance to kind of reset and come up with a new plan of attack, and just give them that time to slow the run scoring down. Hello, Gemma.
Hi, Amelia.
What do you think on Jack Leach?
Well, it's the first time we've seen spin in this game, and I guess that's been brought about by this partnership, which is now worth 68.
Yeah.
After those 2 quick wickets, so Hampshire 106 for 2, and Leach brought on for the first time. Well, spin brought on for the first time.
I said although there was no. And
Is this my over?
go for it.
Okay, this is Ogborn bowling from the pavilion end. He had a 6 over spell earlier from the hotel end. That was just pushed out onto the offside for no run. So pressed on 38 off 57. Gubbins 25 off 52. As Ogborn's top of his mark. Second ball of the over. Into Prest. Bowls, and it's short and down the leg side. Prest had a flick of it. Well, there's a pre-signal from the umpire, so it'll either be buys or leg buys. I think leg buys it is, so just flicked off the pad for 1 leg buy. Brings the left-handed Gubbins back on strike. Really is nice and warm now. Feel it coming in.
Yeah. I'm back in the t-shirt.
Yep. Much more sensible now. When you turned up in a t-shirt this morning, I did wonder.
Again, ever the optimist. Hoping it would be warm.
And you were right, it's worked.
Absolutely.
So Ogborn, left arm Ogborn over the wicket now to the left-handed Gubbins, who
great
cuts
job.
that wide and short and wide outside off stump, and Gubbins is on top of the bounce and cuts that for 4. Great shot, in control all the time.
And that brings up his 30.
It does. His partnership's going really well. They're now on 1-1-1, which is a score they'll be looking to get off. Nelson.
Yeah, the deficit they're chasing Somerset by is only 73 still. So
Yep. And just a reminder, there's still 41 overs left in the scheduled day's play at the end of this over. As Ogden comes in and bowls, and that's straighter and worked onto the leg side, no run. But we will be taking tea at 10 past 4, so in 8 minutes' time, and that's because of the delayed start. We do have scheduled fixed session times today, so we're not waiting for the overs to get down to 32 overs, as is the usual plan for these days of county cricket. We will be taking tea in 8 minutes with a longer, later session. Ogden again. In and bowls, and that's half volley on leg stump. Gubbins flicks that away to square leg for a single. Field's having to change again. We've seen a lot of that today. It's been pretty much a left-hand, right-hand combination for almost for the entire Hampshire innings. 2 slips in place. 2 fielders on the rope on the leg side for Prest, as Ogden goes round the wicket with his left arm in, and tucks Prest up, but he works that neatly round his legs for his single. Fine leg does the work.
We've got an email here from Martin Newman saying, "Good afternoon from Holland. Thank you for a nice commentary today. I've been busy in the sunny garden this afternoon and decided I need a rest. So following Hampshire, he's done that for more than 50 years on the YouTube channel. Fingers crossed for a Hants win and a good season ahead." Thank you very much, Martin. Again, solancricket@gmail.com. If you're here in the UK or worldwide, please get in touch. We love hearing from you. What are you up to? How long you've been supporting Hampshire? What you're doing while listening to us or watching us on the YouTube channel? Please do let us know.
Absolutely. 50 years he would have seen the rise and fall.
Absolutely.
Just shy of seeing Hampshire lift the trophy for this competition, but he would have seen many white ball successes, certainly recently in the relatively modern era.
Absolutely. Somerset going to try Leach again from the hotel end. He goes up to face Prest, and he comes a little gallop in, very straight to the wicket there, and it's just played off to mid square wicket there and picked up by a roving fielder. 113 for 2 are Hampshire, still chasing 71 set by Somerset earlier today. Leach doesn't waste a lot of time, already at the top of his very short mark, and he's in again. Bowls. Oh, and this time Prest does get a bit more of a swipe at it, so it goes all the way out to deep wicket there, and they go for 1, and already the field resets for the left-handed Gubbins. Leach coming over the over this time, top of his mark, just setting a few fielders, just a slight difference, bringing them in ever so slightly. Point coming into a slightly finer point there, and he's in again, Leach, and it's just blocked there by Gubbins. Nice defence, head over the ball, nice leaning forward, and just stopped it. Leach picks up and sets back to the top of his, again, fairly short mark. And again, Leach sets off a little gallop over the wicket. He bowls, and Gubbins just manages to push that away again to deep point. He'll pick it up. The field resets once again as Leach now comes around the wicket to a right-handed Prest. Leach in from the hotel end towards the pavilion. He bowls, looking for that. Oh, and it's just zipped past the fine point there, and but extra cover will pick it up. Got one more ball left over the over. The sun beaming down at us now. We've been keeping an eye on the weather all day. A slightly hazy cloud, but definitely not stopping that beautiful sunshine. If you are in the ground, get your sunscreen on as Leach comes over the wicket, and it's blocked back by Gubbins.
That's the end of the over. Hampshire 116 for 2. And for any listeners that have just joined us, a bit of a roundup of the day. We started half an hour late with Somerset 94 for 6 overnight. Hampshire did bowl them out for 184, but a final wicket partnership between Pretorius and Ogbourne. Sorry, I've got the Easter on the brain, but the final wicket partnership of 48 between Pretorius and Ogbourne put a little bit of a dampener in Hampshire's bowling attack. They went off at lunch, and in the afternoon session, Hampshire started their innings as Ogbourne comes in and bowls now, and that's just pushed onto the offside. It was a good start, a partnership of 36 for the openers, but then Somerset fought back with a couple of wickets. Ogbourne bowled very nicely, and the Hampshire were 2 down. But since then, Nick Gubbins and Tom Prest have consolidated this innings for Hampshire with a partnership of 73 now. Still out in the crease at the middle. Prest is on 41, Gubbins on 32, and Ogbourne is coming in to bowl to Prest, who works that on the leg side for a single. Nope, for a dot ball. That was well fielded.
Yeah, we will most likely be taking tea after this over
Yeah, the scheduled tea at 10 past 4, so
because of the late start.
more than likely because of the late start. So having missed 2 sessions yesterday, so that 94 for 6 that Somerset were on overnight all happened in the first session. As Ogborn's in round the wicket, Press clips that off his toes. So yeah, that all happened in the morning session, and that was it for the day.
Absolutely. What a fantastic round up there, Gemma. Well done. Very nice indeed.
It's well, to say we've missed 2 sessions, there's just been quite a lot going on.
Absolutely.
We've had sort of partnerships come out of nowhere, and
Yep.
3 wickets in 9 minutes. You know, little spurts of sort of excitement
Absolutely.
as this game's progressed. So Ogborn is making sure this is the last over. He's coming in for the 4th ball. Marning his left arm round to Prest, who pushes that into the offside. Craig Overton picks the ball up for no run. So I think Hampshire will be very happy if they, assuming they do see out the last 2 balls of this over, going into tea at 116 for 2, having been 38 for 2.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think these guys have really come in. It's not been a rushed attack. It's been very weighted and sort of watched and, you know, cautious at times, but yeah, always with the idea of adding more.
Ogborn in. Press flicks that onto the leg side, but there's close fielders in all round, and there's no run there. Prest was squared up pretty plumb LBW, but a very early call from the umpire, who saw Pretorius's foot over the line, so no ball was called before any sort of real appeal could take place. To be honest, it was very early, but apart from that, Prest has looked pretty comfortable.
Absolutely. Let's not have the commentator's curse now on the final ball.
What, with 1 ball to go?
You never know. Just taking his time there, Ogborn, composing his thoughts.
He is. I think he's just making sure the clock has ticked over, so it will be the last over as he comes in, bowls, and no commentator's curse today. Press sees that one out, and Hampshire will go to lunch, 116 for 2.
Tea.
For tea, 116 for 2, and we'll feel pretty happy with that effort.
Absolutely.
Give you the bowling figures of that session. Craig Overton, 9 overs, 0 for 23. Alfie Ogborn, 10 overs, 1 for 36. He picked up the wicket of Fletcher Middleton. Miguel Pretorius, 5 overs, 1 for 13. He bowled really nicely early on. He picked up the wicket of Mark Stoneman. Casey Aldridge, 5 overs, 0 for 37. And Jack Leach, 2 overs, 0 for 4.
And the fielders are just leaving the field now. And we will rejoin you again after tea.
Very good. Sorry, Johnny. Yeah, I just something else.
Shortish mid-wicket and a shortish extra cover. Leach bowls. Gubbins is back on his stumps, whipping this away to Sean Dixon, coming in off the deep mid-wicket boundary for the first run of the evening session, which is going to be an elongated session because we have 38 overs to be bowled after this one, and even with Jack Leach bowling quite a few of them, no doubt, I suspect we'll be here up to about 7 o'clock, light permitting, and there's no reason I can see from the overhead conditions why the light shouldn't hold out. As played back by Prest to Leach.
No, it's the day's improving, and has been, hasn't it, since just before lunch. Improving all the time.
Leach bowls, and this is turned into the onside, but Abel is there to do the fielding at that short mid-wicket position. Yeah, it's been improving for Hampshire as well. Started well with the wicket of Craig Overton very early on without scoring. But that last wicket partnership of 48 shifted things. This is driven square out to Dixon for a single. Prest's first run after lunch. He moves on to 42. Yeah, last wicket partnership of 48 between Pistorius and Ogbourne just shifted things Somerset, or back towards Somerset a little bit. Hampshire was still very much ahead in the game at that stage, and ditto the 2 wickets that Somerset took to dismiss Middleton and Stoneman. But since then it's been one-way traffic with Preston Gubbins making the most of some pretty average Somerset bowling, if we're being honest.
80-run partnership unbroken so far between these two, who have scored some steady runs already this season. Standout performance from Nick Gubbins last week with 100 in that rearguard action against Surrey at the Oval. And to get us underway from the pavilion end this evening is Miguel Pretorius, bowled well in his first spell, 5 overs 1 for 13, picked up Stoneman. Here he is, right arm over, the South African. That's just guided to point by Prest.
Don't quite understand why he only bowled 5 overs, because as you said, he was the best of the Somerset bowlers.
He was
this afternoon, and he's a big, strong lad.
Yeah.
You know, he's been, and he's overseas, and you want to get your money's worth from your overseas, don't you?
Yes, you do. Yeah, you don't want them going back thinking.
I mean, he's not an out-and-out fast bowler. He's cut out to be a county championship cricket workhorse.
Yeah, he's a little bit about, well, he's a bit more than medium pace, but he hits the deck, doesn't he? Sort of nips it in a bit, which is ideally what you want. Got 2 slips as he bowls to Prest. Prest just guides that back to the bowler, no run. Could so easily have got Prest out first ball. The big shout for an LBW. It was a no ball, so not quite sure whether it was going to be given or not, but it looked close.
It was very close. I think it would have been given out.
Probably. But Prest was a bit like that last week when he came in and played and missed quite a bit early on in his innings against Surrey, but in the end scored the runs that helped Hampshire home and safe and dry, and when it looked like halfway through the game they were going to be yet again blown away. Facing Pretorius here, length ball. Prest just pushes forward.
He's been given too many easy runs by Somerset bowlers, with Aldridge in particular guilty of too many half volleys, having gone for 37 in just 5 overs. Alfie Ogbourne he's started well, wasn't quite so effective in his second spell, picked up 1 for 36 in 10.
Pretorius again, good length ball. Prest can do no more than play it back up the pitch.
And Overton plugged away without getting much out of the pitch.
No, he didn't get much at all, did he?
But Somerset their bowlers have got to try and build pressure by bowling dry and forcing the batsmen, if they want to score runs, to take a little bit of a risk from time to time.
Yeah. So far so good in this over. 4 balls, dot balls, all of them. Pretorius in again. Bowls. Always gets wrapped on the pad. That's nipped back, yes! And he's gone. Rewarded. Celebrations there from Pretorius. Punches the air. Prest goes. That looked a beauty of a delivery.
Yeah,
he goes
really
for 42.
Cut back sharply, didn't it? Can't blame the batsman for missing that. That was a wicket very much for the bowler. rather than donated by the batsman. Watching the replay, yeah, would have hit leg stump, probably middle and leg, something like that. And good piece of bowling by Pretorius. Well, we were saying that he was the best of the Somerset bowlers, and he's borne out that opinion. And I repeat what I said just now, is I can't quite understand why he's only bowled 5 overs prior to this one. But he's picked up a second wicket, 2 for 13 in 1 ball less than 6 overs.
And that partnership of 80 has been broken.
And it's a bowling point for Somerset.
Whoopee.
Hooray!
Is that why the applause is?
I think the applause is for the it's for Liam Dawson.
I was joking.
Now I'm going to ask you something about Liam Dawson.
Yes.
Why doesn't he feature in discussions about who is England's best spinner and who ought to be spinning for England?
Well, I think he's featured in discussions about who is England's best spinner. But I think the latter... listen, I think he's pretty much let it be known that he's had his fill of being around England squads, travelling around,
So
carrying drinks.
it's basically his decision, is it?
Yeah, he's let it be known that he's not that bothered. I mean, you know, he'll do it if he's asked, but I'm sure he will say, well, you know, but I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but he wants to play a little bit of franchise cricket, which he does. You know,
He's very successful in the
this is it.
SA20.
Yeah, you know, and he just wants to play some cricket and not travel around the world, you know, carrying drinks for everybody. You know, I don't blame him, because I mean, he's in the peak of form as has been for the last 2 or 3 years.
Absolutely.
And what is the point?
I mean, it would be a toss-up between him and Jack Leach as to who is the better bowler, but
Agreed.
you know, but Dawson is a much better batsman.
Agreed. So Pretorius then 2 for 13 comes into Dawson, and foolish delivery. Dawson drives up to mid-off. End of the over. Good one. 118 for 3. Hampshire trail by 66. I've just been handed this note, actually. Today has an attendance of 1,200. Tomorrow here on day 3, it's under 16s free again, as it has been all weekend. And there's a free Easter activity trail for children to enjoy throughout the day. That's tomorrow. So
what's that?
if
An
you bring the young ones
Easter egg hunt around the stands, is it?
Yeah, I presume so, something like that. I mean, I don't know the details, but it's an Easter activity trail. We can put an Easter egg behind your chair, Anthony. Get the children up here.
I don't think they do well to find it up here, I'll tell you that.
A few stairs to climb, lifts to be in.
Craig Overton is going to come back into the attack. The Jack Leach experiment, having not produced a wicket and not, in all honesty, looking like producing a wicket. So Big Craig will have a bowl. Got 2 slips, Tom Abel and Casey Aldridge. Backward point. We've got a man out on the deep backward point boundary, or deep cover boundary, really. Archie Vaughan out there. Go on, Craigo, says Tom Abel to his old mate, comrade in arms. Overton in and bowls. This comes off the inside edge, out into the onside, where it's picked up by Sean Dixon at mid-wicket. I'm surprised that so many other Somerset fielders are still wearing jumpers, because it's... I haven't been out around the ground during the tea interval, but at lunchtime it was very, very pleasant out there. Warm, no real breeze to speak of. But most of the Somerset fielders in their cable knit jumpers. 1 or 2 in long-sleeved versions thereof. As Overton comes in around the wicket to Gubbins, who comes slightly hesitantly, uncertainly forward, and gets the middle of the bat onto that delivery, but he was wary of a little bit of way movement from Craig Overton, bowling a good length. That ideal length, where the batsman isn't quite sure whether to go forward or hang back. He's in again, bowls. That's another good length delivery. That one doesn't bounce very much, taken ankle high by James Rue. There's a little bit of up and downness, if you can call it that, in this pitch, Kev.
Yeah, I think it's drying out a bit now, isn't it? And it does dry fast here. And I think we'll see a bit of pace being taken out now. The ball's also a little bit older now, 34th over.
118 for 3. As Overton is in from this hotel end. Bowls outside the off stump. Through to James Rue. No shot from Gubbins. Plenty of noise from the Somerset fielders. And a shout of encouragement from tractor driver up somewhere up the far end. If you can hear us, Mike, give us a wave and I can pick you out.
He's got the in-ground headphones on.
He doesn't want to listen to us, does he? Overton in bowls, and again draws a respectful forward defensive shot from Nick Gubbins.
Well, you know him better than me.
Oh, he's a great lad. There isn't. Somerset has no more loyal supporter than Tractor. Mike Salis is his proper name. Overton comes rocking in, bowls, and again, that was a very good over that from Craig Overton, asking some searching questions of Nick Gubbins, who managed to find the answers to them and survives on 33 out of Hampshire's 118 for 3.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Somerset are going to have to bowl tight here, with the ball doing little now and getting softer, pitch getting drier and a little slower. He probably wouldn't get away with the way Hampshire were able to bowl in terms of, well, they did bowl some loose ones at times, but there was enough happening with the ball that there was always a wicket-taking delivery around the corner. Dominic Smith, silentcricket@gmail.com, says, why should Dawson trail around carrying drinks for people? That's exactly right. Just a bit of a chat going on there. We've got a short, or almost like not quite a silly mid-off, but a man on the drive.
It's Tom Avell.
Yeah. Here's Pretorius then, bowls straight. Dawson works that up towards mid-on. Score remains on 118 for 3 then. Hampshire are behind by 66. Really, with the way the conditions are at the moment, they should get a lead. It should be a healthy lead. Quite how many? Well, who knows, but they are definitely having the better of the batting conditions. And it all goes back to the toss yesterday morning, which was very important. Pretorius in again to Dawson. Dawson is forward. Good line and length once more from the South African. Michael Harrison has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good afternoon, thanks as always for the excellent coverage. A bit biased, says Michael. I'd normally be there from Cowes. It's on the Isle of Wight, for those of you that don't know the geography down here. But in terms of not materialising the poor prior weather forecast from the Met Office, it was a no. Well, I think today was always getting better, wasn't it? I think it's probably better than most people thought. That's a little fuller, driven through mid-wicket. Lovely shot, Liam Dawson. No need to run more than about one for that one to make sure it goes over the rope, which it does. And Dawson's off the mark with a crisp flick off his legs. 122 for 3.
Yes, I looked at the BBC weather forecast yesterday lunchtime for today, and it said heavy rain. We did have some moderately heavy rain very early this morning, but since then it's been lovely. Farmers will always tell you that the BBC weather forecast is overly pessimistic.
Is it?
And the Met Office is overly optimistic.
Right, so have both on your phone and go somewhere in between.
Yep.
Here's Pretorius. Dawson drives, doesn't time it as it goes up towards mid-off. Just a bit more from Michael. He says about the Utilita Bowl, fabulous facility and how lucky we are to have it locally. Let's get behind the team. Tom Prest, well, this was written just before Tom Prest was out, says looking brilliant again. Well, he does, he always does when he's out there in the middle. What a fabulous start to the season, says Michael. This could really be the one we have been waiting for. Come on, Hampshire, and thanks again for the presentation. Thank you very much. We try our best. Pretorius again. Right arm over past the umpire, and Dawson now edges that one down to third man. Well, it was along the ground. Third slip probably would have stopped it, but it wouldn't have carried. But a false shot there from Dawson brings him his second boundary. He moves on to 8, 126 for 3. Hampshire behind by 58.
Yeah, the championship is very open this year, isn't it? With Surrey having had a slightly disappointing start, not looking quite the force they were last year, and they won't have many of their big players who aren't playing at the moment back before the end of this first 7 county championship matches.
Okay.
So, Hampshire will be there, Essex, maybe Sussex, dark horses.
I was going to say, the way things have started for them, but it's a short season, but it's a long season, if you know what I mean. Dawson's forward to Pretorius goes up towards mid-off. I know Somerset faltered a little bit at the death, but we're still there or thereabouts. Hampshire didn't start particularly well, but we're certainly there or thereabouts. But there's still a long way to go yet. But I don't think Somerset need to be too alarmed, because Hampshire didn't play for the first 4 days up at Durham, lost their second game, so they were in a terrible position. Still finished second.
Durham, I think,
they might
do well.
Anthony Gibson is staying on, and former Hampshire player Gemma Green is coming in alongside him.
And he will be describing an over from Craig Overton to the left-handed Nick Gubbins. Just the 2 slips. And a catching short mid-wicket. Overton into Gubbins outside the off stump, and it carries on its appointed path through to James Rue. Who do you fancy to win the county championship, Gemma?
Who do I fancy? Or
To win, who do you think might win it? Who would be your pick?
Well,
you'd probably say you want Hampshire to win it, but
yes,
putting that aside, who do you think will win it?
I think it was all bigged up for Surrey at the start, wasn't it? And they've had a blip.
Here's Overton into Gubbins, defends, no run.
So, like Kev was saying, it's a long season, but it's all open at the minute, and both of our sides, Somerset, Hampshire, have been there or thereabouts in the last few years. Hampshire have been runners-up, and they've been in the top 3 the last 3 years, medalled if it was the Olympics. And so yeah, it would be lovely for a team other than Surrey to win it, just for a change up. And if that has to be Hampshire, so be it.
Well, we'll see. I think fancy Somerset's chances more if Matt Henry was available. That's a defensive shot from Nick Gubbins. He should have been playing 6 out of the first 7 county championship matches, but I'm not sure now when he's going to come. He's got a knee injury to go with his shoulder injury, and Somerset are in constant touch with Cricket New Zealand, but there's still no clear indication as to when he's going to come, but I suspect it will be later rather than sooner, because cricket boards around the world tend to, understandably, to wrap their fast bowlers in cotton wool. Overton in bowls, no shot from Gubbins.
Will he play white ball for you as well?
Yeah, he can up until the end of June. So the first, 4 or 5 or 6 T20 games. And Somerset will have Riley Meredith as well, who is genuinely quick.
Very
so
quick.
They'll have a strong pace attack in the blast. But it's the championship that Somerset really covered. Overton bowls 2 wide, no shot from Gubbins. It's Somerset's 150th anniversary year this year. The club was formed in 1875, so it would be wonderful if the 150th anniversary were to be crowned with the first county championship.
Absolutely.
But it hasn't been a very encouraging start with that long drawn-out draw against Worcester, and then heavy defeat down at Hove. Overton in and bowls, and no run as Ogbourne is quickly onto it from extra cover. Good over from Craig Overton. 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 23, giving everything he's got as per usual is Craig Overton. But no joy on this increasingly placid pitch, and Hampshire 126 for 3.
The latter part of the season, Taunton often comes a fortress, doesn't it, for
Yep.
Somerset? So that's always in the bag. if you've had a dodgy start.
Well, one hopes so. I mean, Somerset haven't started well in any of the last, I don't know how many seasons. Apart from 2021, when we had the conference, when they came here and rolled Hampshire over, bowled them out for 79, won by 10 wickets. That was part of a very good start to the season, but that's been the exception rather than the rule.
So Miguel Pretorius from the pavilion end coming in over the wicket to Dawson, who blocks that out. Good line and length. Yeah, Liam Dawson. Every county's got them, but what a crowd favourite.
Yeah, and what a good cricketer he is.
Fantastic. I mean, he's been a great all-rounder for the club for many, many years. But last year, he was sublime. He was pulling out 5-wicket hauls and hundreds, left, right, and centre whenever the team needed it. And he finished second highest run scorer for Hampshire, 30 runs behind Vince on 956, and second leading wicket taker, only one behind Kyle Abbott on 54. As Pretorius is in, and that's driven by Dawson into the covers. It doesn't beat the fielder, so it's a dot ball. So yeah, to be second on the list of wickets and runs, and not just the stats, but the times that he pulled out those wicket hauls and those big knocks, it was phenomenal.
Well, he signed off at the end of last season against Somerset with 4 for 28 in the Somerset first innings, and then he scored the winning runs with 44 not out as Hampshire chased down 120 in the second innings.
Yeah, phenomenal season, and like you say, such a cricketer as Pretorius is in, and Dawson just blocks that out onto the offside.
Finest cricketer ever produced by Swindon. I think we can say without fear of contradiction.
I can't argue that. Someone's going to email in, you know that.
Someone, no, I can't think of any. Certainly, there's no contemporary first-class cricketer other than Liam Dawson, who was born in Swindon. To the best of my knowledge, but I stand to be corrected.
As Pretorius in again, Dawson on strike, and this time he flicks it through square leg, and there is a sweeper out there, so they'll come back for 2. Nicely timed. The outfield's a little bit slow, and they come back for a second. Hampshire 128 for 3. And he's one of those cricketers that just gets the job done, sort of unbeknowingly, and
he's an all-format cricketer as well, isn't he?
All format, and great fielder.
Yeah.
He's been a great slip catcher for us in the past. He's fielding more in the ring now as Pretorius comes in. Bowls, and again outside off stump, Dawson just sees that one off, pushed to cover for no run.
Hampshire have got a few, one or two more homegrown cricketers in their side these days, with Toby Albert, born in Basingstoke, and Tom Press born in Wimborne, which is only just over the border into Dorset, and Fletcher Middleton, born in Southampton. So rather more homegrown talent than was once the case.
Absolutely, and Pretorius in again for his last ball of his 8th over, and that's worked onto the leg side for no run. End of the over, Hampshire 128 for 3, Dawson on 10, Gubbins on 33.
And Somerset quicks Pretorius and Overton. They're plugging away. They've bowled tightly since tea, bowled well, picked up the wicket of Prest, pinned LBW by Pretorius. But
we were saying Pretorius's first spell, not this morning, it was in the middle session. 5 overs, 1 for 13, probably pick of the Somerset seamers, but a relatively short spell, and then he came back, and first over back was a wicket maiden and broke up that partnership of 80 between Gubbins and Prest.
Yes, he's bowled 8 overs, Pretorius. Overton's just coming up for his 12th from this hotel end. 2 slips as he's in, bowls to the left-handed Gubbins, who plays that up to Tom Banton at mid-on. Banton, and that's a loose return. That wasn't a good return from Tom Banton, and arrived at James Rew on the half volley, and all he could do was parry it, and they've taken an overthrow, basically. 129 for 3, a run wasted.
Yeah, that's a rough return to the keeper, and under no pressure either.
No.
He was just sort of passing it back, really, but got him on the volley, half volley.
129 for 3, Dawson on strike. Craig Overton. I think it's the first time that Overton has bowled at Dawson. I think he's been monopolised by Gubbins thus far, as Dawson pushes this into the offside. I think it's a better single, but Jack Leach is quickly onto it from mid-off, and I don't think Gubbins was ever interested in the single. He would have been running to the danger end.
I didn't see a lot of the overs that Jack Leach bowled. Was there anything in it for the spinners? No, that's why he's quickly off.
Yeah.
Quickly on, quickly off.
No, he bowled tidily, but no sign of any, if any, turn. Overton in bowls, some middle and leg, and just turned into the onside. Banton this time makes amends by sending a return to Rue at a much more comfortable height. Plenty of encouragement from the Somerset fielders to their big fast bowler. Tom Lammonby at extra cover, giving his opinion of Liam Dawson's shot. Overton in and bowls, and this goes off the pads down into the slips, picked up by Tom Abel. Just a little bit of pressure being exerted here by Somerset since the wicket of Prest.
Yeah, it's been good by the Somerset bowlers all in all. Hampshire have picked off the poorer deliveries, but there haven't been too many of those, and otherwise it's been tight from Somerset.
Overton in bowls, and again there's no run. Just the 11 runs have been scored since Prest's wicket in 5 overs.
And Dawson's got 10 of them.
Gubbins 34 from 74. He's digging in for a long innings. Overton in bowls, and again Gubbins plays that solidly but defensively up the onside of the pitch, and Banton picks up to the end of the over. 129 for 3, 34 to Gubbins, 10 to Dawson, and the deficit is now 54. Or even 55.
55, yep. Yep, Hampshire have definitely had the better batting conditions today. The pitch isn't doing quite as much as it did yesterday morning in that really overcast, cloudy first morning. But Somerset have bowled well on this pitch and kept Hampshire fairly in check. 129 for 3, having just broken a big partnership of 80. Miguel Pretorius is going to continue. It'll be his 9th over of the day. He's currently 2 for 23 with 2 maidens. And there's just a slight change in the field. Gubbins is on strike. They're bringing their 3rd man up into what would be the ring if it was white ball cricket, and he's round the wicket and bowls and left alone outside the off stump.
Good bounce and carry, but wrong line.
Yeah, we were saying earlier when at the end of the Somerset innings the ball wasn't carrying very well through to Ben Brown. A few were sort of bouncing before him or awkward carry, but obviously with the weather, pitch sharpening up a little bit, it's coming through nicely for Rue. Better than a Banton return throw. Anyway.
Yes, absolutely.
We go in past Milnes, bowls, and it's full on off stump, and Gubbins pushes that into the offside for no run.
This is one of those spells of cricket where I have my doubts about the wisdom of playing County Championship over 4 days. Hampshire in absolutely no hurry at all, whereas having lost time 2 sessions yesterday, if they didn't have that extra day, they would really be pushing on now. We're seeing some very positive cricket as they look to build a big lead and then bowl Somerset out for an innings victory.
We'll go in, and that's full and straight again, and Gubbins just pushes that back. Exactly, as you say, all they've had to do so far is pick off bad balls.
Exactly.
Which there haven't been too many, but that's all they've had to do. If you shorten it by a day, they're going to have to start scoring off some better deliveries.
They are indeed, but Gubbins is digging in to play a long innings. And I suppose Hampshire setting themselves ideally, they'd like to bat for most of tomorrow, have a really big lead, and then try and bowl Somerset out on Monday.
In again, and that looked like it nipped away a bit from Gubbins, but outside off stump, left alone once again. Got minimum overs after this of 31 today. This is an elongated session, after the change in play schedules today, due to starting at 11:30 instead of 11.
This is why we're not making up overs from yesterday as well, otherwise we'd be here till 8 o'clock.
McGowan around the wicket, and this one's driven, but with no real assertion, and it just goes up to mid-off for no run. 5 dot balls. Pretorius already bowled 2 maidens today. This could be a third.
What was the score at the tea interval? 118, was it?
116.
116. Yeah. So we've had 13 runs in half an hour.
Yep.
There's tractor driver. Go on, Miggy. Miggy P.
And in he comes round the wicket, and that's again full and straight, and Gubbins just gets his bat down on that. No run, maiden. Miguel has bowled 9 overs, 2 for 23.
And time for me to make way to for Amelia Clark, who'll take you through the next half an hour.
Sun's starting to dip a little bit in the sky now. It's coming right into our eye line, but we can't complain. It's certainly nice and warm. Craig Overton will continue from the hotel end, or the Meon Valley end, as Anthony prefers. So 2 slips, Dawson on strike, Hampshire 129 for 3, Overton in, bowls full and driven, but only to the cover fielder, saving the single, no run. Hi Amelia.
Hello Gemma, thank you Anthony. All good.
All good with you?
All good indeed.
You've got the sunnies on.
I have got the sunnies on.
Yeah.
It's gone from hoodie and almost massive coat to sunglasses this morning today. I've had nearly a full outfit change.
When you're commentating on the gantry here at the Rose Bowl, at Utilita Bowl, you must bring everything. As Overton's in, and that's full and left alone at the last minute by Dawson, through to Rue, the keeper, captain, youngest captain for Somerset ever. Umpire Mike Burns is looking and having a word with someone. I'm not sure what that's about.
I think you might be talking to Overton.
Maybe
seems to have turned around now.
A gentle running on the pitch warning, I don't know, but certainly said something to him. As Overton's in again, over the wicket, right-handed Dawson, full and straight, pushed back to the bowler for no run.
Don't forget, if you're listening worldwide, anywhere in the south or even in the ground, please do email us at solentcricket@gmail.com. Let us know what you think of the match. If you have any questions for our experts, if you want to let us know about anything really, please do let us know. We always love to hear from you.
And Overton in again. He's got the same soles that Abbott had, those orange flashes, and that's driven just behind square on the offside. Dawson will pick up a single down there. Brings Gubbins back on strike, score on 130 for 3.
Yeah, this partnership beginning to take form really after the dismissal of Prest. I think they had a really nice sort of 75 joint partnership, but yeah, Dawson's come in and flying colours. Oh, yeah.
Overton was charging in round the wicket to Gubbins, but Gubbins wasn't ready, so he's just halted Overton, who's had to walk back to the top of his mark. Fast bowlers never like that.
No, absolutely not.
But he's charging back towards Gubbins now as he bowls And Gubbins works that onto the leg side through square leg for a single. And that completes Overton's over. Hampshire 131 for 3. I've said it completes his over. He's bowling again, so it doesn't. I can't see the scoreboard. That looks like 4 dots and 2 singles to me.
It does.
I need to get my eyes tested.
No, we've got one more left in this.
I absolutely do.
I always look on our screen here.
That's much closer.
An easier way.
That's much closer and much better idea.
Yeah.
And save me a trip to the opticians. Overton in for the 6th ball of the over now. Full straight, seen off by Dawson. The score is still 131 for 3. I wasn't made to look stupid by them hitting a 6 off.
Not at all. Not
this time.
Yeah. 131 for 3 for Hampshire. The partnership is obviously Dawson and Gubbins. Dawson on 11 for 23 deliveries. And Gubbins is obviously slightly more. I think he's about 34. It's just flashed away from me. 35 off 81.
Yeah, Press was looking really good earlier. He was almost certainly out of the first ball he faced, had it not been for the bowler Pretorius overstepping, which saved him. Went on to get a very handsome looking 42 before then being trapped LBW.
Yeah, that Pretorius, as soon as he did that, I mean, the umpire was brilliant, called it really quickly. Yeah, they're just saying that in the ground that this partnership is 13 currently. 13 this partnership has created already, having not been in for that long as Dawson. But yeah, Pretorius, as soon as he overstepped the mark, he sort of bent down, hands in, sort of head in his hands, and you could just see the despair coursing through his body.
There was
the missed chance.
There was an email in early on. I'm trying to find it again because I'd like to name who sent it in, but I can't for the minute. But they said with regards to being out, or not out, but being out off a no ball, is it unlucky because, had it been a fair delivery, their foot would have been in a different position, different trajectory.
True.
I think that's fair enough if it's a huge no ball. But often these ones are just sort of half an inch or so, and it probably wouldn't have changed the outcome of the delivery hugely. And therefore the batsmen, I think, in those situations can count themselves lucky.
But speaking of Pretorius, he is in again from the pavilion end. He's coming in towards Gubbins, around the wicket, big bowl, very long and straight, full delivery, and Gubbins just manages to knock that towards a fair fielder in the ground. No ball, no run scored.
Just been informed by Anthony that Josh Davey is on the field as a sub. We're just trying to work out who for, and we'll let you know.
As Pretorius comes in again towards Gubbin once more, around the wicket. Oh, it looked as if that was going straight for the outside stump then, but Gubbins manages to get a bat in front of it and just block it back to square of the wicket. But yeah, that was really nice. He really got that moving slightly just as it came towards Gubbins there. The fielder resets. We've got 2 slips in place. About 2 fielders on the outside boundary. Everyone else is very much within the inner circle inside there.
Josh Davey on for Alfie Ogborn.
It's Pretorius, and again runs towards us at the hotel end, and Gubbins just manages to push that off to mid wicket there. Doing a very good job at playing defensively, wouldn't you say, Gemma?
Yeah, and we were talking about that with Anthony and saying that they're not in any hurry.
No.
They don't need to be at the minute as long as the forecast is set fair. But there's not a lot in the pitch for Somerset. They're not doing much wrong, but there's not a lot of assistance. Balls we saw earlier today and yesterday that nipping off the seam, that's happening less and less as conditions are getting better and better. So Somerset having to work hard.
As Pretorius comes in again, but a huge, short, very high bounce means that Gubbins has to duck out the way, and it just carries through to the wicket-keeper there.
That bouncer was quite wide of off stump as well, so it wasn't a threatening bouncer. It wasn't in the way. It was just easy for Gubbins to just leave it alone,
duck,
and see what's next.
Pretorius at the top of his mark again, begins his run in. Gubbins taps his bat a few times. Round the wicket comes Pretorius. And he just manages to, he's managed to work that out mid-wicket, but the diving fielder's missed it, and it's gone all the way for 4 for Gubbins, which takes the Hampshire score up to 135 for 3. A nice shot there.
Yeah.
There was a mid-wicket who managed to dive for it, and just sort of, maybe because the pitch is drying out a little bit more, it just skidded through a little bit faster than he was expecting, and the outside fielder just couldn't get there. So Pretorius will have one more ball in his over this afternoon. And he's just standing at the top of his mark. Gives the ball a little bit of a shine on his trousers and begins his run up in towards Gubbins, facing another Pretorius ball around the wicket. And he's managed to just jump in front of that as Pretorius has Gubbins hit it straight back to him. And they'll have a reset of the field as the new over begins.
Got an email in from Ashley Cousins. He's a Somerset fan, listening from Burton upon Trent in Staffordshire. He's currently packing a case for a 2-week cruise around the Canaries. Very nice.
Very nice.
And they're catching the boat from here in Southampton.
Oh, lovely.
He's trying to persuade his wife to leave early so they can come and watch a bit of the morning session before they head off. Good luck with that, Ashley.
Yeah, good luck
Hope
with
to
that,
see you
Ashley.
tomorrow morning.
So Jack Leach seems to be coming back into the Somerset attack here at the hotel end.
2-week cruise around the Canaries.
Very nice.
Doesn't sound
If you
too
get
bad.
weather. But on a day like this, who needs the Canaries now? Who needs the Canaries?
Maybe he'll convince his wife to stay till the end of the game and then catch the boat wherever it is on Tuesday.
Absolutely, catch it up. Stay and watch some good cricket.
Right, Jack Leach. Little experiment with spin earlier. Wasn't a lot in the wicket for him. But he's on now, coming round the wicket to Dawson, who drives that pleasantly through the covers. Comes with a single, boundary sweeper, picks it up, keeps it down to 1. So Jack Leach, 3 overs earlier, 0 for 6. Bowled well, but to say not a lot on the deck for him. He'll be coming over the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins. It's a short leg. And he's in past Mike Burns, the umpire bowls. And that's whipped away down to long on by Gubbins for a single. So this partnership's coming on nicely. They're just rotating the strike. Again, keeping that left-right hand combination ticking over, keep making sure the scoreboard's moving forward without taking any real risks at this stage.
We've had a lovely email from Benjamin Good. He says, "Hi Amelia, opposite you in the conservatory with my dad and son. There's 3 generations of goods in there.
Leach in. That's cut just behind square on the offside as they come through for a single. Sorry, carry on.
That's right. And he said his son has his first season ticket and he's listening too. So Sam, we're shouting you out. Benjamin's a visually impaired player. So thank you very much for your email, Benjamin. I really appreciate that.
Excellent. 3 generations listening. Good stuff as Leach is in over the wicket. Gubbins again whips that leg side down to long on. Come through for a single. Single off every delivery so far this over without any dramas.
Whenever the ball comes down here, I always have to go right on my tippy toes. I'm not tall enough to see over our monitor.
I'm stood here the same height as you, making no comment. Forward defence into the leg side for no run. Yeah, we have a high balustrade here, which is good because you don't want to fall from this height.
Absolutely
but
not.
It can impede the vision if you're not on tippy toes. Leach in for the final ball of this over. Pushed into the offside, no run. 4 off the over. Hampshire 139 for 3. Dawson on 13. Gubbins on 41.
I think we're having a commentary change here. So Gemma's just leaving us now. Thank you, Gemma. And Kevin James is joining. And hello, Kevin.
Hello. Well, Hampshire have got conditions in their favour here, haven't they?
Absolutely.
Pitch is losing some pace, and bowlers are having to bowl arrow straight to keep the batters playing straight. It's difficult to play across the line the way things are at the moment. There's not so much pace in the pitch. But as long as Somerset keep it tight, they'll make Hampshire work for every one of these 45 runs that they need to get level in the game on the first innings, and then of course, Hampshire will want to push on with that lead and get it to as many as possible. Was it you who were saying that there's a bit of rain around Monday?
Yes, it looks like, I mean, from the apps, we all know they can change within the hour, but I had a look this morning and it did say that Monday morning through to the afternoon, chances of rain, high chances, unfortunately.
Well, let's hope that changes.
So Ogbourne looks to be back on the field, back on the attack. He's going to come from the pavilion end towards Gubbins. He's coming over the wicket, about at a very full length delivery, just pushed off to mid wicket there. There Gubbins. 139 for 3, Hampshire. Dawson on 13, Gubbins on 41.
I'm just looking at my weather app as well. Yeah.
It's not looking good on Monday,
Bit
is
of
it?
a mixture, isn't it? In the afternoon showers, I think. Yeah. A few of them.
2 slips in pace for Ogbourne as he begins his run up at the top of his mark. Lots of little steps until he finds his stride over the wicket. Bounce, very full length delivery again. Dead straight. Gubbins did well just to block that out.
Interesting to see if Ogbourne gets a little bit of swing. Seems to be a natural thing for him. He'll have to work quite hard now. Ball's into its 43rd over. Hardly a cloud in the sky, but a hazy cloud above us.
So you can't believe we had a day like yesterday followed by a day like today, can you? As Ogbourne
Chalk and cheese.
begins his run in now. Again to Gubbins. And that was almost Yorker length, but covers there to pick it up and send it back to the wicket-keeper.
Don't forget there's several ways you can pick us up. You can watch on the live picture feed, Hampshire Cricket website, and that's going to the Somerset Cricket website. Also on the BBC Sport website and app, online, and on most smart speakers. Just say, ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire versus Somerset. Day 2, and then of course tomorrow it'll be day 3.
Ogbourne beginning his run again over the wicket once more to Gubbins, who manages just to push that off to the short third man, who's going to come in. They've scurried for 1, but they won't push it for any more. Also, don't forget, you can always contact us. We love hearing from you. solentcricket@gmail.com. If you're in the ground and you've seen something or you want a shout out or to ask us anything, please do. If you're in the south or in the UK, or even if you're worldwide, are you in a lovely sunny location with a cocktail or somewhere even nicer, I don't know, to you, please do let us know. solentcricket@gmail.com.
And got a shout out earlier around the ground. 91 today. That was the announcement.
Amazing. Ogbourne trying something different around the wicket now, coming into Gubbins, or
Shot.
Dawson, sorry, and it covers there just to pick it up.
And just to repeat a message I got earlier, that tomorrow under 16s are free, as they are all weekend, if you're thinking of coming down, and there's a free Easter activity trail for children to enjoy throughout the day.
Very nice.
So
Lovely.
I might join in that.
I might, yeah.
Yeah, should we
Go on
join
an
in?
Easter egg hunt.
Shall we leave Anthony and Charlotte Taylor's with us tomorrow? Shall we leave them to do a
Absolutely.
bit of commentary and we'll...
Yeah. Ogden once again round the wicket, and Dawson manages to just push that over to cover. And he won off the over for Ogbourne, so he'll be quite happy with that. 140 for 3 for Hampshire as the field resets again.
27 overs left in the day, 44 runs Hampshire are behind. Ogbourne 11 overs, 1 for 37. Picked up the first wicket. Fletcher Middleton caught behind for 19. Mark Stoneman followed soon after, bowled off an inside edge from Miguel Pretorius for 17. Both those wickets fell on 38. That was between lunch and tea, and then since tea, Tom Prest, LBW to Miguel Pretorius, a ball that nipped back. Good delivery. Prest out for 42. That was 118 for 3, a partnership with Nick Gubbins worth 80 runs. That's where we're at. So Jack Leach to continue, 4 overs, none for 10. Might find a bit of rough outside Nick Gubbins' off stump. Have to wait and see. I don't think he's bowled anything too wide. Gubbins works that away on the onside, half stopped at short mid-wicket, but they'll pick up a single, and Gubbins moves on to 43. Hampshire 141 for 3. It's fast becoming one of those evenings, isn't it, where you just sit out and have a drink.
It's beautiful, isn't it? I think there's some sunbathers over there just lapping up the rays.
Down the wicket comes Dawson, works it into the gap on the onside. There'll be 2. Off goes Archie Vaughan. And Hampshire move on to 143 for 3. I heard you saying earlier there's no spinners yet for Jack Leach. I don't think there will be at this stage. So he's just having to just plug away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Round a wicket to Dawson, who's forward.
Well, it was you and I chatting about it earlier off air about how is the ground really working that much for the spinners at the moment? Is it not really giving him much to work with?
It doesn't turn a lot here. There's been the odd wicket which has been drier than others, and it has turned, but it's almost as if they purposely make it a bit drier. Another forward defensive shot there from Liam Dawson, but I don't think that this has been made with that in mind. Not at all. You think they've got Leach in their side, they've got Archie Vaughan who can bowl some off spin. Hampshire really only have Dawson, so you probably be purposely not make something that turns too much.
Yeah.
Another length ball to Liam Dawson. There's a slip in and that man on the drive for Hampshire's premier all-rounder. As Leach runs away from us again. Slightly shorter this time. Dawson's on the back foot, works it into the gap square on the offside. And that will be the end of the over. 4 runs coming off it. Hampshire are 40 runs behind now on the first innings. 144 for 3. That run rate, which was up around 4s a while ago, is dropping because Somerset are just plugging away here, aren't they? And it, as we've often said, it's quite difficult to get away if the bowling is straight and accurate, and the batters don't really want to be, giving, sort of, I don't know, what's the word?
Well, they don't want to be giving too many sort of stray wickets away when they don't need to be.
They don't want to take too many chances. It's all about building a lead here now.
I would say I wouldn't think they'd be too worried about that at the moment. They'd just be worried about staying in for now.
Agreed. Just play to tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Worry about things in the morning. 26 overs is an awful long time.
Yeah. Ogborn will join again into the batting, into the bowling even, offensive, as he comes in to face Dawson. And Dawson manages to push that away square of the wicket, and that's going to roll away on the offside for 4.
I just had a very funny message. I won't say who it's from. They're listening. They're on the ground, and they said, "You joining in with Easter activities gives me visions of you ploughing through young children to beat them to any chocolate that they may discover."
I've seen. Yeah, I saw the speed he got through those Easter eggs today. The Gemma ball, I wouldn't be surprised. No, I'm joking.
I couldn't be that heartless, could I?
No.
As much as I love chocolate.
Ogborn coming in now again around the wicket to Dawson, and Dawson's managed to just play that back. Although if anyone has seen Kevin walk around the grounds, you'll know how quickly he walks. He's the fastest walker I think I've ever walked with is Kevin, so it might be a case that he'd just get to the chocolate before all the children.
Visions have been at the back of the queue and the children are excited.
Yeah,
see the egg in the distance, and then I just run quickly past.
Power walking through. Like Bugs Bunny, just leaving dust clouds behind. Excuse me, I'll have that one and that one. As Ogborn comes in again, facing Dawson here. And Dawson, it was a high ball, but he's managed to do something with that, and I think it may have even gone for 6. I'm not sure if it bounced before, but it looks like the umpire signalled for 6. It was a shorter ball, but it bounced up, and Dawson managed to sort of get his head out of the way and really use that. We'll just watch that on the replay. Yeah, very nice. Really sort of put some effort behind it.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Ogborn purposely bowled that short. He may have done, actually, but you've got to get it a little higher than that.
Yeah.
He's not the quickest bowler. I think when you're bowling around that pace, you need to get it high.
154 for 3.
Yeah, easy shot for Dawson, that one. There's nobody out there either, so you haven't got to worry about whether you hit it in the air or along the ground. 26 now, Dawson, off 37 balls. 30 behind now. Hampshire now, they're looking at the ball, the umpires. I think it might have hit some concrete. Did it go down the tunnel area? I'm not sure.
Potentially.
Somewhere around there anyway.
No one seems to be moving in the tunnel though, so...
No, maybe it didn't. Maybe it was just to the side, into the seats.
Yeah.
Umpires had a good look though. They're all right with it.
Yeah. And Ogbourne begins his run up again towards Dawson. And Dawson just pushes it off to mid-wicket. And they won't take any runs for that. Yeah, Hampshire really biding their time on, I think, in sort of overs like this. Just waiting for those slightly straighter balls, the ones that aren't quite as perfectly pitched, to pounce on. But the ones that are a little bit straighter, a little bit faster, just blocking and playing the defensive shots. They're not in any rush to go anywhere yet.
Craig Overton is saying to the umpire, I think that ball needs another look at, and the umpire at square leg, like Burns, is saying, yeah, well, okay, let's now have a look with the umpire David Milnes. So it may be this.
Craig Overton was sort of he put his hands together and he kept drawing them apart, as if he was sort of saying maybe the seams come apart, as if it's ripping. He was sort of making that kind of motion.
Maybe there is a little bit of scuff mark on it, but David Milnes is happy with
Yeah.
it. One or two in the crowd are happy with it. Although quite what they can see from here, I'm not sure.
They've looked again. Overton will have to carry on. And he comes. Dawson blocks it back to cover. He will pick it up and have another look at it.
They're desperate to get this ball changed.
They are, aren't they?
I don't blame them.
No, absolutely. You know, it's only fair.
And there's nothing happening for the bowlers, which there isn't at the moment.
No. And Ogbourne begins his looping run in a very long run up, and then he finds his stride around the wicket into Dawson, who manages to work that to square of the wicket. And Fielder on the boundary will be able to pick it up, but they might take 2 from that, which they have. Didn't quite go for 4, but he'll be happy with it any day. 156 for 3 at Hampshire.
Behind by 28. Ashley Groot has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, my son William and I are listening in the car down on holiday in Devon. Really impressed with Fuller in the first innings, and Gubbins is really hitting form, which is great, says Ashley. Well, I hope the weather down there is as good as it is here. If it is, you'll be having a great time.
And Paul Williams has also emailed, we're sitting with a cold beer and a glass of wine watching the rest of the day's play, almost celebrating his Saints actually got away with a point. We did see that right in the 93rd minute. Ukachukwu scored. I'm sure Liam will enjoy the result and hope you can have a nice big score. Thank you, Paul. Enjoy your lovely evening. It sounds glorious.
He's probably in Portugal, actually. Paul Williams is normally in Portugal.
Oh, even better.
So that's probably where he's emailing from. So, yeah. Tony and Nikki Jones have emailed solentcricket@gmail.com and watching the live stream and enjoying the commentary on the match. I have to correct you though, people doing a cruise do so on a ship, not a boat. A ship has boats, i.e. lifeboats. Oh, it's Tony Jones in Somerset. That's right.
Thank you, Tony.
Obviously a proper cruiser.
Yes.
Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Casey Aldridge is switching ends. Away from my commentary end.
Well, I've learnt something new today. I didn't know that.
I didn't know. I've never done a cruise.
I've
have
never
you?
done a cruise either, no.
No, so there we are. So we're a bit novices, but thank you for putting us right. And if we ever do a cruise,
We'll now know.
we'll be
on a ship, not
Correct.
a boat.
No. And if we're put on a boat, we'll
it's
know
not a
that
good thing.
There's something wrong. Yeah. We're going to do a double change in a minute as Aldridge bowls. That's flicked down the leg side, but missed. Did you find out any news on Toby Albert, says Neil Prowse? No, I haven't actually yet. I don't know what's going on with that one. Hopefully I'll find out soon. So we're doing a double change. I might get Anthony to come in for me now if that's all right, because I've got to do something right this moment. And at the end of the over, Gemma Green will take over from Amelia. Just do this delivery, and Anthony Gibson will come in for me. Casey Aldridge runs away from us and bowls, and it's flicked away by Gubbins down to fine leg. Might be 2 here.
Yeah, they're going to go for 2.
Yeah, Gubbins won the first one as if he wanted 2.
Yeah.
Comfortably. his second.
Get back on
45
strike.
for Gubbins, 158 for 3. Amelia Clark will carry on. Anthony Gibson comes in alongside.
A little bit of a cloud cover just changed the bright sunshine there that we're having. But still a glorious evening here at the Utilita Bowl as Casey Aldridge begins at his strike point now. Is running in from the hotel end towards Gubbins over the wicket, and Gubbins manages to just deflect that back, and Aldridge just stopped it in his path. Yeah, it's a lovely evening finally after yesterday's rain. I think everyone in the ground and the players are enjoying a bit of nice April sunshine.
I'm not sure the Somerset fielders are enjoying it very much.
True. As Aldridge comes in again over the wicket, and it's just jumped off past the outside wicket to the umpire, the wicket keeper down at the back there.
Yes, I saw Tom Lammonby just turning his arm over in between overs, which will please, I think it's his grandfather. Excuse me if I got that wrong, Robert, but Robert Lammonby. This is driven into the offside from Western Australia, where Tom Lammonby opened the bowling when he was out in Australia, and he's used only very sparingly by Somerset, and Robert thinks that's a mistake, and I rather agree with him, because there's a lot to be said for left arm seam up. Not much is happening at the moment, but it doesn't look as if he's going to get his turn. The other thing I can report is I've spotted Tractor. He's standing above a sign that says official supporter of Hampshire cricket, which I don't think fits the bill exactly. If you said official supporter of Somerset cricket, that would be spot on. There he is in his maroon. That's good, Alfie. That's Tractor. And Ogbourne it is from the pavilion end to bowl to Dawson. Dawson gets a thin edge on a pull shot which goes for 4. That wasn't where he was aiming. He was aiming to lift that over the deep square leg boundary for another 6, but it brings him 4, takes him on to 32. Hampshire on to 162 for 3. Alfie Ogbourne, I don't know if it's short for Alfred or he's just christened Alfie, but of course Alfred, a name that links Somerset and Hampshire. King Alfred the Great, who emerged from his hiding at Athelney in Somerset to defeat the Danes, and whose capital of course was Winchester in Hampshire. He was King of Wessex before he was King of all of England.
There's a big statue of him in Winchester.
There is indeed. It's Ogbourne. This comes off the bottom edge of Dawson's bat down into his pad. We've got a cat called Alfie. That is short for Alfred, Alfred the Great.
The cat
It is a big cat.
Excellent. This another partnership by the Hampshire batters forming. This is 44 now. Dawson scoring 32 of those. Gubbins currently 45 off 100.
Yes, the scoring rate's picked up a bit since in the last half an hour or so, outside the off stump from Ogbourne, thanks not least to that big 6 from Liam Dawson, pick-up shot. But it's not exactly exhilarating cricket at the moment. And the ball is being tossed to umpire Mike Burns again by Craig Overton. There have been many fewer ball changes in the games I've seen so far this season, Gemma, than has been the case in recent years. They must be a better batch, I think.
Certainly that one, was it 2 or 3 years ago? I don't know if it was the same across the board, but
yeah, 3 years ago I think it was.
The ball changes were incredible. There was, I don't know if it was a dodgy batch or...
I think it was a dodgy batch, and they are going to change the ball. So Pretorius is... No, here come the balls. One of the youngsters from the Hampshire camp bringing out the box of balls for the umpires to to choose from.
So the umpires will be selecting a ball of similar age and wear, but hopefully rounder.
Well, it may just be a bit of the seam that's come loose, but who knows.
There's a few Somerset players hovering around just to...
Gives us a chance to bring you up to date with what's happening elsewhere in the country. Durham going great guns against Yorkshire. At least they were until bad light forced them off. 264 for 1. Just 43 runs behind Yorkshire's first innings of 307. Essex 181 for 5 in their second innings against Worcestershire. Now 158 runs on with 5 wickets in hand and a very strong position. Sussex bowled out eventually for 435. And Surrey's innings has just started. And finally in the First Division, Warwickshire bowled out for 93 by Notts, who are 132 for 3 in reply. So Nottinghamshire going well too.
Had an email in from another listener. This is from Angola. I feel like we should get a map on the board, a cork one where you can put the pins in and pin every listener we have over the season to see if we can fill it up. But this is from Angola. She says, my son and I are listening in Angola. My son is a Somerset follower and I'm a Hampshire fan.
Oh, perfect.
We watch with great interest. And just so that we know, the temperature there is 32 degrees.
Lovely. Here comes Ogbourne in and bowls, and down the leg side to Gubbins, not taken cleanly by wicketkeeper James Rue. Thank you to Joe on Twitter, just telling me what I'd actually worked out for myself, that Tractor is on the bridge above the ground staff tunnel. He's moved now, I don't know where he's gone. He's not there anymore. But he goes to every Somerset Championship game, home and away, even all the way up to Chester Street. 162 for 3, Ogbourne to Dawson, who's on 32. Dawson turns this into the onside, won't get a run as it goes straight to Sean Dixon by the square leg umpire.
Just apologise for that last email. I read it as Alice, but it's Alistair, so assuming father and son, I said she. Apologies if I got that wrong.
Well, Alistair will be happier than his son at the moment if he's the Hampshire supporter. Hampshire building themselves a very strong position here. Somerset's hopes of saving the game will rest on the pitch remaining fairly placid. Ogbourne bowls. Dawson, in the air, just past Tom Abel at short mid-wicket. It's going to go for 4, but almost a chance. And if anyone could take a catch like that, it would be Tom Abel, but out of his reach just. And Dawson moves on to 36, the score onto 166 for 3. And that's the end of the over. So we're going to have another Casey Aldridge over.
So Casey Aldridge today's bowled 6 overs, gone from 39 runs without a wicket. Number 5 on his shirt, bowling from the hotel end. This partnership now on 48. Left-handed Gubbins on strike, he's on 45.
We've still got 23 overs to go.
We have. We're in for the long haul this session, as long as light prevails. Aldridge in, bowls short and pulled away by Gubbins. Square leg, there is a man out there, they'll come through for a single.
Got away with that.
Yeah, there doesn't seem enough pace in the attack for these short balls. They're just sitting up nicely at sort of chest height. We saw Dawson dispatch one, as you say, they got away, Somerset got away with that one, going just for a single.
Well, Casey Aldridge is an in and out sort of bowler. When he's good, he's very, very good, and when he's not very good, he isn't.
Well, he's up again past the umpire. Bowls fuller this time, and shoulders arms does Dawson to that delivery.
He's on the sort of England long list, is Casey Aldridge. I think Sonny Baker's probably leapfrogged him in the pecking order, but played again for England Lions last season. And I asked him when he took 5 wickets against Worcester whether he'd been told to bowl faster by England. He said, well, they are interested in pace, but not specifically.
He comes in, and that is full.
Ooh.
That's Yorker right on middle stump, and Dawson does well to dig that out, well bowled.
Yeah, good ball, wasn't it?
Yeah. So he's given Dawson a little bit of everything so far in these 3 balls. First, not Dawson, but short ball to Gubbins first up, line and length ball to Dawson next ball, and then he's just fired one in at the toes. So showing England his full range of deliveries within this over so far. As he's up to the stumps again, and this time it's line and length. Dawson pushes at it and looks to set off for a run, but it was never on the cards. Dot ball.
Yeah, he's a fine all-round cricketer, Casey Aldridge. He's a useful bat, brilliant field, and really lovely bloke as well. Just needs to be a little bit more consistent. There's tractor driver, just emerged from purchasing himself some refreshment, I should imagine.
Aldridge in, bowls full, and Dawson drives this with no timing to mid-off for dot ball. I watched, obviously Casey Aldridge was the last wicket of yesterday.
He was.
That finished that first session. And I watched that replay so many times because, like we said, some of the other batters, like Lamb and B, that had a little waft and loose shots, the forward defence looked solid, and with the angle of the camera on the stream, you couldn't see the stumps at all. And I kept watching it to see how that ball nipped through.
I think he was just a little bit late on the shot. That's all. I agree with you. When I saw it, there was hardly any gap between bat and pad.
And the ball just nipped and did a little bit as he's in again, and Dawson leaves this shoulders arms again. And yeah, I kept trying to see how it get through without high definition or slow-mo. It was he looked like he got an absolute peach of a delivery.
Well, he has bowled 7 overs for 40. Going up 5.7 runs an over, which is expensive when Somerset are trying to drive the runs up and build a bit of pressure. It's Alfie Ogbourne to continue from the pavilion end as the shadows lengthen. Shadows of the floodlight pylons stretching out across the field from behind the Shane Warne stand, and then we've got the Rod Bransgrove pavilion, and then the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. Ingleby Mackenzie, who captained Hampshire to the county championship. As Ogbourne is in a bowls, this is turned into the onside. There'll be a single as Lammonby will field by the square leg umpire. And that is the 50 partnership. From 92 balls in 67 minutes. So steady progress. Nothing too spectacular, apart from the Dawson 6, which was a splendid blow.
Yep, Dawson's on strike now. It's Ogden starts his delivery quite wide. His run up, sorry.
Here's Ogbourne in past umpire Milnes. He's there and bowls outside the off stump. I just thinking, Jam, I mean, this is an opportunity this last 80 minutes or so for Hampshire really to put the foot down, and because Somerset are tired out there. There's nothing in the pitch. The bowlers are tired. The fielders are fed up. You know, this is the time for Hampshire really to put the Somerset bowlers to the sword.
Absolutely, 2 batsmen more than set.
Yeah, 2 set batsmen. Tired bowlers, old ball, everything in the batsman's favour. As Ogbourne is into Dawson, who turns this away down to long leg, but will only get a single as Leach is down there waiting for it.
So Gubbins is on 47, which is currently the joint highest score of the match. Miguel Pretorius was 47, left stranded, 47 not out at the end of the Somerset innings, a fantastic knock off 40 deliveries.
Yeah, he batted very sensibly. He was given quite a few singles by Hampshire, who wanted to bowl at Alfie Ogbourne. But wasn't Hampshire's finest passage of play, I think, that last wicket partnership with the field spread. It was spread for Ogbourne as well as for Pretorius, which didn't seem to make much sense. Here's Ogbourne in, bowls to Gubbins, who plays that square of the wicket out to Sean Dixon. for a single. 170 for 3. Kevin James is poised and ready to come in at the end of this over to take up the commentary and see if Hampshire can really exploit the very strong position that they're in between now and the belated close of play, which the way things are going won't be till about 7:15, I think. So Ogbourne to Dawson, turned into the onside but straight to Tom Abel, all along the ground, unlike the shot that Dawson played in the previous over that was wide of Tom Abel but in the air, very nearly a chance. Just the 2 slips, the 2 tall men, Craig Overton and Casey Aldridge. One Alfie. Tractor still encouraging his boys. But they need a stroke of luck or a stroke of genius or a stroke of something. To Somerset at the moment as Ogbourne is in and bowls, and this is turned again to Abel. He won't get a run. It's the end of the over. It's 170 for 3, 37 to Dawson, 48 to Gubbins, and after some words from Gemma Green, it will be Kevin James once again.
It was well bowled from Ogden. He does start his run up from quite wide. He sort of angles in before he straightens up to come in and run up and deliver the ball. We're going to continue with Casey Aldridge here at the hotel end, commentary end. Hampshire 170 for 3. Trailing by 14 runs as Aldridge is coming up over the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, and that's clipped away down to fine leg for a single. Takes him on to 49. Hi, Kev.
Hello. I'm trying to do some quick calculations. Hampshire scoring at 3.5 and over. There's 20 overs left, or nearly 21. So what's that? That's 70 runs. They'll be about 60 in front by tonight. By
You heard it here first.
Well, yeah. I mean, my maths is not the best. It's somewhere around 60 or 70 runs. So that's handy. And if 7 wickets are in the bag as well.
Aldridge to Dawson. Line and length, forward defence, no run. I'm getting thirsty, Kev. And I've got a pet peeve. I know it's something that is supposed to be a nice thing, but I hate stuff in water.
Right. And
we've got a big urn over there of drinking water with all kinds of things floating in it, which I'm sure to some people is a delight, but that makes it undrinkable for me. There's cucumber and mint and lime all floating around. I'm going to say festering, but infusing is probably the word they're going for. Aldridge in again. Bowls back of a length, and Dawson just gets on top of this and pushes it into the offside.
I'll have a word for you.
I don't like gubbins in my water. Gubbins? I didn't mean that.
Gubbins?
I don't like gubbins in my water.
Right.
To find some in this heat.
I'll have a word for you for tomorrow. When they bring the stuff up and it's similar, we'll just say, can you bring a fresh? Oh no, you're not here tomorrow, so it doesn't matter actually.
No.
Mind you, Amelia's here. She
can have all the gubbins you need. Yeah. Casey in full and pushed into the offside for a single.
Amelia doesn't mind, apparently. No, she's got water.
Yeah, it's me. I know it's supposed to be a treat.
Yeah.
It's just not for me.
No, I agree. No, that's fine. That's fine. You're allowed. We'll remember that next time you're up here.
No gubbins in the water.
Yeah, is that a word?
Gubbins.
Gubbins in the water. Yeah.
Gubbins is a word, isn't it? Like,
well, obviously.
For like stuff.
Oh, is it right? Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. I have news on Toby Albert, by the way.
Okay. After this delivery, Aldridge in. That's full and driven to cover for no run.
Apparently he has a back spasm. It's not too bad, I'm told. He's just finding it a little uncomfortable to run. And of course, batting in the middle that's a big part of batting.
Yeah.
So hopefully, and I'm sure he is, physio Mal is digging his thumbs into the back of Toby Albert, and getting him ready, hopefully for tomorrow. I would have thought.
Yeah, Hampshire will hope he's not needed till tomorrow, as that Aldridge delivery is full and driven by Gubbins for no run. Ends the over, Hampshire 172 for 3.
So we have, 20 overs left in the day's play. And Hampshire are behind on the first innings by just 12. Stephen Clark, a regular emailer, who was up in the Shane Warne stand, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, Neil and I are claiming the title of your most travelled listeners today. The Shane Warne Wrinklies have moved from the Shane Warne stand to Block H. Where's Block H, Gemma?
Block H.
There used to be letters around
Oh,
somewhere.
there are. There's letters on the pink signs.
Okay.
BCD. So I think it's somewhere in front of us
Below
that we
us.
can't
Oh,
see.
he's come to get some sun. Oh yeah, he's just below us and to the right. Yes, you're right. Sorry, I missed that bit. He says that's some trouble. Well, it is a bit of a trek from one end of the ground to the other.
Not for you, though. You're such a speedy walker, as
Well.
Amelia pointed out, and I've known for years, having tried to follow you to the lunch over in the stand.
Well, when there's food involved. Craig Overton is the new bowler, and that's pulled away on the leg side by Dawson. And Hampshire move on to 172 for 3. Dawson on to 38. Martin Newman has also emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. Says, not sure about the weather forecast. We mentioned it earlier. Myself and Amelia mentioned that it's can it always be trusted? But do we think we'll get 2 more full days play in? Well, the last day does look a bit mixed. Let's put it that way. So tomorrow could be a big moving day. Always is day 3, isn't it? As Gubbins pushes that out square on the offside. How much the game will move forward tomorrow, I don't know. I think this pitch is just getting a lot easier now for the batters, isn't it?
Yep. But it's like Anthony was talking about earlier, the concept of having a 3-day, well, I know it used to be 3, but 3-day, going back to 3-day county championship and how that would hurry the game along.
Yeah.
I'm sure if Hampshire had a big word in their ear that day 4 was going to be problematic, perhaps the foot would go down a little bit more. But it's it's a bit undecided, the weather on Monday at the moment.
Shot off the back foot Gubbins, but straight towards cover. And there is no run. Yeah, it still feels a long way off, isn't it? 20 overs tonight, 96 tomorrow. Do we play 96 tomorrow, or do we play extra for losing what we've lost?
I don't know if it
Days 1 and
if it
2.
rolls on 2 days or not.
Does it?
I don't know. No.
I probably shouldn't have asked that question, really. Because I certainly don't know. 173 for 3. Round the wicket again comes Overton. Gubbins is forward. He's had to work hard, Overton, here, for a little reward out of this pitch. He's been accurate, though. 27 conceded. He's coming towards the end of his 14th over, but I've seen Overton look a little bit more dangerous than this. Doesn't seem to be a lot in this pitch for him, even with the new ball in hand. Working hard, though, as he's always done throughout his career. Comes in again. Oh, Gubbins plays and misses. Just as I say, there's not a lot in the pitch. He just wants to straighten on Gubbins. That's a great delivery. Got it right in the right areas. Brought Gubbins forward. Angle brought the ball into Gubbins. And the ball just straightened as well. Good delivery.
Yeah, Overton's been pick of the seamers in terms of economy, going at just 2 and over, but in a format where wickets is the main currency. Miguel Pretorius is 2 for 27. Has been the highlight of the bowling attack.
He's been the best bowler, hasn't he?
Yes.
I think, on the whole. Overton again just bowls too straight. Wasn't happy with that. Gubbins works that down to fine leg, and there's his half century. Good round of applause as well from this crowd. 111 balls with 6 fours in that innings, and that comes hot off the heels of his 100 at the Oval last week. I thought, actually, he started the season a little slowly here, didn't he, against Yorkshire?
Yeah, he had single figures against Yorkshire, 9 and 5.
Yeah.
But his last 3 innings, 43, 117, both against Surrey in that game, and then currently, obviously, 50 still out in the middle.
Yeah. So he's right bang in form, isn't it, Gubbins? And of course, with no James Vince in the order, very much the senior batter.
Aldridge in full and straight and worked onto the leg side for no run. Casey Aldridge into his 9th over.
Yeah, you're looking for people like Gubbins and of course the youngsters. Much has been mentioned about them sort of stepping in and they're trying to find 1,000 runs from somewhere, Hampshire, aren't they, when you talk about last season and coming into this.
Absolutely.
Gubbins close to 1,000 last year, averaged 46. Had a good season the year before, and sorry, averaged 55 last year.
In and bowls, and that's full again and clipped onto the leg side for no run.
Yeah, just under 900 runs at 55 last year, and 970 odd, or just under 970, and 2 years ago at 46. So we certainly want a similar season from him this year, if not just a little better.
Absolutely.
Runs.
The last 2 years, him and Liam Dawson have been 2nd and 3rd in the run scorers, behind obviously Vince. But like you say, they can step up. You need someone to fill that hole as well. So hopefully the youngsters like Prest will step it up as he's in full driven to mid-on for no run. And I know he said he's not James Vince, and I'm not saying that, but Stoneman has come into the side as a top order batsman. So and with a good pedigree behind him of county cricket.
Yeah. So far, the way Hampshire have performed in matches, I think there hasn't been too much to worry about with the loss of Vince and Oabas.
No, Wheels definitely filled that role as Aldridge is in, and that Gubbins looked to clip that onto the leg side, but he got an outside edge, and that's going to run down to 3rd man for 4.
He got a little bit lucky there. I'm not sure how much that was in the air as it went on the 45. Fielder was diving.
The ball was down leg side, and yeah, it just got a thick outside edge. So although that was a good bit of bowling and an edge, Aldridge continues to concede runs. He's going at just around 5 and over, where the others are at 2s. That's full and straight and driven to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, now for 46, coming towards the end of his 9th over, Casey Aldridge. Picked up 5 wickets in the first innings against Worcester in the opening game of the season down at Taunton.
He's here at the top of his mark to bowl final ball of this over, his 9th. Gubbins on strike, Fielder's walking in. That's full, that's Yorker length just outside off stump, and Gubbins digs that out for no run. Hampshire 178 for 3. Gubbins 54, Dawson 39.
18 overs left in the day, so where are we? Coming up to 6 o'clock now here at the Utilita Bowl. So we are going past 7 o'clock unless Jack Leach bowls 9 overs from one end. I think even then we'll be close to 7 o'clock. But there's not been anything in this pitch for the spinners so far. And we've only seen Leach, so that's all we can go on. Thought there might be 1 or 2 that might turn out of the bowler's rough to the left-handers, but he didn't actually bowl wide at Gubbins, and he kept it quite straight, so there was no rough for him there to bowl into. Overton to continue from the pavilion end. Bowling to Liam Dawson. 2 slips for Overton. Dawson punches that one up to mid-off.
Got an email in from James D. He says, hello Kevin and the team. Love today's stream. It's entertained on a rather difficult day as I recover from a wrist operation yesterday. He would like a shout out to all the nursing team at Southampton General. Keep up the great work and thank you.
Happy to do that. 78 for 3. Overton in, bowls. Dawson just pushes at that one a little bit, back away from the pad there, and the ball off a thick inside edge trickles up towards mid-on. Dawson was just trying to find the angle there, didn't he? Just open the face of the bat a little bit, trying to improvise. Quite aware that even though they're only 6 behind, don't want to get tied down too much. Scoring at a rate of just under 3.5 and over in this first innings. 53rd over we are of the Hampshire first innings. Closing in on that Somerset total. Wide of outside off stump. Dawson shoulders arms to that one. What's going on in Division 1 then, Gemma? I don't think we've mentioned Division 1 scores for a little while, have we?
I'll have a look.
I know I think most people will know by now, but Hampshire women and Somerset women were due to play a friendly game down in Taunton yesterday. They didn't actually play at all. So after a pre-season which has been full of good weather, the final one I think will be for Somerset. It's wide outside off stump, very wide, that one. I think that's probably the final pre-season game for both sides.
Yeah, I think so. They
Unfortunately,
start on Wednesday.
Yeah.
The other 4 games in Division 1. So at Hove, Sussex got 435 and Surrey are 25 for naught in reply. There's bad light at Chester Street. Yorkshire got 307, Durham are 264 for 1 with match suspended at the moment.
Overton in again. Straighter. Dawson works that up to mid-on. No run.
At Chelmsford, Essex 179, Worcester 202, and Essex in the third innings 196 for 5. They lead by 173 runs. And the other one is at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire were bowled out for 93 and Nottinghamshire are 157 for 4.
Again, Chelmsford's moving rapidly on. That'll be over tomorrow. Here's Overton. It's pushed out into the colours by Dawson. End of the over. It's a maiden over for Craig Overton there. 4 maidens in his 15 overs to date. As we hit 6 o'clock here at the Utilita Bowl, with Hampshire 178 for 3.
The Warwickshire, who were all bowled out for 93 in 36.4 overs, there were 2 fifers for Nottinghamshire. Brett Hutton, 5 for 38, and Fergus O'Neill, 5 for 19.
Yeah, he's up there on the wicket-taking chance, isn't he? Up
He
with
is.
Brad Wheel and Kyle Abbott. Is that all the scores? We're going to change.
That's all Division 1 scores.
Thank you very much, Gemma. She'll be back shortly. Anthony Gibson back in alongside me. There's Casey Aldridge bowls a very full-length delivery outside off stump, and it hits the bottom of Nick Gubbins' bat as it goes out on the offside. Umpire Michael Burns is just checking the front foot there of Casey Aldridge. Just checking that there's some part of his foot that's behind the line, even if it's just a millimetre. That's all it needs to be, but ideally from a bowling point of view could do with it being a bit more. Aldridge runs away from us again. Bowls, it's on leg stump. Gubbins clips that away down to deep square leg. 179 for 3. Welcome back, Anthony Gibson.
I'm overcome with the excitement of the cricket.
In what way?
Just don't think it's very enterprising. I think Hampshire should be putting their foot down and scoring quick runs and giving themselves as much time as possible to bowl Somerset out second time around.
Aldridge in again to Dawson. Dawson's forward, plays it into the pitch, or he does a bit of fielding for the opposition. He's a nice guy, Liam Dawson. Didn't want fielders running in and expending excess energy. He says, no, I'll do a bit of fielding for you. He's that type of guy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying, but this pitch, when the ball gets a bit soft and the bowling is straight, it is quite difficult to get away. And unless the batters play across the line, which of course then you can give away the advantage quite easy. So yeah, you're right, but equally so I think Hampshire are just making sure.
Yeah, Somerset bowling pretty well too.
Yeah, they are, keeping it nice and tight. That's a Yorker to Dawson, who digs that one out up to mid-on. Hampshire are 5 away.
His tractor, brilliant Casey. He's making more noise than the rest of the crowd put together. There he is. You see him in his maroon sun hat, just where it says official supporter of Hampshire cricket. Well, he's the official supporter of Somerset cricket.
Ah, right. On the bridge over the tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, there he is. It's driven by Dawson back to the bowler. He's square of the wicket, and I'm sure he'll be, if anybody's hit on the pads, he'll be yelling for an LBW, even though he's probably in the worst position on the ground. He'll be convinced that somebody is out.
He's
I'm
very
sure.
fair-minded, like all Somerset supporters, as you know very well, Kevin James.
Yeah, oh, of
through
course
your
I do.
many trips to Taunton.
One of my very few altercations in the crowd came against Somerset. Many moons ago. Very few altercations, I point out. Oh, it's a great delivery. That's bounced and it's gone past the outside edge. It might even gone across the top of the bat, top of the shoulder. Just every now and then, the ball will do that, especially bowling from this end. Casey Aldridge just found a spot there, and off a length, that's gone straight into James Rue's midriff, almost still on the up.
I'm not sure if you've mentioned this, and if you have, I apologise, but yesterday was the birthday of a teammate of yours, a very famous teammate of yours, who sadly died much too young.
Oh, that's a good question. So that would have been...
He would have been
18th,
67 yesterday.
18th of May. I can think of one or two, but I don't think their birthdays were in May.
He was quite a quick bowler.
Well, the one I'm thinking of, I'm sure... Oh, right, OK. Maybe it is the one I'm thinking of.
It's Overton in and bowls and no shot.
Overseas?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, really? Now, do you know what? Until you said quick bowler, I thought he passed away in the winter, but I got that wrong.
No, it's his birthday.
Oh, his birthday. Birthday.
Birthday.
Right. That's got to be Malcolm Marshall.
Yeah, Malcolm Marshall.
Oh, right, his
Great
birthday
Malcolm
would have been.
Marshall. One of the finest fast bowlers who ever trod a cricket field.
Yes. I was reminded of his grave in Barbados the other day, because I'm on an old Hampshire players WhatsApp group, and Raj Maru, the former left-arm spinner.
Yeah. Overton in and bowls and Cummins defends.
Amelia's godfather.
Right.
Yeah. Can you believe that?
Well, that's a good connection, isn't
There
it?
you go. He took a school party out there a couple of weeks ago or so, and he put a picture of Malcolm Marshall's grave on the WhatsApp group.
He died in
just to
I
remind
think
us.
November 1999, something like that.
Yeah, I remember that being
He was
a
aged
winter.
only 41. He would have been
sad.
67 yesterday.
Yeah, died of cancer. Very sad, very, very, very sad. I remember being told.
Overton in and bowls and defensive shot from Gubbins. What was the quickest you ever saw Marshall bowl?
Just about every time he bowled.
But any sort of standout moments?
phew.
Whenever we get old batsmen of that era at the Cricket Society, they always recall batting against Malcolm Marshall and not being able to see it.
It's funny, isn't it? He's the one name that's always mentioned, isn't it?
Well, he wasn't just quick; he did so much with
Swing
it.
it. That was the thing. He swung
swing
it
it
both
and
ways.
then move it off the seam. I mean, he was just a remarkable, phenomenal bowler. Overton bowls and Gubbins defends. Yes,
In any era, he would take a hatful of
he's
wickets.
one of the best of all time.
Yeah. Just watch. If you've never seen him bowl, just have a look on old film on YouTube.
He had incredibly fast arm, didn't he?
Yeah, incredibly fast. And I've told this story many times, but I will say it for the benefit of some Somerset listeners and watchers who haven't heard it, maybe.
Overton in bowls and they pinch a quick single, move on to 180 for 3.
Apologies to Hampshire fans on this one, but yeah, when you talk about bowling quick, we played a championship game down at Taunton one year, and Malcolm Marshall was bowling and he got a wicket virtually straight away, and Viv came out at number 3, and I was fielding down where the old pavilion was, down the far end in those days, and I was fielding at fine leg, so Viv walked past me first out to the middle, and he walked out in a cap. and I almost
He's Overton in and bowls outside the off stump, no shot.
I almost went up to him and said, "You know Malcolm's bowling fast, don't you?" you know, sort of coming out in a cap. And I thought, well, no, I won't go and do that, because that's the worst thing I can do. And sure enough, within 2 or 3 balls, he'd hooked Malcolm Marshall for 4. And I thought, wow, this guy. When you see a passage of play that's on a different level, on a different planet to anything you could ever wish to see, that was it. And he just made the bowling. He made Malcolm Marshall look like he was bowling a yard slower.
You did play your cricket in a wonderful era for county cricket.
Well, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was great. Well, there was 2 reasons why. I'll come back to that. Casey Aldridge starts this over. Oh dear. Aldridge bowls, right arm over. Gubbins works that to mid-wicket, no run. It was good because, yes, there were a lot of quick bowlers around. Now, a lot of people will say, well, that's not good. And to be honest, when you think about it now, it wasn't really. Because luckily I'm still alive to tell. Luckily I'm still alive to do this. But I got hit on the head a few times. by various fast bowlers. But actually, it was and some of the innings you played, they were like battles.
Yeah.
They were it was like, you know, avoiding getting hit in some games. So Gubbins is forward.
Who did you least like facing amongst the quicks?
Ian Bishop I struggled a bit with. I don't know why. I didn't
Did you
face him
face
loads.
Sylvester Clarke?
I did face Sylvester Clarke, and I didn't come off too badly against him, funny enough. He frightened the life out, well, as they all did, really.
Well, he's always the one that
Yeah.
seems to get the most merit, because he had that sort of
ballooned
almost bowling off the wrong foot.
Yeah,
So
it ballooned at you. It was a bit weird, really. It defied gravity, really, because he just ambled up and just sort of did his arm in a 360 degree, and the ball just went ping, and it hit the deck and went ping, and all of a sudden it was on you.
he broke Brian Rose's ribs at
Did he?
Taunton in a Sunday League match.
That surprised me.
Poor old Brian collapsed on his way back to the pavilion. He was hit under the armpit.
Yeah.
He carried on, nicked off a couple of balls later, and on his way back to the pavilion, he collapsed. The pain was so bad.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I was lucky. I never got hit in the rib area. It's turned up to mid-on, because that's probably, in a way, well, it's the worst thing is being hit on the head, of course, but the second worst is ribs, because I mean, most of the time you'd wear a what do you call them, chest guards or whatever they are. I don't know I can't remember what they were called. So you go out looking like Michelin Man half the time.
Breastplate.
Yeah, you know, you're at a
Medieval soldier.
side bit round your rib. You then had an arm guard above your batting glove. Trying to flick that away on the leg side. Could take James Rue. And obviously pads, and then you had an inside leg pad, you had an outside leg pad. I mean, honestly, it was... But you had to, because...
Reinforced steel box.
Well, that's the last place you wanted to be in. I think, fortunately, I got away with that as well. But, I mean, it was... I tell you what, it was fun facing those guys when it was your day, and, you know, you felt as though you could cope and bat against it. Because sometimes you walk out and you feel a bit sluggish. And to be honest, that's the last time you want to feel sluggish, the worst time. Gubbins drives back to the bowler, end of the over, 180 for 3, Hampshire behind by 4.
Ian Botham sorted out Sylvester Clarke.
Did he?
Yeah, when Somerset were playing Surrey at Western-super-Mare, he took him out drinking, kept him out all night.
Yeah, there used to be a bit of that
He
going
wasn't fit enough to bowl the next day.
Well, you're right. There used to be a bit of that going on, but some of those West India boys actually could knock it back as well.
Well, even Sylvester Clarke was not the equal to Ian Botham, which you will not find surprising.
But when I first sort of started out, and you know, you were sort of learning that when you played all this schoolboy cricket and under-19 cricket, that all of a sudden you were facing these guys that, I mean, you know, they were so much quicker. It was scary sometimes, but
It was wonderful
it didn't
from
help.
a spectator's point of
Well,
view.
well, I'm sure it was.
Here's Overton in bowling to Dawson, no run.
And in a perverse way, when you were sitting in the dressing room watching your teammates ducking and weaving, you used to laugh at that as well, because you actually weren't out there doing it. But in a way, it was good, because it did focus your mind. I mean, you really did go out, and you know, the adrenaline was pumping, and in a way, it did help with your. I've said this often, that it does actually help you with your reaction time. It does actually speed it up a little bit, and it needed to.
Overton in and bowls down the leg side. Good take by James Rue. He didn't take it cleanly, but he got across very smartly to one that was headed down to the fine leg boundary, and he intercepted it and saved his side 4 byes.
But the worst thing was, if you were sort of, you know, coming in later on, and the batters would come in and they would go, "Gosh, he's bowling quick." You think, I don't want to hear that, thank you.
It was a great spectacle.
It was, yeah, I agree. It made a lot of games, didn't it, seeing these guys? I mean, even now, at the odd time, I mean, like, you know, we've already seen Sonny Baker bowl pretty quick for Hampshire, and you can't take your eyes off them.
Overton down the leg side, clipped the pad. Overton thinks it clipped the bat. Good take by James Rue again, diving to his left.
Interesting when, I mean, Dom Sibley got a lot of runs in the game against us last week, and he actually said after day 2, when he got 100, carried his bat, he was asked about facing Sonny Baker, because Sonny Baker was peppering him a bit, and then Yorker, and he said he said I quite enjoyed the battle. I mean, obviously he didn't enjoy the battle because he was, whatever. But he said he enjoyed it because he said you don't face bowling like that, even in Division 1. There's not many people that can do that on a consistent basis.
Not many genuine quicks. This one comes back into Dawson, who turns it into the onside.
And it is a shame. I mean, not so long ago, it was the guy who got runs. We were talking about it before we went on air. The South African that played a season or two for you. I used to enjoy when he came on the
Jimmy
bowl.
Cook. No, the South African. Charles Willoughby.
No, not him. The guy went to Glamorgan. Dark-haired guy, South African.
Martin de Lange.
Yeah, I used to enjoy watching him bowl.
He came from Glamorgan.
Oh, sorry.
He went to Gloucester.
Yeah. But,
he's quick.
When they come on, the batters are jumping around, aren't they? And, it's a different game. It's a game within a game, and it is a good spectacle. There's no doubt about it.
Pitches don't help these days, they do. I mean, you wouldn't want to be trying to bowl really fast on this, would you?
Not easy.
You get fed up banging it into the pitch and getting absolutely no response. Which is what Craig Overton is doing at the moment. That's wide outside the off stump. Somerset bowling pretty economically at the moment, though. The run rate just 3.2 runs an over, with Hampshire on the brink of taking the lead with just 3 wickets down. So Somerset sticking to their guns very well out there, but exhilarating cricket, I'm afraid it isn't. And we've still got 13 overs of the day to go, so we're going to be here until, what's the time now, 6:15. Well, at least 7 o'clock, and probably 10 past 7. Pretorius is going to come back into the attack. First time he'll have bowled from the hotel end. He's bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 27. Overton's been economical, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 29. Giving it everything he's got as per usual, but it's Somerset going to Pretorius to see if they can break this partnership with still got 2 slips. Overton and Aldridge, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 saving the one, and men out at third man and long leg, and another one going back at deep square leg, or deep mid wicket really. Pretorius it is to Gubbins, who works their way through the onside out to Tom Nawanby, who's the fielder on the boundary out there. Another single is taken. 181 for 3. Hampshire just 3 runs short.
And the floodlights are starting to warm up now, coming into this evening session.
I don't know why they turned them on.
Or maybe just in preparation for when they need them, so that the light, they feel, everyone can just adjust. Yeah, but I suppose the cloud cover has moved in to the right of us and just sort of blocking out the sun a bit there. So just in anticipation, maybe.
Pretorius then to bowl to Dawson, who's on 39. He's in and bowls, and Dawson shoulders arms and lets that go through to a tumbling Roo in front of first slip, who gives him a helping hand in pulling him up.
He just sort of looked at his first slip man as if to be like, it's been a long day, help me up, please.
Yeah, it's Craig Overton there at first slip. He's had a good bowl, 17 overs.
Yeah. Hampshire trail by just 3. They've almost caught the Somerset target.
Pretorius in and bowls to Dawson, who defends into the offside. And there is no run, as Henry Blofeld used to say. So we look at elsewhere. Durham 234 for 1 against Yorkshire, which is in a strong position. I think Durham might be contenders. This is driven off a thick edge down to third man, where Jack Leach fields. and it's just a single, 182 for 3. It's a very quick scoreboard here, I must say.
Absolutely. Staying well with the game.
The run goes up even as the batsmen are completing it. Yes, Durham 264 for 1, rather. Computer's just updated itself. Essex 212 for 6. They're now 189 runs ahead of Worcestershire, and I would have thought heading for victory. Pretorius is in and bowls, and Gubbins for the umpteenth time just defends. He's made 57 from 132 deliveries. Strike rate of 43.2 runs per 100 balls. But he's doing a job for his side. And, fresh from his 117 in the second innings against Surrey, when Hampshire, I'm not sure they really tried any very hard to chase down. What was it, something over 400 they needed?
Yes, yeah, it was a big score Surrey put down.
Pretorius bowls, and that one almost gets through, takes the inside edge of Gubbins' bat onto his pad. You heard what Pretorius thought about it with that. Oh! But it didn't get through. It's the end of the over. It's 182 for 3. Hampshire just 2 runs short of Somerset's first innings total of 184, with Liam Dawson on 40 and Nick Gubbins on 57. And we still have 12 overs to go.
We do indeed. Absolutely. We've had 58 overs played today. And the deficit that Hampshire are chasing is just 2. So hopefully they will be able to...
I don't think Somerset will be in any great hurry to bowl their overs either. I think they'll be keeping their fingers crossed. the cloud cover thickens and the light deteriorates, and they can get off the ground a little bit before 7 o'clock.
Yeah. So we've got Overton coming in from the pavilion end. It's just blocked off. A bit of a shout from the slips and the wicket-keeper, but umpire not interested at all.
What else have we got elsewhere? Surrey 40 for 1, replying to Sussex's 435, and the man out is Rory Burns, bowled by Ollie Robinson for 16. So it's Sibley and Pope together for Surrey at Hove. And Notts 172 for 4 against Warwickshire, who they bowled out for just 93.
Overton in again, just pushing it off to the outside, and that's going to go for 4 past third man, and it will run away, and it has. 2 fielders chasing it, but neither can get there. And that pushes Liam Dawson to 44 off 81 balls.
Yeah, just a thick edge, and no third man, so 4 easy runs.
We have a beautiful sight actually over the Shane Warne stand where the cloud cover is. You can see the rays of sunshine pulling through. As Craig Overton comes again at Dawson. And Dawson well left there, skidding through the offside stump, straight through, carrying to the wicketkeeper.
Andy Cleve on Twitter saying, staring down the abyss at big first innings lead here. Somerset. Yes, conditions for batting have improved with the batting collapse from 69 for 1 yesterday is what will ultimately cost us. Any rain forecast for the next couple of days? Kieran Rawling says Monday.
Yep.
Yeah,
Monday.
but only showers, I think.
On and off all day. Overton in again, over the wicket. Dawson does well just to block that.
Which again makes it doubly strange that Hampshire aren't being rather more assertive in their approach to batting in this innings, because if there is dodgy weather about on Monday, it might make it more difficult for them to bowl Somerset out. But Somerset are going to have to bat a lot better than they did in their first innings to take advantage of any weather on Monday.
Absolutely. Overton turns to begin his run again. Dawson waving his bat in the air as he comes in, and he left again on the outside stump. We've got an email from Jeremy Anson. Good evening. Back from an afternoon at the ground and enjoying the commentary as always. Thank you very much. It's a good opportunity to share my experiences of facing the fast bowlers in my career. Oh, Kev will love it. Is one of Kev James bowling a 5-pace run in the game, marking Bobby Parp's testimonial. Well, I'll let Kev have a little read through, and I'm sure he will come back to you. As Overton comes in again and just blocks that. Dawson does well just to block that. That's definitely the tack that the Hampshire batters are taking with most of the fast bowlers, is again, as they've been doing all day, a steady chase, not in a massive hurry, take the opportunities when they come, play fairly defensively when they are straight and fast. Yeah, and they are 186 for 3 after 59 overs. It'll be a change of ends again. The delivery coming from the hotel end. The lead is now 2, so they are no longer in a deficit, but they are now leading by 2 runs, as Pretorius is going to take another crack at the bowling.
Bit of a debate on Facebook as to whether Somerset need bowlers or batsmen. As Pretorius is in and bowls, and no shot from Gubbins. Robert Lammonby says, if you can't take 20 wickets, you're not going to win many games. Well, that's very, very true, but you actually don't need to win many games to do well in the county championship. Draws with a good haul of bonus points will do you very nicely. And as a case in point, Leicestershire currently lead Division 2, having played 2 and won 1 and drawn the other, a point ahead of Kent, who've won both of their opening games. Pretorius is in a bowls, and this is played up to Leach at mid-on, which to my mind, Emily makes the case that they've got the points all wrong at the moment. There should be a bigger incentive
to
for winning games as opposed to drawing them. They appear to be incentivizing draws.
Drawing, yes, and the sort of bonus points within them.
Which again is all part of the ECB's mission to make county cricket essentially a preparation for Test cricket, even though the vast majority of players in county cricket will never play Test cricket, as this is turned into the onside and there won't be a run. But I suppose the ECB would cite what's happening now as a very good example of the sort of batting and bowling that they're trying to encourage. Batsmen playing long innings and bowlers being forced just to plug away on good pitches, really earn their wickets. Somerset will certainly have earned whatever further wickets they take today. There's a black-headed gull just going.
Yeah, there's a lot of seagulls in the air. I wonder whether the heat after the
Pretorius
rain.
in the bowls, takes him on the pad, going down the leg side. There will be a leg by. I don't see very many black-headed gulls on cricket grounds, mostly herring gulls. But
I wonder if there's a few flying ants around, because there was sort of a swarm of seagulls around
it could be
earlier.
a bit early for flying ant day, I think.
Yeah, but I think after the rain and the heat today, there's definitely a lot of insects around, because the birds are going mad in the air, especially over on to our right.
What's the score? 187 for 3. Australian bogey number 87. Pretorius to Dawson. Dawson plays a full defensive shot. Bowling Miggy, says Craig Overton from first slip. And he has bowled well, I must say. Pretorius is in his 12th over, picked up 2 of the 3 wickets to have fallen, and Alfie Ogborn with the 3rd. And he's been economical, going at just 2.5 runs and over, which is exactly what Steve Kirby, the Somerset bowling coach, would have been hoping for. This takes the outside edge of Dawson's bat and goes down to the 3rd man boundary for 4 runs to take Dawson on to 48. Streaky shot, but all along the ground. And Hampshire move on to 191 for 3. It's the end of that over. And I think it's the end of me as well. It's 18:29. So we'll bring Gemma in a minute early.
Yes, Hampshire on 191 for 3. Dawson 48 off 87 deliveries, so quite economical there really. And Gubbins 57 off 137. The run rate currently at 3.18, but as we've said before, I don't think they'll be too concerned about that. More about the longevity of this partnership and the batting of Hampshire in a total, really, in their innings, staying in as long as possible. Looks like they're going to have a change of bowling, and Tom Lammonby is going to come in at the pavilion end, and there's a discussion about Lammonby happening around us. I've got my headphones on, so I can't hear what's going on. But yeah, Lammonby is going to come from the pavilion end towards Gubbins, over the wicket, and it's just skirted through on the outside of the off stump. Straight through to slip, actually, there. Hello, Gemma.
Hi, Amelia. Sorry, I wasn't prepared as I should have been.
That's all right.
When Anthony gave me the hint that it was it was my. I was deep in conversation with Kevin James.
No, not a problem at all.
About nothing and everything.
So Lammonby starting from his mark again, coming in over the wicket. Very deep ball there. Not quite Yorker length, but very full. Skirting through once again to the wicket keeper, Rue.
Yep, this partnership building nicely. It's always nice when you do a commentary stint and you go off for a break and you come back and it's the same two batters. if you're born and bred with the side that are batting, that is.
Lammonby once again not wasting a lot of time, straight in over the wicket, and once again Gubbins just leaving that alone as it skirts through the outside of off stump. Yep. A very tight field. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the Somerset players quite tightly in to the batting, with only 2 out, sort of either side of the stumps on the boundary. Lammonby in again. Oh, and he managed. Gubbins managed to just get a bat on that. It almost looked like it was going to skirt through and hit the middle stump. I'd like to see the replay of that, because it really did for a second. I stopped talking about to say he's gone, but luckily he's a very good batsman. He managed to get something on it and just block it back. Don't know that we're going to see the replay of that. Nope.
Nope, we'll have to take it as you said.
Absolutely. Lammonby in again, and Gubbins leaves it alone as it goes through the offside. Yeah, he's getting that shape really nice. He's beginning to maybe work it a little bit more, getting moving. It's been a long day. Lammonby's, I imagine, revelling the chance to have a bit of a bowl. He's not been in yet today.
So there's not been a lot of pace in the wicket, so this sort of medium pace left arm.
Something
might
a bit
be quite
different.
effective.
In again, and Gubbins just blocks it back. Ready and waiting for that final delivery there. We will change to Pretorius again.
Maiden over from Lammonby. Hampshire 191 for 3. This partnership 73 between Gubbins and Dawson. Looked fairly untroubled. They've not put their foot down yet, but they've equally kept the scoreboard ticking over without much pressure. Gubbins is on 57, Dawson on 48. Anthony earlier gave Dawson the title of the best cricketer to ever come from Swindon. No one's emailed into the contrary, so we'll.
So he's won it.
We'll give him that title.
If you do want to email in and test that, or maybe go for someone else, solentcricket@gmail.com, or if you think there's another amazing cricketer from a small town or city, please do let us know.
Yeah, he's definitely got that title as far as we know. Right, Miguel Pretorius. From the hotel end, Dawson on strike, 48. Hampshire lead by 7. He's in and bowls full on leg stump, and Dawson whips that away behind square on the leg side for a single, brings him to 49.
It's a lovely temperature and weather right now. I feel it's almost perfect. I've got the jumper back on, but I don't feel too hot, and I feel like the view is also quite good. You can see everything, but it's not too bright, it's not too glary. I feel like it's perfect cricketing kind of weather.
You sound generally very happy.
I am very happy. Are you not happy?
I am happy. I'm happy if you're happy. Pretorius round the wicket, left hand to the left-handed Gubbins. That's outside off stump and driven through extra cover for a single.
I think we're being told by Anthony that was Josh Davies sliding for that one.
Josh Davies been on the field today, doing a bit of sub-fielding work. There's some cheers in the crowd for Miguel. Can hear his name echoing around. The crowd is thinning out a little bit now as Miguel comes in. Bowls and left outside the off stump by Liam Dawson. Yes.
Yeah, I think at about 6 o'clock I did see a few people leaving, but I suppose
Tea time.
tea time.
Yeah, home for,
Yeah, getting
home for dinner.
a little chillier out there maybe. Been here all day, baking in the lovely sunshine that has been.
I'm always fascinated by those fans on days where there's sort of no play at all, but they sit under an umbrella until it's cooled. I respect those fans. Miguel's in and good line and length. Dawson shoulders arms, that stays on 49. Yeah, I used to work over in the score box then, so I was in the dry, I was in the cover. And on those days, I say, where there's no play.
Yeah.
But it's not over till it's over.
Yeah.
And there's people, they don't even sit under the covers of the stands. They sit wherever it is they normally sit. It's probably their, their seats. And they just crouch under umbrellas and, yeah, fair play.
Absolutely.
Pretorius in again over the wicket. And once again, Dawson leaves that alone.
It's funny you should say that, actually, because yesterday when the rain came in the afternoon, I was watching, and especially in the Shane Warne stand, and it started off with about 12 people.
And the umpires are just coming together now. It's getting a little bit dim. Anthony's calling it, saying bring them off, but it is the umpires on the pitch that will make that decision, and they say, no, Anthony, we'll carry on. No, didn't look like there was any light meter readings or anything formal like that. It was just a
discussion.
Just a discussion to say they've acknowledged the light is deteriorating a little bit as Pretorius runs in. Bowls that short and pulled by Dawson, but he gets a bottom edge. Goes down to backward square leg, but it does bring up his 50, his 55th half century, first class half century. He raises his bat and big applause from the Hampshire crowd that adore Liam Dawson and what he's done for Hampshire cricket. Yeah, his 55th first-class half-century to go with his 17 first-class centuries. Fine batter for Hampshire.
Absolutely, we've just seen the visual there of how many fours, and he's had 1 6 today, about 5 fours, and many ones and twos throughout this 50 that he's created off 92 deliveries this afternoon.
Yeah, that's what he does. He does rotate the strike. He does keep it ticking. He's always active, always busy.
Spraying it around the ground.
He does, and he just scores runs without you knowing, really.
So Lammonby will be back on strike from the pavilion end. And he will be facing Dawson on strike. Yeah, I don't think the light's fading too much, but you can see why the umpire's just acknowledging it.
Yeah, we have got the floodlights on, so they're adding a little bit of extra illumination. Oomph, much better word.
No, I like illumination. Lammonby just discussing with one of his fielders there, and he's decided to begin his run up towards Dawson, and he's in, bowled. A nice full length delivery there, worked off to the mid wicket, but no run scored. Everyone resets. Yes. Yeah, yesterday I was watching in the Shane Warne stand. About 12 people as the lunch finished, and then throughout the day it was, oh, now there's 5. Oh, and now we're down to 3. Oh, we're down to the final 2. And I said, oh, the lone man. I said, oh, he's won. He stayed the longest.
He wins the pot.
He does.
Yep.
Absolutely. Oh, Lammonby is just bringing 2 fielders in much shorter there on the leg side as he comes in, and it's just worked off again towards cover there.
So yeah, that's interesting. They've all the seamers have bowled there at Liam Dawson, sort of tight in on his middle and leg stump, and got him flicking to leg side, and it did nearly undo him earlier. There was one that he wasn't quite in control of, and it went aerial, but just out of reach of Tom Abel in that area. But like you say, they've brought in two now, very close together, just on that flick on the leg side in a catching position.
Dawson. No one be in. Dawson taps his bat. And there's a big call, but nothing happened because I don't think Dawson touched it. Didn't touch it at all, and it skids past his bat.
Yeah, he danced down the wicket on that one, but play and miss.
Play and miss indeed. Lucky. Does show maybe just a little bit more confidence coming from Dawson at the end of this.
A little more intense.
Second day. Lammonby already starting his run up. He doesn't waste a lot of time in over the wicket, and Dawson reverts back to a more defensive shot, just working it down to short leg.
There are 7 overs remaining after this one if conditions permit. But like you say,
I think it will.
The light is starting to fade. But you're so optimistic.
Thank you.
I've only met you today, but everything about you seems, from turning up in a t-shirt when it was freezing to your summary of conditions now.
Thank you. Lammonby in again, a little bit fuller, and they celebrate as if it's been clipped, but the umpire does not look impressed. That really did feel as if he was going to be given, because the whole field and most of the crowd were cheering for that one. Let's have a quick look on the replay there as Lammonby came in, and it just skirts off through the offside. Yeah, Dawson didn't get a touch on it, but it was ever so very close. And it was what we were talking about earlier, and just those good players just getting a little bit too close to those balls that they want to leave.
Absolutely, it certainly nipped off the surface.
Lammonby in again, and it's just worked off to extra cover for no run scored. So a maiden over there for Lammonby, and the strike rotates to Gubbins.
So Lammonby very much doing a holding job there, 2 maidens, so keeping it tight from that end as Pretorius is removing his jumper, so assuming he's going to continue. Umpires are once again having a little discussion in the middle. We always assume they're talking about the light. We don't actually know.
That
They
is
could be
true.
talking about anything. They could be coming up with an Easter 11. Who knows?
Absolutely. Well, talking of that, we mentioned a Swindon player. Well, now we've created a Swindonian cricketers from Robert Dinsey. He emailed in at solentcricket@gmail.com, and it looks like they're going off. The umpires have called it. Goodness, that came as a shock.
They have. It did.
They have. The batters are both. They're off. They're walking. That's it. That seems to be. Yep, stumps. The bails are off, and that is it. 76, the partnership between Dawson and Gubbins, off 181 balls in 126 minutes. Quite surprised there to finish the day so quickly. We really weren't expecting them to. They seem to have only now pulled out the light monitors, but they've made the decision. The fielders are leaving. And so Hampshire finish 194 for 3, and they lead by just 10 going into tomorrow. I think they'll be quite happy with that. I mean, they would probably like to stay out for at least another 7.
I think they will, but interestingly, it's the fielding side that are hanging back. I know they need wickets, so you've got to bowl overs to take wickets.
Absolutely.
But with not much happening out here, you think they'd be.
Well, the 2 Hampshire batsmen are already in the second set of stairs. They are very much
in their car on the way out,
in the dressing room. Gone.
So yeah, a very abrupt ending. Like you say, it sort of came from nowhere. They had a couple of little discussions, but I feel like I've seen it darker here before.
Absolutely. I would not say it's unplayable in any sense. I probably could see the ball easier than I've seen it all day at the moment in this kind of light. But that's it. The fielders will be leaving the ground. Somerset haven't fully left, and the umpires are still having a bit of a chat, but bad light has officially stopped play, as is on our screen. Yes, so in review, we have Dawson and Gubbins still on strike. Dawson on 50 and Gubbins on 58. Hampshire are 194 for 3. They were chasing a Somerset 184, which they managed to reach. They now lead by 10. So we have some brilliant wicket takers that have been going today for Somerset. Yeah. Would you like to go through the wicket takers?
Yep, so the opening partnership, Stoneman and Middleton, they got going nicely for 33, but Stoneman was bowled by Pretorius and Middleton caught behind off Ogbourne. There was then a lovely partnership 48 from Gubbins and Prest was looking really good until he was trapped LBW by Pretorius on 42, and since then it's been Gubbins and Dawson. They came together when Hampshire were 118 for 3, and at this bad light juncture they're 194 for 3.
Well, thank you for joining us today. It's been a pleasure to take you through this game. And yeah, as bad light stop play, we will see you tomorrow for day 3 of Hampshire versus Somerset. Goodbye.
Thanks for the Easter eggs, Gemma.